Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Black Fox Naruto Fell for Yugito? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Stupid villagers, why can't they see past their hatred for Kurama and accept me? Asked 6-year-old Naruto aloud and to no one in particular. He was currently walking around in the forest that surrounded Konohagakure no Sato. He had just barely escaped from an angry mob that had tried to kill him, again. His black t-shirt was ripped and cut in numerous places, almost to the point where it was barely staying on his small malnourished body. His white shorts were hardly in any better state. If an outsider were to see him, they would think he had just barely escaped death at the hands of a wild beast, and they wouldn't be too far off. Just forget those stupid villagers, Kit. They're not worth your time. Anyone who would harm a child like that doesn't deserve the right to live, and they call me a demon, came the demonic voice of Naruto's one and only friend and ally. He had met his tenant for the first time after almost dying at the hands of the idiotic villagers. It was then that Kurama had told a 4-year-old Naruto he was hated because of him being sealed inside of him and explaining why he had attacked and why he was chosen to be his new container. At first Naruto was angry with what his father, the 4th Hokage, had done, but after a while understood why his father had done what he did. I still don't get what my father saw in that hellhole of a village. All they care about is themselves, especially the DMN Council. That stupid Banshee Haruno called for my death almost every day, while that bastard Danzo wanted me to become a weapon for the village. Over the years, Naruto had gotten training from Kurama in the basics of the ninja arts, stealth specifically, and thanks to his natural fox-like nature being enhanced by the presence of the most powerful fox on the planet and his 2 years of pranking and hiding, his skills in stealth and espionage were on par with the Umbu. With this knowledge and skill, Naruto had infiltrated and listened in on more than one council meeting. With the knowledge he had of the village's inner workings and some of the classified intelligence he had, the village would be forced to either kill him or meet his demands if he ever decided to use his knowledge. Especially the knowledge of the reason and secret behind the recent Uchiha massacre. I know Itachi Nizan was ordered to do what he did, and I swear that one day I will find him and help him. Other than Kurama, Itachi was one of the few people to ever treat him like a normal human and not some demon, the only other ones being his adoptive siblings. It was with Itachi's help that Naruto had managed to get to the level of skill he was at, and for that alone he vowed to one day pay Itachi back for the kindness he had shown him. Well, I guess I better find someplace to set up camp for the night. Hey Kurama, do you want to come out and hunt tonight? Asked Naruto to his tenant. Sure Kit, I'll find us something good to eat, said Kurama as he prepared himself to be summoned. Biting his thumb, Naruto went through 5 hand signs before slamming his hand on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. In a swirl of fire, a 9-tailed fox about the size of a horse appeared. Alright Kit, I'll be right back with dinner. With that he sprinted off into the forest away from the village. It was an hour later that he returned to find Naruto sitting in a hollowed-out tree with a small fire going. When Kurama put the boar he killed down, Naruto took out a kunai and began to skin the boar and prepare it for cooking. Not only had Naruto been training in the ninja arts, but he had also been taught how to survive in the wilderness for long periods of time. The frequent attacks by the villagers had made that skill a necessity. So, Kurama, do you think we should go back to the village this time or not? Asked Naruto after he set the boar to cook over the fire. No, I don't think we should go back this time. The old man would just put us back in that rat hole of an apartment, while the villagers that did this would only get a slap on the wrist and be told not to do it again. We're better off never going back there, said Kurama as he started the fire. While he would never come out and say it, he did have a reputation to uphold. He had always thought of Naruto as if he was one of his own pups. To a fox, family is a sacred thing and pups are held in an even higher regard. It was fox law that anyone abusing a child was to be killed on sight. The only reason he hadn't killed off the entire village was for Naruto's sake. It wouldn't do to have him see him when he was like that, not at this age at least. You're probably right. So where should we go then? Asked Naruto as he took a piece of the finished boar and began to eat. Shrugging a fox's equivalent of shoulders, Kurama grabbed a piece of the succulent meat with one of his tails and began to reap the spoils of his kill. The two ate in a comfortable silence as they tried to think of places they could go to get away from the village. Naruto was about to voice an idea, but Kurama stopped him with one of his tails. Looking at him confused, Naruto asked mentally, "What is it, Kurama? Did someone find us?" "No, they haven't found us, but there are two shinobi near our position." "I can't tell who." "Well, that's interesting, maybe this could work in our favor," said Kurama as he removed his tail from Naruto's mouth and vanished in a swirl of fire. "All right, Kit, let's go greet our visitors." Still slightly confused at what Kurama was up to, Naruto nodded his head and left to intercept his visitors. Two men were walking through the forest near Kumogakure, on their way home from a mission. The first one was a dark-skinned young man, with white hair that covered up his left eye. He wore the standard Kumo jounin attire, a white one-strap jounin vest over a high-collared black shirt that was slightly open at the front. He had black pants and black shinobi sandals. On his back he carried a cleaver sword, and had the kanji for water tattooed on his right shoulder and the kanji for lightning on his left. This man was Darui, the right-hand man to the fourth Raikage. The other was also a dark-skinned man, but with a more muscular build. Like Darui, he wore the standard one-strapped white jounin vest. He had black pants with the standard Kumo jounin wrist and shin guards and a white scarf around his neck. On his back he had 7 swords each with a red-colored grip. He wore sunglasses and had a tattoo of 2 bull horns on his left cheek. He also had the tattoo for iron on his right shoulder. That served as the iron armor seal for the 8-tailed ox. This man was Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed ox, and brother of the Raikage. The two were just returning from a mission and were leisurely walking through the forest of Fire Country enjoying the beauty of nature. Bee, who had been inspecting one of his swords for damage, was suddenly stopped by a demonic voice in his head. "Bee, stop, I sense one of my kind's chakra nearby, though I can't tell whose," said the 8-tailed ox, Gyuki. Bee's sudden stop caught the attention of his companion. "Bee, you okay?" "I hope it's nothing dull," said Darui as he walked back to Bee. Not many things could cause Bee to suddenly stop moving so abruptly. Having full control of your bijou tended to bring that kind of self-assurance. "Yeah, I'm fine, Darui, but Gyuki said he sensed another bijou's chakra nearby, and it's not in Konoha," said Bee as he scanned their surroundings for the possible source of the chakra. As soon as he finished, the two heard a rustle from a nearby bush. Each reached for their respective weapons, only to freeze when they saw a blonde-haired boy that was obviously malnourished come out of the bush. The boy couldn't have been older than 6, but what caught their attention were the 6 whiskers-like marks on both his cheeks. "Hey kid, are you okay? What are you doing out here?" asked Darui as he kneeled down to be on the same level as the kid, trying not to frighten him. He noticed that the kid's clothing was torn, almost to the point of it being more of a rag instead of a shirt. What the hell happened to this kid? Bee, meanwhile, was staring at the boy while he stared back, judging each other. Nobody moved or spoke for a few minutes, until Naruto broke the silence, turning to Darui. "I'm fine, Shinobi-san. As for why I'm out here, I ran away from my village when a mob of civilians tried to kill me again." At this both men's faces contorted into looks of rage and disgust. Why would people try to kill an innocent boy? Naruto stood watching the two shinobi in front of him. Both were emitting killing intent and were obviously angered from what he told them. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Bee was brought out his thoughts of anger by his demonic tenant. "Bee, the chakra is coming from this boy, he's a Jinchuriki, for which I can't tell, the chakra is just barely being let out. He either has control over the demonic chakra or his bijou is being very careful in making sure they aren't noticed." Surprised from what his friend said, Bee decided to make sure he was right, no matter how weird his next sentence was going to sound. "Hey kid, this is going to sound strange, but I need you to remove your shirt and call on your chakra if you can." This surprised Darui. He was about to ask why Bee had asked that of the boy but was cut off by said boy. "So, it is you. You're like me," said Naruto, looking Bee in the eye. Slightly surprised by the fact that a mere child could speak with such seriousness, he nodded his head and decided to find out what Gyuki couldn't. "Yes, I am like you. Our kind is known as Jinchuriki. I hold the 8-tailed ox, and my name is Killer Bee." "What's yours?" asked Bee as he walked up to the boy and kneeled down to his level. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling that this boy was no mere child, even by Jinchuriki standards. So Kurama was right, Gyuki was nearby. I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I am the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, Kurama, said the blonde as the two men's eyes widened to the size of a tree. This kid was the son of the 4th Hokage, the yellow flash of the leaf, and Kushina Uzumaki, the red death of the leaf? With his parentage alone, this boy should be treated as royalty in his home village, yet he was shunned and people had tried to kill him for the beast he holds. This is going to sound a little weird, but can I come with you back to your village, please? Now the two were even more surprised. The son of the most feared Hokage in the history of Konoha, Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox, wanted to come and join Kumogakure? I knew he wasn't an ordinary child, but DMN. He's the son of the legendary Yellow Flash and the Red Death. With training he will be invincible, and I intend on being one of the ones to get him there, thought B while he tried to reboot his brain to a working level. Sure kid, you can come with us, said B as he got over his shock faster than Darui. Nodding his head, Naruto claimed on B's shoulder and they set out at full speed for Lightning Country, with Naruto's squeals of happiness being heard the entire trip. Kumogakure no Sato. It was a day later that the trio arrived in Kumogakure no Sato. They were on their way to see the Raikage while Naruto kept looking around at his new home. The buildings were different than in his old home, and when people looked at him they weren't looks of hate and disgust, but kindness and acceptance. When they arrived at the Raikage's tower, the guards bowed to Darui and B and sent kind smiles to Naruto, who gladly returned them. He had only received this kind of treatment from Kurama, Itachi and his siblings. When they reached the door to the Raikage's office they didn't even bother knocking and just went straight in. Kind of like what I did with that stupid old man Hokage, thought Naruto while he jumped down from B's shoulder and stood before the leader of Kumogakure. Yo bro, mission complete, but we picked up a little hitchhiker on our way back, said B while he fought to keep a smirk from crossing his lips. When bro finds out who Naruto really is, it's going to be effing hilarious. I looked at the blonde before him and gave him a kind smile. Hello there, I'm A, the Raikage of Kumogakure. What's your name? He asked as he came around his desk and allowed Naruto a better view of him. He was a very muscular man, even more than B. He didn't wear a shirt, allowing everyone to see his well-defined chest. He had black pants on with a belt that had a gold plate on the front with the face of a boar carved into it. He had on the traditional white robe of a Kage which served to cover 2 gauntlets on both of his wrists. I'm Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and before you ask, yes, my father was Minato Namikaze the 4th Hokage and Yellow Flash. My mother was Kushina Uzumaki. If you will allow it, I would like to live in Kumo and become a shinobi of this village, said Naruto as A's eyes almost popped out of his head at this revelation. If those two had a kid, he would be a truly fearsome and almost invincible shinobi. Meanwhile in B's head, that was funny. Did you see the look on bro's face? Haha, I haven't seen him that surprised since dad told him he would be the Raikage. Very well Naruto, I don't see the problem with you joining our village and we'd be honored to have you as one of our shinobi, said A with a small smile. I have a feeling I may very well have just met my successor. Returning the smile, Naruto walked up to the Raikage and gave him a hug. Slightly surprised, A returned the hug and turned to B to tell him where to take Naruto, but he beat him to the punch. Bro, you should know that young Naruto here is a Jinchuriki like me and Yugito, he holds the 9-tailed fox. This of course nearly gave the young Kage a heart attack. Not only was the boy he hugging the son of 2 of the most powerful and feared shinobi to ever come from Konoha, but he was also the Jinchuriki of the most powerful and feared Bijou in existence. Now I'm certain of it, I just met my successor and he is most likely the one who is going to kill me with a heart attack if all these surprises are anything to go by. Alright, B, I want you to start training young Naruto here to control the fox's chakra like you are Yugito. Also take him to the apartment building Yugito lives in, I'm sure they'd both get along very well with each other, said A as he released Naruto from the hug and walked back to his desk and started writing some things down. The entire time all this was going on, Darui was silently watching Naruto, deciding whether or not to act on the feeling he had about the boy. His decision was made for him when his tattoo on his left shoulder began to burn a little, so He is the one who can harness the true power of the Black Lightning. Hey boss, I would like to train Naruto as well, he said in an oddly serious voice that didn't suit his laid-back attitude. Hearing the tone in his right-hand man's voice, I knew this was something serious. Why would that be, Darui, and what would you train him in? Asked A. I would train him in what the third Raikage trained me in, the secret to the Black Lightning technique. Of all the answers A and B were expecting, this was definitely not one of them. The Black Lightning was one of the most powerful techniques Kumo had. As for why, because my tattoo reacted to him. When the third gave me this tattoo, he built in a seal that would react in the presence of the one person who was capable of harnessing the true power of the Black Lightning. Also, the third left me a scroll to give to my successor, a token of the one who first wielded the Black Lightning. This surprised both muscled men. The third, their father had left behind a way to find a true successor to his unique technique. Very well, Darui, you will help train young Naruto in the secrets too of the Black Lightning, while B will train the boy to control his bijou. But for now, B take Naruto to the academy. Today was the first day of class and I'm sure he would like to start on his road to becoming a shinobi, am I right, Naruto? Said A as he turned to the little blonde only to find him missing with a small dust cloud in his place. Looking back towards the two jounin, he noticed he was missing one B. Ugh, Darui, where the hell did B and Naruto go? He asked, completely confused. Darui, who had been staring at the door with wide eyes, was brought out of his stupor by the sound of his boss's voice. Ugh, look out your window, was all he said. Even more confused, A looked out the window only to fall out of his chair laughing his butt off. There was Naruto running in the direction of the academy while pulling B by the arm, who appeared to be little more than a rag doll being thrown this way and that by a 6-year-old boy. I was wrong, Naruto won't be the death of me cause of a heart attack he caused. He'll kill me from lack of oxygen with how hard I'm laughing. When they finally reached the academy, Naruto was smiling like a goofball, while B was covered in bruises from being used as an entrail for the boy and mumbling something about energetic blondes being the death of me. They entered the building and headed for the classroom that A had given B before Naruto had literally dragged him halfway across Kumo to get here. When they reached the correct classroom, B knocked on the door and waited for the teacher to respond. With a quick enter, the two walked in and the class and teacher went wide-eyed at the sight of the guardian of Cloud walking into their class with a young blonde by his side. B-sama, what can I do for you? Asked the slightly odd Chunin. I'm just here to drop off Naruto. He just joined the village and wants to be a shinobi. I trust you'll treat him like all the others, said B as he handed the teacher the papers he managed to grab before Naruto gotten a hold of him. The teacher's eyes widened when he read Naruto's name, and almost died of a heart attack when he saw who his parents were. Looking to B for confirmation, the teacher saw him nod, and he almost passed out from the revelation. If everyone reacts this way to Naruto's identity, then we'll lose over half of our shinobi force thanks to heart attacks, thought B while he looked from the still awe-struck Chunin to Naruto who was studying his new sensei. He wore the standard Kumo Chunin attire, one strapped white flak jacket, black pants along with a black t-shirt. He also wore the standard wrist and shin guards of Kumogakure and was fairly muscled. Like most people he'd seen in Kumo, he was dark-skinned and had his long black hair pulled into a shoulder-length ponytail. Yes, well Naruto, I'm Bokudai Yuharo and I'll be your sensei for the time you're at the academy. Now why don't you introduce yourself to the rest of the class, said Bokudai, as he gestured towards the class. Nodding his head, Naruto walked to the front of the class. Hey, my name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I am originally from Konoha, but I ran away because I was hated. When he was finished, B stepped up and put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Turning to one of his new senseis, Naruto saw that he had a serious face on. Naruto, after you're dismissed, you'll be starting your training with me to control him, alright? Yugito, I want you to show him where we normally train, alright? He'll be joining us. B finished looking over towards a blonde-haired girl who had her hair in a braid. Wait, Uncle B, do you mean he's like us? Asked Yugito as she rose from her seat with a look of shock on her face. B was about to answer the shocked girl when another voice cut him off. Why would you think someone as cute as this new guy would be like you, freak? You're just a monster cat, like the one you hold, said another random girl, as most of the class started agreeing. Yugito seemed hurt by all of this and looked ready to cry, before a girl with dark skin and vibrant red hair went to comfort her. Naruto was surprised. Bee hadn't mentioned that there was another Jinchuriki his age, but his surprise was soon replaced with anger when he heard what the other girl said about her. No, I won't let another person suffer through the same thing I had to. Walking up the steps towards the back of the class, everyone watched as he approached Yugito. Many thought he was going to do something to hurt her and laugh at her. What happened next none of them saw coming. Are you okay, Yugito? He asked once he reached her. She looked into his eyes, trying to find any deception in them, but what she saw brought a tear to her eye. He had the same eyes as her, ones that knew pain, what it was like to be rejected, feared and hated by those who didn't understand what they were. The tear fell down her cheek when he embraced her and tried to comfort her. Returning the hug, Yugito could do little other than sigh in content. She didn't know what it was, but there was something about this new guy that just made her want to stay with him for the rest of her life. Not believing what she was seeing, the same girl who made fun of Yugito earlier spoke in an almost hysteric voice. What? You can't honestly like her, she a monster. She has the two-tailed monster cat sealed in her. She would have continued, but suddenly the entire classroom was filled with unimaginable amounts of killing intent. Bokudai was scarred. The thickness of the killing intent he was feeling was incredible and terrifying at the same time. He looked over at Bee thinking the killing intent was coming from him, but was surprised when he was wearing a smirk and wasn't radiating anything. Looking over towards his new student, Bokudai nearly had a heart attack when he realized all of this killing intent was coming from him. Never insult Yugito in my presence. She and I are the same. She bears a burden the same as I do, so if you insult her you are insulting not only me, but Killer Bee as well, since he also carries a bijou, said Naruto as he gave his voice a demonic edge and turned to face the scarred girl. He smirked as he heard her and most of the class gasps of shock. He knew it was his eyes that had scared them. Gone were the warm sapphires that had been so friendly and kind, replaced with two blood-red glowing orbs with vertical slits for the pupils. Deciding to drive his point home, Naruto looked over at Bee and nodded, letting him know everything was under control. After Bee nodded in return, Naruto began admitting some of Kurama's chakra that formed his chakra cloak in the shape of a fox with one tail. She may hold the two-tail and Bee may hold the eight-tail, but my burden is the hardest to bear, for I hold the nine-tailed fox inside me. When he finished speaking, his cloak receded and his features returned to normal. Giving his trademark fox grin, he turned to Bee, who was smirking as well. Well, I guess I'll catch you later, Bee. Don't worry, I'll watch out for Yugito and make sure that anyone who tries to insult her will pay dearly. Alright Naruto, Yugito, make sure you show Naruto where we train every day. I'll catch you two lovebirds later, see ya. With that, Bee walked out of the room, leaving behind a stunned class, a smirking Naruto, a blushing Yugito and a smiling teacher. It seems these next few years won't be as boring as I thought. Yugito was also in thought as she stared at the blonde before her. He carried a burden that was even greater than hers, yet he could still be happy and carefree. Her thoughts were interrupted, however, by the voice of her own tenant, one seriously perverted cat known as Matatabi. Kei, it's him, it's really him. Kitten, you need to drag that boy to your apartment, lock the door and not let him get any sleep for a month. Mata, knock it off, I will not drag him to my apartment, and you know we can't do that, we're barely 6 for God's sake. Kitten, please see, I need my Kyukun and I need him now. T.O. bad, you'll have T.O. wait. With that, Yugito cut the connection to her tenant so she didn't have to listen to her rant about being denied her Kyukun time. Alright class, well let's begin, shall we? Naruto, why don't you take a seat next to Yugito so we can begin? With that, Naruto started on the road to his new life as a ninja of Kumogakure. 6 years later, Naruto sat beside Yugito waiting for the rest of the class to arrive and to receive their team placements. Over the years, Naruto had changed greatly and become one of the most feared people in his class, with Yugito a close second. The reason the two were so feared was because of their habit of showing their chakra cloak when someone set them off. After Naruto had defended Yugito during the first day of class, he was welcomed with open arms into Yugito's little circle of friends. The first one was Samui. She was a blonde like the two of them, though hers was straight and reached her shoulders. She wore the standard kunoichi attire for Kumogakure, with a short sword strapped horizontally to the back of her hip. Unlike most girls in their class, Samui was well endowed in the chest, already having a nice C-cup, which caused her to have constant back pains. Another one was the redhead he saw comfort Yugito on the first day. Kowui was a dark-skinned girl with yellow eyes. She wore the standard attire for a Kumo kunoichi like Samui, but she had a katana sword strapped to her back. She also wore her new headband like a bandana. The last of their little circle of friends was a boy named Omoi. He was dark-skinned like most people in Kumogakure. He had short white spiky hair and wore the standard shinobi garb of Kumo and carried a katana on his back like Kowui, but he wore his headband in the regular fashion. A little quirk about Omoi was that he always had a sucker in his mouth and was overthinking things constantly, which caused for Kowui to beat him up every now and then. Naruto and Yugito were the odds ones out of the group, opting to wear some more unique clothes than just the classic shinobi and kunoichi outfits of their village. Yugito wore a short, sleeved purple and black shirt that showed off her developing figure nicely, with black pants that had a purple cloud pattern on them. She also had on purple fingerless gloves with beads wrapped around her left hand. She had her hair in a long braid and her new headband was tied around her forehead. Naruto now wore a pair of baggy black pants with a red stripe going up either side them, along with a black sleeveless shirt with a red nine-tailed fox on the back that showed his muscled arms. His forearms were both wrapped in black medical tape, and on his right shoulder was a tattoo of the kanji for lightning, much like his sensei Dari's. He had a ninjato sword strapped to his back that had the head of a black fox as the guard, with his headband tied around his left bicep. Over the years he spent training with his senseis, he had come a long way, though he was only slightly stronger than a rookie Chunin without Kurama's chakra and influence. Thanks to the training he got from B, he was able to control up to 3 of Kurama's tails without going berserk. Though he and Kurama were on good terms and their chakras didn't fight one another, the potency of the demonic chakra alone was enough to make him go berserk. His training with Darui had also been very productive. He now knew about 8 or so lightning-style jutsu, and he could use 5 of them with the Black Lightning. He had learned early on that the Black Lightning wasn't a Kekkai Genkai or anything similar to it, it was just a much more potent form of lightning itself. Instead of using high-speed electrical currents that formed regular lightning, to use the Black Lightning one had to use their chakra to slow down the electrical currents, which allowed higher concentration of electrical energy to be delivered at once, and also gave the lightning its dark coloring. However, for one to be able to use this ability, one had to have an insanely high affinity for lightning-style chakra. He also knew though that there were jutsu that could only be used with the Black Lightning, and he wouldn't learn any of those until he made Chunin. Just as the last students were sitting down, their sensei, Bokudai, walked into the room with a clipboard in hand. Turning to the class, Bokudai gave them a proud smile and congratulated them one more time on graduating, before he started reading off the teams. Naruto tuned most of them out until he heard his name called. Team 20 will be an assault and assassination team. Naruto Namikaze, Yugito Ni, and Kowui. Your sensei will be Darui, you will meet him at training ground. Team 21 will be a rescue and support team. Samui, Omoi, and Uzumaki, your sensei will be Sure, meet him at training ground 21. After the rest of the teams were assigned, everyone started leaving with their teams to meet with their new senseis. When Naruto and his team arrived at the training ground, they found Darui sitting in the middle of it looking bored out of his mind. "Hey, sensei, hope things aren't too dull for you," said Naruto as they approached their new old sensei. "With you 3 as a team, I don't think things will ever be dull for me for a long time to come," said Darui as he gave his students a smile, which was returned. "Well, why don't we introduce ourselves, even though I doubt any of us need one. My name is Darui and I will be your sensei from now on. I like relaxing and doing missions with my partner Sure. I dislike those who would bring harm to Kumogakure. My hobbies are helping boss out whenever he needs it, and my dream is to protect the boss with my life." When he finished, Darui pointed towards Naruto to go next. "I'm Naruto Namikaze, I like training and my friends. I dislike anyone who insults my friends and the villagers of Konoha, and my hobbies are training to use my Black Lightning and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to one day become the Raikage and lead Kumo to glory, and to one day start a family with the girl I love," said Naruto with much conviction in his voice. He glanced at Yugito when he said the last part. This didn't go unnoticed by Darui or Kowui. Next, our other blonde friend, said Darui with a knowing smirk directed at Naruto, who blushed a little at the smirk. My name is Yugito ni. I like my friends, I dislike those that can't accept me for me, and my hobbies are training and hanging out with my friends. My dream is to become the right-hand person to the Raikage and to start a family with the man I love, said Yugito as she glanced at Naruto, which again did not go unnoticed by their sensei and teammate. Nodding, Darui gestured toward Kowui to round them off. I'm Kowui, I like training to use my sword and beating the crap out of Omoi. I dislike when Omoi starts overthinking things. My hobbies are training to use my sword and my dream is to become a well-respected kunoichi of Kumo, said Kowui. Alright, that's it for today. Meet me here tomorrow morning at 8 for our first mission and some training, said Darui as he got up and left to who knows where. A week later. For the past week Team 20 had trained with Darui in the mornings, and did missions in the afternoon. It was now Saturday and Team 20 was once again on another D-rank mission. Their mission was to capture the demon dog, Ukami, the lightning daimyo's wife's dog. They had chased the thing all over the village and were currently trying to surround it and capture it. Hot head here, I'm in position, and Naruto I'm going to kill you, said Kowui over the headset. Fiery cat in position, I still say we should roast the thing, said Yugito. Black fox in position, I swear if that thing attacks me again I'm letting Yugito-chan fry it, said Naruto as he glared at the dog from his hiding place. It appeared to be any regular golden retriever, but if you asked any genin team that had the misfortune of catching it, they would tell you that it was the 10th bijou in disguise. No killing the target team, on my mark capture the target. 3, 2, 1, now, said Darui as the 3 genin launched from their hiding places and tackled the dog. The second they grabbed it, it started clawing and biting at all of them. Oh, that's it. Kowui put this stupid mutt in a genjutsu, screamed Naruto as he tried to hold back the rapid animal. It wasn't a second later that the thing stopped attacking and fell asleep thanks to the genjutsu. Okay, that is the last time we accept this mission. Next time we get it I'm zapping that dumb dog with my black lightning, said Naruto as they made their way back to the Raikage's office to give their report and hand over the demon dog to its owner, who would probably crush the life out of the thing. They were right. The first second the daimyo's wife had her dog back she started squeezing the life out of it. It's getting what it deserves, was the general thought process of the entire team. Well done Team 20, now for your next mission you will be doing your first C rank, said the Raikage. This caught the team's attention since they were eager to get a better mission. Your mission is to eliminate some bandits that have been terrorizing some villages near the Lightning Earth country border. Though they haven't attacked any villages outright, they have made threats and I want them taken care of before anything can happen. This scroll will lead you to their position. When you arrive don't let any of them escape, kill them all and recover anything that could be of value to the village. I handed Darui the mission scroll for the more in-depth details before turning to Team 20 to judge their reactions. In truth he didn't want to send them on this mission that would force them to kill at such an age, but he had no choice. Naruto was staring off into space trying to come to terms with what he would be doing soon. He knew that as a ninja he would have to eventually kill people, but he didn't think it would be this early on. Coming back to reality he looked at his teammates and was suddenly reminded of why he had originally wanted to become a shinobi, to protect those precious to him. That was his reason for fighting, and that would be his reason for killing, to remove anyone who might bring harm to the ones he held dear to him. Yugito was looking at the floor trying to decide if she could honestly go through with the acts she would have to commit. She knew she would kill eventually, it was part of the life of a kunoichi, and it was the basic essence of survival. Kill or be killed, that was it, plain and simple. She was a survivor by nature, as was the nature of all Jinchuriki. She would survive not only for herself, but for Naruto. She vowed to herself to always be by his side and to do that she needed to survive. Kowui wasn't taking the news of their new mission as bad as her teammates. Being from a clan of swordsmen, she had been forced to undergo a basic test to see if she had what it took to wield and learn the art of the sword. When it comes to skills with a sword, there was no room for error or hesitance. The test had made her raise a rabbit for a month, and at the end of it she was ordered to kill it with her katana. This was the test she had to pass to even be allowed to wield a blade. She wouldn't like it, but she would go through with it. Darui sent a concerned glance to his team. He knew that for each of them that this would be their first time killing another human being. He was about to request that his team take on a different mission until he saw the fire and determination return to their eyes. He smiled at this. He knew his team wouldn't like having to kill, but they would do it if it meant protecting each other. When they weren't training, he would often watch as his team hung out with their friends, and he noticed how protective they all were of each other. He remembered on one such occasion when an older civilian boy had tried to come onto Yugito, only to be shot down. He didn't like that so much and had tried to grab Yugito to have his way with her. He had about jumped from his position on Stop the Boy, but Naruto and the others had beaten him to the punch. The boy had to spend about a year in the hospital, and was still spending his time there. It was rumored that even though he would recover from the beating itself, he would not be touching anybody ever again. "Alright boss, we'll head out within the hour to begin our mission," said Darui before turning to his team. "Meet at the West Gate in 30 minutes and prepare for an all-out fight when we reach our target." The three genin nodded before heading towards their respective homes to prepare for the mission. West Gate 30 minutes later. Darui stood waiting for his team to show up. He was currently going over the instructions on the mission scroll, trying to find the fastest way to their target. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard three people land in front of him. Looking up revealed it to be his team, each of them combat ready. "Alright team, let's get moving before things get too dull." With that said, Darui launched himself down the mountain with his genin quickly following. They continued down until they cleared the cloud bank and saw the small forest that surrounded the base of the mountains their village was built on. Once they were close enough to the forest, they jumped from the mountain into the treetops and began moving through the forest, heading in the direction of the bandits' camp. It was a few hours after they cleared the forest and made it to a stone quarry that resembled the border of Earth Country. At the center of the quarry they spotted the bandit camp and noticed that many of the bandits were sitting around doing whatever to keep them from getting bored. "Okay team, it seems that there are about 40 or so bandits in all. We'll each take a different part of the camp. Naruto, you take the north, Yugito the east, Kowui you take the south, and I'll take the west. Try and kill them as quickly and as silently as possible. Avoid any actual battle as best you can. Take your positions and wait for my signal to move," said Darui as he vanished from his spot along with Naruto and Kowui, each heading to their respective parts of the camp, leaving Yugito to the east side of the camp. It took about 5 minutes for everyone to get into position around the camp, each waiting anxiously for the signal to attack. They didn't have to wait long, for as soon as the last fire in the camp went out, Darui gave the signal and they made their way into the camp. Kowui rushed into the camp with her katana drawn and at the ready. Her part of the camp held most of the tents, so her targets were all asleep, except for the two that were about to go to sleep before they lost their heads. Sheathing her katana and taking out some kunai, she made her way silently into each of the tents, slitting the throats of any bandits she found. Yugito moved with the grace and speed of a cat as she jumped from her spot among some stones. She landed on a table where about 5 bandits were sitting around playing poker in the moonlight. With kunai in hand, she spun around, slitting all of their throats before they had time to make her appearance known. Unfortunately, one of the bandits that was passing by saw the whole thing and called her help as he charged her. About 4 more bandits came running towards her with katanas and knives drawn and ready to strike her. Jumping over the swing of the first bandit, she delivered a quick kick to his head, disorienting him and giving her enough time to stab her kunai into his neck. Turning to the other approaching bandits, she let loose 8 shuriken before placing all of them under a genjutsu Kowui had taught her. It disoriented the target to the point that they couldn't tell which way was up or down. Unfortunately, the genjutsu would only last about 5 seconds, but that was all she needed as her shuriken met their marks and the corpses fell to the ground. Naruto launched a handful of kunai when the signal came, effectively killing 5 bandits in the process. Moving into the camp, he drew his ninjato to block the strike of one of the bandits who managed to avoid the kunai. Pushing him back, Naruto took advantage of his opponent's loss of balance and quickly let loose a shuriken that embedded itself in the man's neck. Charging the remaining 4 bandits in his part of the camp, Naruto made quick work of them with some well-placed kenjutsu strikes. Seeing no more bandits in his part of the camp, he made his way into the heart of the camp to see if his teammates needed some help. Darui didn't take any chances. As soon as he gave his team the signal to attack, he formed some lightning clones and moving as one, they each killed a bandit with their cleaver swords. Releasing his jutsu, Darui made his way deeper to meet up with his team and to kill any remaining bandits. When he arrived at the middle of the camp, he wasn't surprised to see the rest of his team arriving at the same time. "Well done, team, you've just completed your first C-rank mission," said Darui once they were all together. "Now all we need to do before we return to the village is ransack this place for anything of value." Nodding, they all split up to cover a different part of the camp, agreeing to meet up back in the center once they were done. With Naruto, "Man, I knew bandits were unorganized, but this is FNG ridiculous," thought Naruto as he continued to search the extremely messy weapons storage. "I've been searching in here for almost 20 minutes, and I haven't even made it halfway through this place." As he continued to push his way through the piles of poorly cared for weapons, something in the corner of the room caught his eye. Moving over to check what it was, he found a medium-sized wooden chest with slightly rusted metal accessories. However, it was what was drawn onto the chest that had his full attention, as well as causing his eyes to grow to the size of saucers. There on the top of the chest was the famed and feared red swirl of the Uzumaki clan. "This belonged to my clan? How in the 7 levels of hell did some stupid bandits get their hands on something like this?" thought Naruto with barely contained rage. Looking over the chest, he found what he knew was a blood seal carved into the center of the swirl. Biting his thumb, he smeared some of his blood onto the seal, hearing a soft click as he did so. Lifting the lid as if it were made of glass, Naruto felt his breath hitch when he saw 6 scrolls inside of the chest. The first scroll was about 2.5 feet long with a black body with silver edges. Drawn all over the body of the scroll were numerous seals, all linked to another blood seal in the center of the scroll. The other 5 scrolls were all one solid color and were about a foot in length, and like the large scroll, they all had seals holding them closed. One thing Naruto noticed was different about the smaller scrolls was that each of them had something written on it. A dark blue scroll had Suijin written in kanji. Next to it was a dark green scroll with the kanji for Fujin. The third scroll was a blood red color with the kanji for Kijijin. A brown scroll with the kanji for Chijin sat next to it. And the last scroll was a shade of yellow that seemed to match his own hair with the kanji Raijin on it. Looking away from the scrolls at the sound of something falling nearby brought Naruto's attention to an envelope attached to the inside of the lid. Opening the envelope revealed a letter written in clean, crisp handwriting. "To the Uzumaki that finds this. First off, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Mito Uzumaki Senju, wife of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. While this may seem difficult to believe, but if you truly are an Uzumaki, then I am your distant grandmother. If you are not already aware of your Uzumaki heritage, allow me to give you a brief history of our clan. As I'm sure you already know, the shinobi world was created by a man known as the Sage of the Six Paths. Many have forgotten, but those who haven't believe that the sage only had 2 sons, the elder which received his father's eyes and would go on to found the Uchiha clan, and the younger which received his father's body and would go on to found the Senju clan. This is only a half-truth, as unlike what is believed, the sage had a 3rd son. Where the eldest son received his father's eyes, and the middle son received his father's body, the youngest son received something of even more value than his 2 brothers, his father's mind. With the knowledge the youngest received from his father, he was able to help his father perform a task that would forever change the ninja world, the birth of the Bijou. The sage, when he was in his prime, faced a great evil known as the Jubi. He managed to defeat the great beast by sealing it inside of himself, becoming the first Jinchuriki. The sage knew that with his death the Jubi would be released upon the world, and even if his sons were to all fight as one, they would still be defeated. So he called on his youngest to help him split the Jubi's power into multiple pieces. They, however, could not just leave the power without a host to contain it, so they took 9 freshly born animals and sealed the power into their bodies, giving birth to the Bijou as the world knows them today. It was this son that would go on to found our clan, the Uzumaki. However, as time passed, our clan became more and more feared for our vast knowledge in any and all shinobi arts. It was this fear that led to multiple attacks on our home village of Uzumaki. The attacks on our village seemed endless, so the head of our clan at the time decided to ensure that even if Uzumaki fell, the knowledge of our clan would be out of reach to anyone not of our blood. To this end, a seal was created that was inscribed directly into the DNA of all Uzumaki and would be passed down to our descendants. The seal prevents anyone, even other Uzumakis, from reading or entering our minds and immediately destroys our chakra system once we die. While the seal prevented knowledge from being taken from our minds and bodies, it did not protect the knowledge our clan scrolls carried. To prevent this knowledge from being used against our clan, a multi-layered defense was placed on all of our clan scrolls. Blood seals were placed on all of the scrolls. The knowledge written in them was written in a code only an Uzumaki would be able to read thanks to a similar seal placed in our clan's eyes. And lastly, all of the scrolls were sealed into chests like the one you found this letter in, and those chests were sealed into a stronghold that was entrusted to and hidden by the Namikaze clan. Shortly after this, however, the fears of the clan came to pass, the fall of Uzumaki. With the destruction of our village, the surviving Uzumaki scattered to the four winds, some becoming civilians, while others continued on as shinobi. I myself continued my life as a kunoichi and eventually married Hashirama Senju, the head of the Senju clan. Once Hashirama took the title of Hokage after he founded the village alongside Madara Uchiha, I began to search for the other surviving Uzumaki to bring them to our new village. What I discovered, however, was not what I was hoping for. Almost all of our clan were hunted down and killed, and only one other Uzumaki had survived. I brought the young boy to the village, and since I could not have children of my own, I adopted him and raised him as my own. The chest before you was not sealed with the others because it holds the only key to unlocking the vault that holds the others. The black scroll contains the beginnings of the Uzumaki clan's knowledge of sealing. Also contained in the scroll is the summoning contract for the Uzumaki clan, the Foxes. This summoning contract is the key to the vault, for only with the chakra of the nine-tailed fox himself will you be able to unlock the vault. The 5 smaller scrolls contain the knowledge and the hidden locations of the Uzumaki clan's greatest weapons, the 5 elemental swords. These swords contain the Hernst energy of the 5 main elements and have been blessed by the very gods they are named after. It was with these swords that the shinobi of Uzumaki had managed to defeat the multiple attempts to destroy our village, but like our knowledge, we feared what would happen should they fall into the wrong hands. So they were scattered around the continent, each hidden and awaiting the day they are needed once more. I must go now, my time on this earth is at an end. Know that I will be watching over you, along with the rest of our clan. I only ask that you use this knowledge to bring honor back to the Uzumaki, and to strike down those who would bring darkness to this world. Good luck, young Uzumaki, and remember to always follow your heart. Mito Uzumaki. Naruto was stunned. His clan was a direct descendant from the youngest son of the Sage of the Six Paths. Not only that, but they possessed knowledge passed down from the sage himself. Despite all of these revelations, there were a few things he needed answers to, and he knew just the fox to get them from. Hey Kurama, were you aware of this? Some of it, yes. I remember my birth. I was born premature and most likely wouldn't survive a week. That was when the sage and his son came and took me away. After they sealed my power into my body, I swore to always stand by the youngest son and his family. However, I knew I couldn't stay in the human world as I was, so I found and challenged the leader of the Fox Summon for the right to lead the clan. I won, and presented the Fox Summoning contract to the youngest son. You see, there are 2 contracts for every summoning animal clan, one for the humans and one for the clans themselves. The one I had you sign all those years ago was the brother to the scroll contained in the scroll before you. Also, I remember being summoned at one point by the head of your clan and asked to focus some of my chakra into a seal they designed. I never knew what it was for, but I guess we do now, said Kurama through their mental link. Nodding in understanding, Naruto closed the lid of the chest, hearing the blood seal reactivating before taking out a pre-made sealing scroll and sealing the chest away for easier transport. Making sure there was nothing else that could be of value to his village, he left and started making his way back to the center of the camp where his team was waiting. With Team 20 same time. What's taking him so long? asked Kowui as she inspected her katana for any defects. It had been about 20 minutes and they had each already gone through their part of the camp and sealed away anything of value. I don't know, Kowui, but remember Naruto had the largest part of the camp to search, so it might take a little longer, said Darui as he leaned against one of the larger rocks in the camp. True, but still it shouldn't be taking him this long to search for anything that might be valuable, said Yugito as she kept glancing in the direction that Naruto had left. Just as she was about to go and look for him, she saw a familiar head of blonde hair coming towards them. Looks like he finished, she said, catching the attention of her sensei and teammate. They looked to see Naruto walking towards them, looking off into space, a habit of his when he was deep in thought. Hey Naruto, did you find anything? Asked Darui, only for Naruto to continue looking off into space. This set off warning bells inside everyone's heads. When Naruto got into a state like this, only the three of them were able to get him out of it. For him to completely ignore Darui said that something happened that could have drastic and far-reaching consequences. Naruto, what happened? What did you find? Darui tried again to reach his student. It seemed to work when they noticed his eyes returning from their slightly glazed state. Huh, what did you say, sensei? Asked Naruto, still a little distracted from the earlier revelations. I asked if something happened to you. Did you find something that caused this state you're in? Asked Darui, concerned for his student, lacing his voice. Looking at his teammates, Naruto found that they looked just as worried for him, if not more. Letting a small smile grace his lips, Naruto closed his eyes and took a few breaths before looking into the faces of his concerned team. I found something very interesting, something that will forever change our village. I found a chest containing scrolls with the Uzumaki clan's unique art of sealing jutsu, and I plan on learning everything the scrolls have to offer, said Naruto, shocking the rest of his team. If what he said was true, then the possibilities were almost endless, because no one outside of the Uzumaki clan could understand and perform their unique style of sealing and jutsu. Guys, hey, anyone in there? Shaking off the rest of their shock, the rest of Team 20 nodded in understanding and sent a smile to Naruto. Returning the smile, Naruto started off in the direction of their village with his team following. Don't worry everybody, I swear on my life that I will bring honor back to our clan, and I will destroy those that would seek to stop me. Kumogakure no Sato, 3 hours later. Hey boss, mission to eliminate some bandits completed, said Darui as he and his team walked into the Raikage's office. Looking up from his paperwork, it was surprised to see that the genin of Team 20 didn't seem even a little bit fazed that they had just killed other human beings. This team will go far, thought A before addressing Darui. Excellent work Team 20, your pay for the mission will be transferred into your accounts later today. Now before any of you get any ideas of resting or relaxing, I have another mission for you. Of all the responses A was expecting, complaining, whining, or shouting, he was not expecting the one he got. Sure, as long as it's another C rank and not some useless D rank, said Naruto with a shrug. A looked the other two members of Team 20 and noticed they agreed with Naruto. Shaking off his shock at a genin team that didn't mind doing back-to-back missions, he handed Darui the mission scroll, thinking, they will go far, farther than any of us expect them to. Team 20, your next mission is a protection one. You are to go to Wave Country and rendezvous with a man named Tazuna. He is currently building a bridge that will connect Wave to the mainland. Your mission is to guard him while he finishes the bridge. Nodding in understanding, Darui addressed his students with a small smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Alright team, I doubt you need anything else for this mission, so meet at the South Gate in 10 minutes and be prepared for a run. South Gate? Team 20 was heading out through the South Gate at a speed that most Chunins would have trouble following. They continued like this for a few hours until they reached a port where they could get a boat that would take them to Wave Country. Deciding to take advantage of the long boat ride, Darui took out 3 pieces of chakra paper and handed them to his team. Okay team, we're going to test what your elemental affinities are before we get to Wave, because I planned on teaching each of you at least one new jutsu for this mission, Darui said as he handed them the chakra paper. This chakra paper will let us know what your affinity is. Yugito, why don't you go first? Just channel some of your chakra into the paper. Yugito nodded and channeled some of her chakra into the paper. When the chakra reached the paper, it started to crumple up and then burst into flames. 2 affinities right from the start? Strange but not unheard of. So it looks like you have fire and lightning affinities. I don't know many fire jutsu, but I'll help you with the ones I do know, and I'm sure I can talk Dodai into helping with fire jutsu. Alright Kowui, you next. Channeling chakra into her paper, Kowui watched as it crumpled like Yugito's, but instead of bursting into flames, hers got damp. Another 2 affinities from the start? Man, I was right when I said this team wouldn't be dull. You have water and lightning affinities, the same as mine. Good. Alright Naruto, you're up. Naruto channeled chakra into his paper and Darui almost had a heart attack from the results. Naruto's paper split into 3 pieces with one bursting into flames, another crumpling up to the point it was almost gone, and the last one turning into dirt. FF4 affinities. That shouldn't be possible, it's unheard of. Naruto, I knew you would be surprising but not enough to almost give me a heart attack, said Darui as he held his hand over his heart for emphasis. Sorry Darui-sensei, didn't mean to give you a heart attack, said Naruto as he smirked at his sensei. Yugito and Kowui were smirking as well, with Yugito giving Naruto glances every now and then. Hey kid, before your sensei asks, me being inside you had nothing to do with your affinities, they're all you. Though with my presence they will be a little more potent than normal, said Kurama from inside Naruto's head. Just like Kurama predicted, Naruto noticed his sensei about to ask a question. Before you ask sensei, no, Kurama didn't have any influence on my affinities, they're all natural, though they will be more potent with his presence. This caused Darui to sigh. His students were going to be strong, that was a definite, but until then they were going to be everything but dull. We're almost to wave, a couple more minutes and you should be able to see the shoreline, said the boat owner as he steered the boat towards a tunnel opening in the distance. When they exited the tunnel, they were met with the sight of a starving village. Houses and buildings were in ruins, stores had barely anything in stock to sell, and people were living on the streets with rags for clothes. Man, the mission file said the village was in bad shape, but I didn't think this bad, said Kowui as she looked around the village with sorrow-filled eyes. Yeah, Wave has been like this ever since Gato arrived and started draining the village of everything. That's why Tazuna-san is building the bridge, to help connect Wave to the mainland so that they have another way to get trade and ship goods in and out, said the boatman as he turned his boat around and started to head back to the mainland once the shinobi got off. Alright team, according to the file the client lives a little ways north of the village itself, we'll head there and meet up with him. Do you each remember the description we were given? Everyone nodded and they started making their way towards their client's house. It was a little while later when they were nearing Tazuna's home that they heard the sounds of battle. Once they got closer they decided to observe from the shadows. They stopped in a tree about 30 yards away and took in everyone present. The first one they noticed was an older man wearing a brown shirt and tan pants with a straw hat on. He had small glasses resting on his nose and a gray goatee and traveling pack on his back. He matched the description of their client Tazuna to a T. That's definitely the man who sent the mission request, but who are the shinobi with him? Asked Darui aloud as he and his team looked over the rest of the people present. It was obviously a genin team, judging from their age. The first one was a boy about Naruto's height. He had black hair that looked like a duck's but in the back. His onyx black eyes were watching the battle that was taking place intently. He had on a blue high-collared shirt that had what appeared to be a red and white fan on the back, with white shorts. On his right thigh was his shuriken holster and he had a pack on the back of his right hip along with white arm warmers. What caught their attention though was the headband he had on. It was the symbol of Konoha. Oh shit, Konoha, this complicates things. I just hope Naruto will be alright, thought Darui as he looked at his successor. His teammates must have had similar thoughts because Kowui put her hand on his shoulder for support, while Yugito moved and wrapped her arm around him and laid her head on his shoulder, hoping to keep him calm. The second genin was a kunoichi, but even from her appearance they could tell she was weak. She had long pink hair and had her headband tied on top of her head keeping her hair back. She wore a red short-sleeved dress that went down to her knees and opened on the sides to allow mobility. Underneath she wore black skin-tight shorts and had her shuriken holster on her right thigh. The last member of the team was another kunoichi, and like the first she looked weak. She had long blonde hair that was up in a ponytail that reached her waist. She wore a two-piece purple outfit, with bandages wrapped around her thighs and midsection. She had arm warmers on and had her shuriken holster on her right thigh like her teammates. She wore her headband like a belt around her midsection. She was currently shaking while she watched the battle that was unfolding. Her pink-haired friend wasn't doing any better. The jounin that was currently engaged in the fight wore the standard jounin attire for Konohagakure. He had a mask that covered most of his face except for his eyes. His headband was on his forehead and his right eye was currently closed, while his left eye, which was blood red with 3 tomos surrounding the pupil, was open and watching his opponent. The man he was fighting had blue pinstriped pants on. He didn't have a shirt on, only a holster for the zanbato he was currently fighting with. He had bandages wrapped around his face that covered everything from his nose down to his neck. His headband was turned on the side of his head and the symbol for Kurogakure with a slash through it. You have got to be kidding me, Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, and Sharingan Kakashi. This just went from C rank to freaking A rank. Darui screamed in his head. It was at this point that 2 Senbon embedded themselves in Zabuza's neck and he fell over lifeless. A hunter nin came out of the tree he was hiding in and walked over to the body, focusing chakra into their ears. They listened in on what was being said. Thank you for your assistance. I have been tracking Zabuza for some time now, waiting for the opportunity to kill him, said the hunter nin as he jumped down to the body after Kakashi checked for a pulse. As for you in the trees, why don't you come out? There's no point in hiding anymore. This made the Kumo team tense, but jumped from their hiding spots anyway. The Konoha team was shocked when they appeared. Where the hell did they come from? Thought Sakura and Ino at the same time. What? I didn't even sense them. How is that possible? I'm an Uchiha, an elite shinobi, thought Sasuke as the Kumo team approached Tazuna. Tazuna, I presume, we are the team from Kumo you requested. It appears though you already have some protection. Mind explaining yourself, said Darui as he and his team completely ignored the genin, but kept a close eye on Kakashi, who was looking at Naruto intently. Blonde hair, blue eyes, 3 whisker marks on his cheeks. Could it be him? Kakashi's thoughts were going crazy trying to figure out if this boy in front of him was truly his sensei's son. Tazuna meanwhile came up with a crap but excuse for having sent a request to 2 villages. While all of this was going on, the hunter nin left with the body, though this was noticed by everyone but the Konoha genin. Well, why don't we head to Tazuna's house? We can decide what to do there. Darui sighed while Kakashi lowered his headband back over his Sharingan and nodded in agreement. He's right. We can rest and make a decision later. Now come on, let's get going. With that they started making their way towards Tazuna's. While they walked, Kakashi noticed there was an obvious tension in the air that only seemed to become even more pronounced with the occasional slip of killing intent coming from the blonde boy with the Kumo team. He did notice that the only thing that seemed to calm him was his other blonde teammate's presence or touch. Once they made it back to Tazuna's house, they were greeted by Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, and his grandson Inari, who seemed to glare at the shinobi for no reason. Both teams now sat in the living room across from one another. Everyone seemed to be glaring at something or the other. Sasuke was glaring at Naruto, for the obvious power he had, if the thickness and concentration of his killing intent was anything to go by. Sakura and Ino were both glaring at Naruto because Sasuke was. Kowui was glaring at Ino and Sakura for glaring at her friend for no reason. Yugito was glaring at all 3 of them for what their village did to her Naruto. Naruto, however, was looking at the ground with cold blood-red eyes as he fought to control his anger. The only thing that stopped him from killing the 3 Konoha genin before him was the calming words of Kurama and the gentle and loving touch of the girl he was in love with. Their senseis were outside deciding what should be done about the mission. It had been a few minutes since they left and things were about to come to a head between the 2 teams when Sasuke looked like he was going to make a comment. But thankfully, for the team from Konoha, it was averted by the return of their senseis. Darui and Kakashi sensed the obvious tension in the air and knew that their decision would only help to escalate it. Well, we've decided to work together until the end of this mission. Meaning there will be no fighting between our teams unless it is a training spar. Now why don't we introduce ourselves, alright? My name is Kakashi Hatake, Jounin of Konohagakure, said Kakashi as he looked at the Kumo team. Turning to his students, he motioned for them to do the same. Sasuke Uchiha, heir of the Uchiha clan, growled out Sasuke. Sakura Haruno, heiress to the Haruno clan, said Sakura with a slight venom and fear in her voice. Ino Yamanaka, heiress to the Yamanaka clan, said Ino as she tried and failed to hide the fear in her voice. I'm Darui, Jounin of Kumogakure, and sensei to Team 20, said Darui, surprising the Konoha genin. They had no idea that there are that many active teams in Kumo. Darui nodded towards his team who returned the gesture. I'm Karui, said Karui in a monotone. Yugito ni, Yugito said in a similar voice. Kakashi looked at Naruto with anxiousness written on his face. This was the moment of truth. Was his sensei's son still alive or not? Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, said Naruto not looking up from the floor. Kakashi was floored. His sensei's son was alive and he knew of his parentage. Sakura, Ino, and Sasuke were shocked. This person was related to their fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Sakura, being the ever-annoying banshee of the team, decided to ask what was on all their minds, and by ask I mean screech. Namikaze? What are you talking about? The only Namikaze was our fourth Hokage, and he didn't have any family or children. Even if he did, they would be from Konoha, not Kumo, she said, spitting the word Kumo like it was poison. Then you are as stupid as you are weak and useless, said Naruto, still not meeting anyone's gaze. Sakura was about to screech at him, until he lifted his head and met the Konoha's team's gaze, causing all of them to freeze. Naruto's eyes were blood red with a slit pupil. The eyes were so cold and uncaring and filled with almost unbridled hatred, and all of it was directed towards them. Naruto, what has happened to you? Thought Kakashi as he watched Yugito move closer to him and wrapped him in a hug. This had an immediate effect on him. His eyes returned to their usual vibrant blue and he visibly relaxed. Well, with that out of the way, we need to come up with a plan of action. Zabuza is still alive and that Hunter-nin is without a doubt his accomplice, said Kakashi as Sakura and Ino's eyes widened with this revelation. What? But Kakashi-sensei, that Hunter-nin killed him, didn't he? Asked Sakura, obvious fear in her voice. No, he didn't. If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed that the Hunter-nin used Sunbon. Not something that is normally used to kill someone, said Naruto as he turned to looked at the Konoha genin before turning back to his sensei. Sasuke was again glaring at Naruto for noticing something he, an Uchiha, didn't. Their sensei must have taught him all this. I'll make their sensei train me in everything he knows. He should be honored to train an Uchiha. Yes. Well, since we're going to be working together, why don't we have a little team spar to get a feel for each other's abilities, shall we? Said Kakashi as he led his team outside with Darui and his squad following. It was a few minutes later that they arrived at a sizable clearing where they could train. Okay, well, how about Karui and Ino go first, said Kakashi as the Kunoichi and the Kunoichi wannabe walked to the center of the clearing. You're going down. I was the best Kunoichi in the academy, said Ino boastfully. Whatever, just shut up, said Karui as she charged Ino and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks on the poor girl. With one final kick, Ino was sent flying into a tree unconscious. Man, Konoha's standards for Kunoichi have sure fallen if she was the best of your class. Okay, well, next Yugito and Sakura, you're up, said Darui, as he signaled to her not to go all out and finish it fast like Karui. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yugito sank into her stance and waited for Sakura to make the first move. She didn't have to wait long, as the pink-haired girl charged with a sloppy punch. Swatting away the poor excuse for an attack, Yugito copied Karui and sent Sakura crashing into a tree with a kick to the midsection and walked back over to her team. Well, last but not least, Naruto and Sasuke, said Kakashi, while the two shinobi walked into the center of the clearing and watched each other carefully. Neither moved for a few minutes until Sasuke shot forward with a punch aimed for Naruto's face. Naruto didn't move until the punch was mere centimeters from his face. Turning to the side, Naruto avoided the punch by mere inches. Surprised by the move, Sasuke was thrown off balance and paid the price for it. Naruto raised his knee and delivered a strong, painful blow to Sasuke's solar plexus. Sasuke dropped to his knees, gasping for breath from the blow, giving Naruto an easy target to deliver an elbow to the back of his head, sending him into the ground and unconsciousness. Sakura and Ino, who had just regained consciousness in time to see the end of the fight, were stunned. Sasuke Uchiha, the Rookie of the Year and the last loyal Uchiha to Konoha, was just defeated almost effortlessly by some no-name from Kumo. Kakashi was in no better shape though he hit it better. Naruto Namikaze, his sensei's legacy, and the boy everyone in Konoha thought to be dead, had just defeated the village's most prized genin in a matter of seconds. This year's Chunin exams are going to be interesting, thought Kakashi as he picked up his student and put him by his team. Well, that was interesting. How about once sleepyhead here wakes up, we start training them, shall we? Darui nodded in agreement. He was proud of his team's growth and they weren't even showing their true capabilities yet. After another 10 minutes, Sasuke finally woke up and was furious that some no-name from Kumo had defeated him so easily. It took Kakashi holding him back, and Darui threatening to kill him if he attacked his student, to keep him from attacking Naruto. Alright, now that everyone is ready, we'll begin our training. What I'm going to teach you is how to climb trees, said Kakashi to his team while he demonstrated it by walking up a tree, to the amazement of his genin. He hasn't even taught them the tree climbing exercise yet? Man, it's no wonder these guys are so weak, they can't do the basics of chakra control, was the shared thought between all the members of Team 20 and the two Bijou on the team. Kakashi saw the looks on everyone's faces and noticed the Kumo team was looking at him strangely, so they already know this exercise. Well, you know what my team is learning, do yours need to work on this exercise as well? Asked Kakashi. Sasuke smirked at this. Here was his chance to show this Kumo team who was the superior shinobi. Similar thoughts were going through Sakura's and Ino's heads as well, only theirs were revolving around their Sasuke-kun showing up the Kumo losers and proving they were better. No, my team already knows this basic exercise, said Darui as his squad all walked up some trees behind him, stopping near the middle of them to face the surprised Konoha genin. I'll be taking them to train separately for now. Starting tomorrow we will begin rotation on who guards Tazuna. We'll take the first shift tomorrow. Darui walked away with his team in tow, leaving behind a guilt-filled Kakashi, a shocked Ino and Sakura, and a furious Sasuke. With Team 20, when they were far enough away, Darui turned to his team and motioned for them to sit down. Okay team, first I'll be showing each of you a jutsu I want you to learn. Kowui, this is a water technique you'll be working on, said Darui as he started going through hand signs before finishing in the bird sign, water style, water wall jutsu. A wall of water rose from the surface of the lake and surrounded Darui. This is a defensive jutsu. We don't know what Zabuza's accomplice is capable of, so we won't be taking any chances. When they strike again, Kowui, it'll be up to you to provide support and defense for the injured as well as Tazuna. Yugito, you'll act as a true assassin and try and take out either Zabuza or his apprentice, whichever provides an opening first, but you're also to give support to Kowui if need be. Naruto, you'll be our heavy hitter on this one. You'll engage the fake Hunter Nin directly but engage with caution, find out what he can do and then strike. None of you are to reveal much about your abilities unless absolutely necessary, understand? Said Darui in an oddly serious voice. All three nodded and he looked to Yugito before speaking again. Alright Yugito, I'll be showing you one of the few fire jutsu I know, he said going through hand signs again, fire style, fireball jutsu. Taking a deep breath, Darui put his right hand to his lips before exhaling a giant ball of fire over the lake. This is an offensive jutsu that will deter any attacker, unlike Kakashi apparently. I want you to able to truly protect yourself should things get hairy, said Darui as he looked at his students like one would a family. Naruto, I'll be teaching you two new jutsu, one for your wind affinity and a new lightning technique. First, the wind jutsu. He started going through hand signs again, wind style, great breakthrough. Darui once again brought his right hand to his mouth, but this time instead of a giant ball of fire, it was a powerful gust of wind that parted the water slightly when it passed over the lake. The great breakthrough can be used either as an offensive, defensive, or support jutsu. The reason I'm teaching you this jutsu is most of your other jutsu are either mid to long range. This jutsu should give you enough space to use another jutsu to attack. The lightning one is this, lightning style, lightning slash, said Darui once he finished hand signs again. His right hand erupted with lightning, swinging his hand down. Darui let loose a wave of lightning at a tree that was cut clean in half, while the two pieces sparked with electricity. This jutsu, depending on how much chakra you put into it and how much you condense, it can cut clean through anything, or can paralyze a target for transportation and capture. Get to work. I'll be here if you need any help. With that, Team 20 began training to master their new jutsus and prepare for Zabuza's arrival. A week later. In the week that passed, the tension between the two teams only seemed to increase. It started with the damnable Uchiha, demanding that they give him their power, claiming he deserved it more than they did because he was an Uchiha elite. That interaction ended with Naruto punching Sasuke through a wall. Now that didn't sit well with Sakura and Ino as they tried to beat Naruto for harming their Sasuke-kun. They didn't get close enough to even carry out their threat before Yugito and Kowui had them pinned with kunai to their necks. Kakashi, surprisingly, threatened to drop his team from the ninja program if they tried something stupid like that again. Another incident occurred when Team 20 caught Sasuke trying to spy on their training. That ended with Darui putting Sasuke into a genjutsu that kept him asleep for a day. Needless to say, he wasn't happy when he woke up. Currently, the teams were having a small breakfast before they all were going to protect Tazuna at the bridge. Before they left, Darui had his team make some clones to guard the house. Each made a lightning clone, or in Yugito's case, a fire clone. Once the house was secure, they made their way to the bridge, preparing for the fight they all knew was coming. When they reached the bridge, they found all of the workers unconscious and sprawled all over the bridge. A thick mist started to descend on the bridge, and out of it stepped Zabuza and the fake hunter Nin. "Well, we meet again, Kakashi. I've been waiting for this rematch. You, however, I'm not familiar with. Mind introducing yourself?" "I prefer to know the names of my opponents," said Zabuza as he pulled his zanbato from his back and laid it on his shoulder. "Man, this is dull, but yeah, I'm Darui of Kumo," said Darui in his usual bored tone that reminded the Konoha genin of a certain Nara. Zabuza's eyes widened when Darui introduced himself. "It can't be," said Zabuza softly, his eyes going wide. "Darui, as in Darui of the Black Lightning? Haku, finish the brats quickly and give me a hand when these two. I think we might actually have a hard fight ahead of us." "So you know of me, how dull." "Oh well, now I don't have to hide my abilities," said Darui as he reached for his own sword. Kakashi raised his headband, revealing his Sharingan. He turned to his team and told them to guard Tazuna. Maybe taking this job wasn't such a great idea, thought Zabuza while he shifted into a fighting stance. "Naruto, you know what to do. Yugito, Kowui, be at the ready," said Darui as Naruto shot forward to engage the masked ninja. Said ninja jumped to avoid the blonde's initial strike, but noticed the Uchiha coming at him now. Blocking his kunai with a Senbon, Haku spoke to them in a monotone. "Forgive me, but I must kill you." With that, he started making one-handed hand signs. Naruto, seeing this, jumped away from the ninja, while Sasuke tried to force the ninja back. Finishing his hand signs, Haku stomped on the ground, splashing some of the water the mist created into the air, where it turned into needles and froze. Ice style, ice needle rain. The needles shot towards Sasuke, who just barely got out of the way in time. An ice user, this should be interesting, thought Naruto before he threw two kunai at Haku's unguarded back, only to have them blocked by two Sunbon. "Fire style, fireball jutsu," came the voice of Sasuke from the other side of their masked opponent. Both spun around in time to see a massive ball of fire coming at the both of them. That son of a beach knew I was in the path of his jutsu and he still attacked. "If this Haku guy doesn't kill him, then I will," screamed Naruto in his head while he avoided the fireball. "Leave some for me, Kit, that prick will pay for trying to attack us," came the enraged voice of Naruto's demonic tenant. "So you will not give up? I have no choice then." The masked shinobi began going through more hand signs. Ice style, crystal ice mirrors. The water on the bridge rose and formed a dome of mirrors around the two genin. Haku stepped into one of the mirrors and suddenly his reflection appeared in all of them. "This is my jutsu, I'm sorry but you must die." With that, a shower of Senbon shot at the two genin. "Kurama, I need to borrow your eyes," screamed Naruto to his nine-tailed friend. "You got it, Kit." As soon as Kurama finished, Naruto closed his eyes and felt the familiar prickling in his eyes, signaling the change. When he opened them, his eyes were now blood red with a black vertical slit down them, and the scara had turned black. Everything slowed down instantly, almost to the point of stopping. Pulling a kunai, Naruto started blocking or dodging all of the kunai that were coming his way. Damn it, if only I had my Sharingan, thought Sasuke as he tried to dodge and block the Senbon coming towards him. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't doing too well. He was able to dodge or block a good number of Senbon, but he couldn't get them all, and quite a few found their mark on his body. We need to get out of here and fast, but how? Thought Naruto as he continued to block or dodge the Senbon being thrown at him, before an idea struck. It probably won't work, but what the hell, let's try it. He ducked under another deadly needle and started performing hand signs for a jutsu Yugito taught him during their training while still weaving in and out of the flying needles. Finishing the set of signs with his hands in the tiger sign, he jumped towards the nearest mirror hoping this plan would work. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Releasing the giant ball of fire at almost point-blank range sent Naruto skidding back towards the center of the dome. The jutsu unfortunately just glanced off of the mirror, barely even scratching the surface. So the mirrors are reinforced with chakra. It is useless, nothing can destroy these mirrors, said Haku still in his monotone. Hey Kurama, care to help me shut this guy up? Naruto asked demonic tenant. Sure thing Kit, let's show this guy what we're made of, was the reply he got from his first true friend. Naruto closed his eyes in concentration. Haku, seeing an opening, was about to launch another hail of Senbon down on the blonde, but his movements halted when red chakra suddenly erupted from every point on the blonde's body. All life seemed to stop its movements at the feeling of fear and death that suddenly filled the area. Haku was frozen in place with 3 Senbon in between his fingers when he felt the aura the chakra was producing. For a brief second he thought he saw his life flash before his eyes. Sasuke was the closest to Naruto and so was getting the full effect of the deadly aura. He started to sweat profusely and his knees buckled under his weight. He tried to get back on his feet, only to fall onto his backside in the process. When he looked up to find the source, he saw his brother Itachi standing over his dead father and mother with his blood-covered sword still in his hands. Sakura and Ino were both on the ground shaking like leaves in the wind. If it weren't for the fact that they were holding onto one anther, they both would have been laying on the ground from the feeling in the air. As it is, they were probably going to end up on the ground anyway because they looked about ready to pass out. Kakashi was concerned. He could feel the aura of death and malice in the air and knew exactly what was causing it. Unlike most of the people on the bridge, he wasn't too affected by the feeling in the air since he had faced the real thing and what was being given off was considerably less potent. The seal hasn't been broken. The feeling is too diluted for it to be the fox itself. It must be Naruto, but when did he learn to harness its power? Zabuza was frozen in shock. He could tell the feeling in the air was coming from some sort of chakra, but what shocked him was that the feeling the chakra was giving off was even more potent and deadly than his own. This feeling of death, it's even greater than what my own chakra gives off. It's even greater than the 4th Mizukage, Yugura's chakra. If this chakra is coming from one of those brats, then Haku is as good as dead, and I probably won't be far behind him. Darui and Kowui were concerned. Naruto hardly ever used Kurama's chakra in a fight, unless it was training. For him to use Kurama's chakra in a fight, no matter how small, means that one of 3 things has happened. First, the opponent is truly strong and Naruto felt they deserved to see him at his best. Second, he was in tight squeeze and everything he's tried to get out of it has failed. Third, his opponent threatened Yugito. If it was the third option, then things were about to very dangerous, very fast. Yugito was rooted in place at the feeling that was in the air. She knew it was Naruto who causing it, but the aura of death wasn't what had her rooted in place. No, it was feeling that the aura was having on her body. She couldn't explain it, but the feeling of dominance and absolute power that her teammate was emitting was really turning her on. Her tenant wasn't exactly helping in the matter either. Demonic kitten, I swear if you don't hurry up and get in his pants I'm going to take over and do it myself. I may like to be SBSV, but damn it I have needs to kitten and I want my Kyukuin time and I want it now. The feeling of death only seemed to increase, as well as Yugito's rising arousal, as Naruto focused and concentrated all of the chakra into his right fist. Once the chakra was ready, Naruto launched forward and threw his fist towards the same mirror he used his jutsu on. Haku expected the punch be useless against his jutsu, but was shocked when the blonde's punch shattered the mirror. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary state of shock, Naruto grabbed the emo by the collar and sprinted through the opening he created and regrouped with his teammates. Haku released his jutsu and prepared to attack them, when he noticed one of the blonde girls was missing. He didn't have time to react, however, before a blade pierced his throat. "Don't mess with Kumo shinobi, we never leave our opponents alive," said Yugito from behind the boy. "I can't believe I was able to concentrate enough to kill him. As soon as we get back to Tazuna's house, I'm heading straight to the bathroom. No way in hell am I doing anything with Kowui in the same room," thought Yugito while she removed her kunai from Haku's throat and moved back to her team, while Haku's lifeless corpse slumped to the ground. Ino and Sakura stared at her. They couldn't believe she had just killed someone without as much as a second thought, combined with the lingering effects of the chakra from before they were barely holding on to the conscious plane. Sasuke, on the other hand, was furious that these Kumo BSRDs were able to fend off and kill someone when he couldn't. While the lingering effects from Kurama's chakra had Sakura and Ino wanting to faint, it only helped to increase his rage at the obvious power this team had. "Seems like your accomplice has been killed. Why don't you just surrender before we have to kill you as well?" said Darui while he and Zabuza locked blades. Zabuza, though, just laughed, before breaking away from the struggle and going for another strike only to have blocked. He may still be shaken from the effects of the chakra from earlier, but he wouldn't let his opponents know that. "It doesn't matter, Haku was nothing more than a tool for me to use. His death means nothing to me." This made Darui's blood boil. He despised people who treated others like they were trash or nothing but a pawn to be thrown away when it was useless. This was why he had such a strong, if well-concealed, hatred of Kumogakure. They had treated his prized student, his successor, his little brother like he was lower than dirt. Both turned their attention to the sound of chirping birds, only to see Kakashi with lightning visible in his hand. Knowing what the jutsu was from Kakashi's profile in the bingo book, Darui broke away from Zabuza and went through hand signs as fast as possible. Lightning style, lightning paralysis, Darui rushed and struck Zabuza with his lightning-encased hands. Zabuza was paralyzed before he knew what happened. Kakashi saw the opening his fellow Jounin had created and charged at the prone Zabuza. Time slowed down for Zabuza as the deadly jutsu neared him, and for the first time since he graduated from the academy, Zabuza felt fear wash over him. He killed his entire graduating class without batting an eyelash, killed countless people without a second thought, faced down the fourth Mizukage and got away alive. But now it was clear he was going to die and there wasn't any chance of him surviving. Kakashi ran his hand through Zabuza's heart, killing him instantly. Pulling his hand from the corpse, Kakashi watched as it fell to the ground, its eyes still open with the look of fear forever etched into them. He and Darui made their way over to their teams to make sure they were all right. Other than Sasuke having the wounds from the Sunban attack and his severely hurt ego, everyone was relatively unharmed. Sakura and Ino were shaken from the events, but given time and someone to talk to, they would be fine. The two teams were preparing to leave with Tazuna, who had miraculously stayed conscious from exposure to Kurama's power, when they heard the sound of clapping coming from the end of the bridge. The mist that had been dissipating since Zabuza's death finally cleared, revealing a small army of bandits and thugs with a short man with balding gray hair wearing a black business suit, standing in front of them. "Gato," Tazuna growled out. "Tazuna, why don't you just surrender and die already?" said Gato as the bandits behind him let vicious smirks cross their lips at the thought of finally getting to kill something. "Go to hell, Gato," screamed Tazuna in defiance. Gato only sighed and shook his head, before turning to the army behind him. "Kill them all, but leave the girls they should be entertaining to break." Gato allowed a lecherous grin to cross his face as he turned back to the shinobi and looked at Yugito with his grin turning into a twisted smirk. The bandits gave similar grins before they prepared to charge, but they never got the chance before time seemed to slow down and the air itself seemed to freeze and die with the aura of death that suddenly covered the bridge. The shinobi turned to the source of the killing intent only to meet a very pissed off Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto currently had his arm around Yugito, while he watched the army with as much hatred he could muster, which was quite a bit considering how much killing intent he was leaking out. His eyes had once again become the blood red with slitted pupil, but this time the scara stayed white. But there was something different this time. His eyes were much colder, and held nothing but death in them, death that was directed at Gato and his thugs. Kurama, give me everything you can. This speeder is going to die. Do it, Kit, he threatened both of our mates. Make him pay, Kit, screamed Kurama as he gave his host every ounce of chakra he could without causing them to go berserk. Naruto was soon covered in his three-tailed chakra cloak. While it would normally cause him some slight pain, it appeared that Gato had caused him to unconsciously grow to a level that he could use 3 tails, almost 4, without a chance for self-harm or going berserk. You'll pay for that, Gato, Naruto said in a blood-chilling voice with such a powerful demonic edge that without his human appearance, he could be mistaken for an actual demon. Team 7 was scared out of their minds. Naruto was letting off a huge amount of killing intent, and the air was once again filled with the same aura of death from before. Sasuke, Sakura and Ino were rooted on the spot. Never before had they felt such power and at the same time, such fear. It was only a few seconds after they were exposed to this power that the inevitable happened. Sakura and Ino each passed out, while Sasuke fell to his knees, breathing heavily and barely clinging to consciousness. Darui and Kowui were worried. The amount of power Naruto was giving off was getting dangerously close to the amount he could use before he went berserk. They both knew that the second Gato finished his sentence he had signed his death warrant. What they didn't know was how harshly Naruto would react to this threat. It was blatantly obvious that Naruto loved Yugito, but they had no idea how deep his love for her ran. It seemed they would soon learn. The only one who didn't seem even a little put off by the power and killing intent Naruto was giving off was Yugito. In fact, she was feeling the exact opposite to what everyone else was feeling. She felt safe and protected, like nothing bad could happen to her so long as Naruto was with her. She wasn't the only one who was being affected this way from the power Naruto was giving off. Matatabi was a quivering mess. She was so turned on, and for the first time she couldn't make any comment about getting Naruto alone and just having him, though Yugito's own thoughts were doing that for her. Naruto removed his arm from Yugito and began walking towards the still frozen army of bandits. A looming figure seemed to form from the power in the air, and everyone present was scared even more than they were before. Above Naruto, staring intently at the new souls it would soon devour, was an image of the Shinigami himself, his spiky white hair contrasting greatly with his pale, peeling gray skin. Drawing his ninjato, Naruto formed a one-handed sign, and the head of the fox on the sword opened and flames engulfed the blade. Raising the blade over his shoulder, Naruto swung his sword towards the group of thugs, letting loose a wave of burning death at them. Gato, seeing the danger, ran to the back of his little army to get away. The thugs at the front of the army, however, were burned to a crisp. They didn't even have a chance to scream before their bodies were turned to ash. Taking advantage of their momentary distraction, Naruto shot forward with his sword as his side. As he neared the army, the flames around his sword intensified and turned black from the power behind them. Once he reached the army, Naruto began fighting his way through them, slicing and killing any and all who got in his way from reaching his target, Gato. When he finally reached the short businessman, he didn't hesitate and beheaded him without a second thought. The thugs froze when they saw their meal ticket die, that however was replaced by anger in the next second. "You bastard, you killed our meal ticket? Now you're gonna pay, brat, and once we're done with you we'll have some fun with those girls, especially that blonde girlfriend of yours," said one of the thugs while the others shouted their agreement. This pushed Naruto over the edge as his cloak grew a fourth tail, and he let out a menacing roar that seemed to echo for miles. The thugs were again frozen as the feeling of death increased 100-fold. Some of the weaker ones were being driven insane from the exposure and were killing themselves just to escape it. He turned to look at the remaining thugs and didn't wait for a reaction. He charged into them with his sword, a blur of black flames, as he sliced and killed the remaining thugs. Kakashi was stunned. His little brother was killing hundreds of thugs like it was nothing. What scared him a little, though, was the fact that his teammates and sensei didn't seem to faze that he was killing so easily, or that he was using the fox's chakra. Darui and Kowui seemed slightly worried though. Sasuke was scared. He had been trying to figure out how strong Naruto was by challenging him to fights and spying on his training. Right now though he seemed to have gotten his answer, Naruto was fighting off and killing an entire army of thugs single-handedly. He was suddenly hit with a feeling of pure and utter helplessness. As he continued to watch the massacre happening before him, he couldn't help but remember the only other time he had ever felt truly helpless, the night his brothers slaughtered their clan. Naruto now stood in the middle of what could only be described as a bloodbath. Bodies, limbs, organs and blood littered the end of the bridge. Not a single thug was left alive after Naruto's assault. Sheathing his ninjato, he made his way back towards his team and enveloped Yugito in a hug, though he had to hold her up as her knees gave out the second his skin touched hers, and whispered in her ear. "No one will ever lay a hand on you so long as I'm here," he whispered. This only caused her to hold on to him tighter and let a small smile grace her face. Smiling at the scene before him, Darui decided to speak up. "Well, why don't we head on back to Tazuna's? I think we all deserve a nice long rest after today." Everyone nodded in agreement and Kakashi made 2 clones to carry Sakura and Ino who were still out cold. A week later, Team 20 and Team 7 now stood at the end of the completed bridge, ready to return to their respective homes. Before them was over half of Wave's population, saying goodbye and giving their thanks to them. At the head of the Wave group was none other than Tazuna and his family. "Thank you all for your help in completing the bridge. Wave will always be indebted to you for your help. Once we have the money, I'll send the full mission payment to each of your villages," said Tazuna, with gratitude filling his voice. Team 20 smiled at the praise and nodded in acceptance. Team 7 on the other hand smirked like they had done all the work and deserved this kind of respect more often. Kakashi sighed as he knew if he couldn't break them of that, then they were doomed to fail one day soon. "Don't worry about it, Tazuna. Just do what you can and rebuild Wave to its previous glory," said Naruto as he and his team turned and started making their way back to their village. Team 7 followed soon after and set off in another direction back to Konoha. "Hey Tazuna, what are we gonna call the bridge?" asked a random villager as they watched their saviors walk away. "How about the Great Naruto Bridge? In honor of the man who rid this country of a tyrant," said Tazuna, getting cheers and shouts of joy from the villagers. "That boy, he'll go far. It was an honor to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze," thought Tazuna as he watched Naruto and his team disappear over the horizon. It was almost sundown before Team 20 saw the mountains that their village was built on through the trees as they continued jumping through the trees. "We're finally home," said Kowui with a small smile. They had been moving almost non-stop since they left Wave. Darui didn't want to take the chance of Konoha sending anyone after them for Naruto, and Naruto wanted to hurry and get home so he could begin training in his clan's sealing techniques. "Yeah, it'll be dull, but once we get back to the village we will report directly to boss and give our report. After that, Naruto, Yugito, go find Bee and work with your tenants. Kowui, you'll be coming with me for some kenjutsu training," said Darui while his team nodded, though slightly confused. "Dai-sensei, why do you want us to start so much training all of a sudden?" asked Yugito, while Kowui and Naruto nodded their heads in agreement. Darui sighed at this. He knew his team wouldn't let the sudden increase in their training go unnoticed or unquestioned, and the reason behind it would probably PSS them off. "Because the Chunin exams are approaching and I want all of you to be prepared," said Darui, hoping the answer would satisfy his team. His hopes were for naught though. His team just gave him even more confused and questioning looks. They were already at a level that they could easily pass the Chunin exams. Naruto's face suddenly darkened as a thought struck. "Crap, looks Naruto might have figured it out," thought Darui with a grimace as his only male student turned to look at him. "The Chunin exams are in Konoha this year, aren't they?" he asked with a scowl. Kowui and Yugito adopted looks of understanding for a split second, before they were replaced with scowls at the thought of Konoha and concerned looks towards their blonde teammate. "Yes, Naruto, they are in Konoha this year. While I would like to keep you from taking them until they were held elsewhere or here in Kumo, I can't. It is in the village's best interest to show that we are still strong by sending powerful representatives to exams such as these. You 3 are one of the best teams to ever come from our village. Your potential is probably on par with that of Kakashi's when he was younger. While a shinobi's most important weapon is deception, it is also crucial for a village to make its strength known to scare off other countries and villages from attacking and to help prevent war. Because of that, I will nominate you 3 for the exams, but we will not be doing many missions when we return, only enough for you participate in the exams. For the next 3 months I will be training you into the ground to prepare you for anything that might happen during the exams, understand? Said Darui with all signs of his laid-back nature gone, replaced with that of a battle-hardened shinobi who wanted to protect those dear to him. Naruto and his teammates nodded in understanding. They needed to be strong to survive the exams and to defend themselves from anything Konoha might try to get the heir of Minato Namake's back. They reached the village gates a few minutes afterward and wasted no time in getting to the Raikage's office to give their report. When they arrived, they found the Raikage in the mission room with a few Chunin and Jounin assisting him with mission reports and assigning missions. "Hey boss, mission to protect bridge builder Tazuna completed, though there were some complications," said Darui when he and his team were in front of the Raikage. "What kind of complications?" asked the Raikage with a raised eyebrow. Not much could go wrong on a C-rank mission. Well, for one, the client lied about the mission importance. The requested protection from thugs and bandits was false. The client had ninja out to kill him, said Darui, catching the attention of many in the room. This alone made the mission B rank, but it became an A rank when we encountered Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist and an accomplice of his. This made many in the room go wide-eyed. Zabuza and the other 7 swordsmen were respected and feared in Kumo for their mastery of kenjutsu. For a rookie genin team to face him and not only survive but win was unheard of. Also, it turns out the client requested help from another village as well. On our way to rendezvous with the client, we came across another genin team guarding him while their jounin engaged Zabuza. "What village were they from?" asked A, hoping it wasn't who he thought it was. Like Darui though, his hopes were for naught. "They were from Konohagakure no Sato," said Naruto with a slight growl in his throat. This made everyone in the room, even a few jounin and chunin about to leave for a mission, go rigid. If Konoha found out that the only son of Minato Namake's and Kushina Uzumaki had joined Kumogakure, it could be potential war between the 2 villages. Yes, they were from Konoha. Not only that, but the sensei for the team was none other than the prized student of the 4th Hokage, the copy ninja, Kakashi Hatake, said Darui. This only increased everyone's worry of war. If anyone would recognize Naruto, it would be the last surviving student of his father. And it seemed that his team is not that skilled, which is surprising considering the composition of the team. Many raised eyebrows at this. If Kakashi was training a team, they should be the best that Konoha had to offer. "Who is on his team, Darui?" asked A. Like everyone else, he thought that a team trained by Kakashi should be just as strong as Darui's team. It is comprised of Sasuke Uchiha, the sole surviving member of the Uchiha massacre and rightful heir of the Uchiha clan, Sakura Haruno, heiress of the Haruno clan who are known for their split personalities, and Ino Yamanaka, heiress of the mind-walking Yamanaka clan. Though their ancestry is well known, if a bit overplayed, their skills as shinobi and kunoichi are horrible at best. The 2 heiresses were complete and total fangirls for the Uchiha, and while the Uchiha may have skill, he is arrogant and has been spoiled by the village. He believes he deserves to have everything handed to him without question. This led to a few situations between the teams when he tried to force me to train him and where he tried to attack Naruto. Both situations were dealt with and avoided before they could happen. As for the mission itself, everything went smoothly for the most part. Naruto engaged Zabuza's accomplice with the Uchiha, but kept his skills hidden for the most part, while Kakashi and I engaged Zabuza and managed to kill him, said Darui. After he finished, Naruto stepped forward to give a report on his fight. Like Darui-sensei said, I engaged Zabuza's accomplice in combat with the Uchiha joining me. I hid my true skills and let the Uchiha fight to get an understanding of what both of them could do. The fight was going in our favor until our opponent used a jutsu called Crystal Ice Mirrors. The jutsu created a dome of ice mirrors around the Uchiha and he launched a barrage of Senbon using the mirrors to increase his speed. I managed to deflect and dodge all the Senbon aimed at me, while the Uchiha was turned into a pincushion almost. After that I tried using a fire jutsu to melt the mirrors, The jutsu failed because the mirrors were reinforced with chakra. So to avoid any unnecessary death, I called on Kurama's chakra and used a chakra-enhanced punch to shatter one of the mirrors and escape with the Uchiha in tow. Once we escaped, our opponent released his jutsu and prepared to attack us, only for Yugito-chan to kill him with a kunai to the back of his throat. After both of them were killed, Gato showed up with an army of mercenaries and threatened to kill us and have his way with Yugito, Kowui and the Leaf Kunoichi. At this point Naruto started to leak some killing intent that had many on edge. They knew Naruto cared deeply for his team, especially Yugito. They feared what he would do if anyone tried to harm them. They were about to find out. Once he said that, I snapped, I accessed my cloak and charged head first into his army and began to decimate them with my ninjato. When I reached Gato himself, I decapitated him without a second thought. This didn't sit well with the remainder of his army and they started screaming about killing me and having their way with Yugito-chan. I called on Kurama's chakra again and managed to get control over the fourth tail. The flames around my sword from my previous attack intensified and I killed any remaining thugs. No one threatens Yugito-chan or Kowui in my presence without consequences, he finished with a scowl on his face. To say everyone was scarred of the blonde before them would be an understatement. He was only a genin, yet he took on a defeated an army of mercenaries single-handedly, and if what he said was true, he didn't even get injured. They all made a mental note to never ever try and mess with Kowui or Yugito, especially Yugito, lest they face Naruto's supreme wrath. Speaking of Yugito, she walked up to Naruto and wrapped him in a calming hug, effectively cutting off his anger and killing intent. The Raikage and his assistants sighed in relief once the killing intent stopped flowing from the blonde. Like his father before him, he is already defeating armies of opponents. I pray for the unfortunate soul that is stupid enough to insult or threaten Yugito when Naruto is near, especially if she isn't there to calm him down, thought A as he finished writing down the mission report. Alright Team 20, you're dismissed. Darui, I need a word with you, said the Raikage. Team 20 nodded and left, with Darui saying he would find them later for training. Turning to his boss, Darui had an idea as to what he wanted to talk to him about, but decided to wait for his boss to ask. Darui, as you know the Chunin exams are soon, do you believe your team is ready to take them? Yeah boss, they're more than ready for the exams, but they aren't for another 3 months and in that time I plan on training them as much as I can and they will only complete the minimum number of missions required to participate. If that's all boss, I better get started on their training. Oh, before I forget, B and Dodai will be busy helping me train them, so they won't be available much for the next few months. See ya, said Darui as he walked out of the office and went in search of his team to up their training. Those 3 are going to be unimaginably powerful when they reach their true potential. That is a day I cannot wait to see, thought A as he went back to assigning missions and filing the reports. The next day, Darui stood in front of refreshed and determined Team 20 with Killer Bee at his side. Dodai wouldn't be joining them until the end of the week. They had just finished detailing the training schedule they had designed specifically for the 3 genin and they weren't the least bit surprised that Team 20 seemed to just take it in stride. Alright team, to start off our training each of you will be doing something different. Kowui, you and I will be working on Kenjutsu, while Yugito, you will be training with B to gain some more control over Matatabi's chakra. Naruto, I want you to start reading through the scrolls you recovered from that bandit camp on our first C rank. Each of them nodded when they heard what they would be training in for today. Let's get started. That said, they all went to their own section of the training ground and began their training. Naruto sat down in the shade of a tree and unsealed the chest containing the Uzumaki clan scrolls he recovered from the bandit camp. Biting his thumb, he smeared his blood onto the seal in the center of the clan symbol and heard the click signaling the chest was unlocked. Opening the chest, Naruto mentally debated about what he should start with, before he remembered something he learned in the academy about the second Hokage wielding the Raijin. Reaching for the scroll that matched the color of his hair, Naruto again smeared some of his blood in a blood seal on the outside of the scroll before opening it to find it once again written in clean, crisp handwriting. Must have been the sealing my clan was known for. Any imperfections in even one part of the seal and the entire thing would fail, thought Naruto before he began reading the scroll with the information on the Raijin. To any future Uzumaki. My name is Totosai Uzumaki. I am the master weapons forger for the Uzumaki clan. This scroll, along with its 4 brothers, contains everything I know about in the art of forging as well as information about my greatest creations, the elemental swords. Just to let you know, this little intro is in all of the scrolls, so don't. Open, looking ready to bite into his shoulders. In between the 2 foxes was Kumo's black fox, written in kanji. His ninjato was strapped to his back, and his headband was tied around his left bicep. Another thing that had changed about his appearance, though, was the additional tattoos of his arms. He still bore the kanji for lightning on his right shoulder, but under that one he bore the kanji for earth. His left shoulder held the kanji for wind, with the kanji for fire under it. During the 3 months they had spent training, Naruto had mastered about half of the Uzumaki sealing basics thanks to liberal use of the shadow clone. That wasn't the only thing he focused on, if his tattoos were any indication. To bear the tattoo of your elemental nature, you had to master the manipulation of the element. Like Yugito, he had trained with Dodai, Kumo's prominent lava-style user, in the manipulation of his fire and earth affinities. Training his wind affinity was the hardest one, however, as wind users were a rarity even in Suna. He had also started working on learning the techniques that the 3rd Raikage had left with Darui to pass on to successor. While he was nowhere near mastering the 2, he had managed to use one of them, if only for a short time. As he looked out towards the crowd that had come to see them off, his right arm slipped around Yugito's waist, holding her to him. Yugito hadn't changed her appearance much. She still wore her black pants with the cloud pattern on them along with her black and purple blouse. She had black wrappings up to her elbows on both arms now, with her same purple fingerless gloves and beads wrapped around her left forearm. Her shuriken holster was attached to her right leg with her new wakizashi short sword strapped to the left side of her waist. One major difference in her appearance, however, was the addition of her purple high-collared cloak with 2 two-tailed cats on the back, much like Naruto's own. Naruto had given it her as a gift. When he finally asked her to be his girlfriend, they had been dating for about 2 months and it didn't look like they planned on stopping anytime soon. During their 3 months of training, she had managed to finally use Matatabi's second tail with her chakra cloak without going berserk. On top of that, had mastered the elemental manipulation of her fire and lightning elements. But that was nothing to what Matatabi had told her. Apparently, now that she could use her 2-tailed cloak form, she could start learning some of Matatabi's unique jutsu. She had spent a majority of their time training working with Matatabi, learning her jutsu. When she felt her boyfriend's arm wrap around her waist, she just leaned into him and let him hold her. Kowui stood smiling at the scene of her teammates in each other's arms. When they told her they were dating, her first reaction was to scream, "It's about DM time," at them. She, like her team, had changed her outfit during their training. She now wore a gray high-collared shirt that opened up some in the front that looked like it had had the sleeves turn off. She had on skin-tight black shorts that reached about mid-thigh with black stockings that reached slightly past her knees. She also wore a long black skirt that reached a little past her knees and opened up in the front to allow movement. Her katana was still strapped to her back and she still wore her headband like a bandana. Like her teammates, she hadn't been idle with her training. She had spent a lot of time training with Darui in Kenjutsu, and also working on a few techniques from her clan scrolls. She had mastered her water and lightning affinities and had increased her jutsu repertoire, giving her a good balance of water and lightning jutsu. Darui walked away from the crowd and towards his students. It was time that they left for the Chunin exams. Turning to the crowd that had gathered, he spoke in his usual bored tone. "Well, it might a little dull afterwards, but I promise you that my team will all become Chunin." This got a roar of cheers and praise from the crowd. Team 20 seemed to stand just a little bit straighter with the obvious faith and trust their village had in them. "Take care of them, Darui, and I expect to see all 3 of you in the finals of the Chunin exams," said A as Team 20 nodded in acknowledgement. B stepped forward and bent down to look Naruto and Yugito in the eyes. "Be careful, you two. Konoha already know Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, and that alone will make them come after him. Try and keep a low profile until I get to the village with Bro to watch the finals. If they learn that both of you are Jinchuriki or they try anything to capture you, you have my permission to use your cloaks and defend yourself by whatever means necessary, got it?" The two blondes nodded in agreement. They knew that if Konoha caught wind of another Jinchuriki in their village, they wouldn't hesitate to try and capture them. "All right team, let's move," said Darui as he turned and started making his way down the mountain away from the village. Team 20 took one last look at their village before following their sensei. The crowd that had gathered watched with pride as the three genin made their way to the next step of their lives, the evening sun casting a soft glow around the three. Near the Lighting Fire country border. They had been walking for about 3 hours and they were nearing the border between Lightning Country and Fire Country before a thought struck Naruto. "Hey Darui-sensei, how come Samui and Omoi's team isn't taking the Chunin exams with us?" This seemed to catch his teammates' attention since they turned to their sensei with confused or questioning looks. Sure didn't think they were ready yet. Samui and Omoi work well together and their teamwork is almost flawless together, but Uzumaki will hardly cooperate with her teammates. Sure told me that she is still a die-hard fangirl of yours Naruto, and no matter what he's tried he can't seem to break her of it. That's why he didn't enter them in the Chunin exams. As a team they aren't ready, said Darui with a sigh. He felt sorry for his partner, having to put up with an annoying fangirl screaming about how their true love was going to come and sweep them off their feet. Naruto shivered slightly and stifled a growl as he remembered Uzumaki from his first day in the academy. She had insulted Yugito and tried to turn him against her. Ever since that day she had not left him alone and kept on badgering him for a date or trying to make him quit hanging out with Yugito. There had been a few close calls when Naruto almost listened to Kurama and torn the annoying girl to shreds, but luckily Yugito or one of their friends had been there to stop him. Yugito and Kowui scowled at the memory of Uzumaki. Yugito tightened her hold on her boyfriend's hand slightly, her possessive cat nature coming out slightly. "All right team, we'll call it a night for now and set up camp. We'll leave at first light," said Darui as he put his traveling pack on the ground and began setting up a campsite. Team 20 started doing the same, each setting up a tent of their own and placing a few traps around the camp. "Naruto, why don't you go get us some dinner, but be careful we're close to the border and Leaf Umbu might be near." Naruto nodded his head in understanding. If Kakashi had mentioned him in his report, the Hokage would probably order anyone who spotted him to capture him alive and return him to the village. He jumped into the forest and began to hunt for something they could all eat, preferably a boar or a few rabbits. He was about to continue moving in search of something when he noticed a boar in the distance. Perfect, he thought as he approached the boar as quietly as possible. Drawing his ninjato, he channeled some of his wind chakra into it and launched a blade of wind at his prey. The boar didn't know what happened. One second it was eating grass, the next it was dead with a huge gash on its side. Naruto sealed the dead boar into a storage scroll to make it easier to get it back to the camp. He was about to start making his way back to his team when he felt multiple chakra signatures approaching. Crap, that's not my team, and with the way they're being masked, they have to be Umbu. His guess was proven correct, cause the next thing he knew he was surrounded by a squad of 4 Umbu. 3 of them wore black cloaks, while one had on a white cloak. The ones in the black cloaks had masks with the faces of a snake, a turtle, and a cat, while the one with the white cloak had a dog mask. If I remember correctly, a white cloak is the sign of an Umbu captain and black is just regular Umbu, thought Naruto, as the captain stepped forward. "Naruto Uzumaki, you are to come with us at once." The voice sounded familiar to Naruto, but he couldn't quite place it. Deciding to try and bide as much time as he could, Naruto responded. "I'm sorry, but I don't know anyone by the name of Naruto Uzumaki," he said, keeping all emotion out of his voice. "Now, if you don't mind, I should be getting back to my team now. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow," said Naruto as he tried to walk past the Umbu, only to be blocked by the turtle Umbu. "My mistake, I mean Naruto Namikaze, you will come with us back to Konoha," said the Umbu in more forceful tone. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. He recognized that tone and the voice from his mission to Wave. "Well, what do you know, Kakashi Hatake, it's been quite some time since I saw you last," said Naruto, trying and failing to hide the humor in his voice. The rest of the Umbu team flinched slightly. How did he know it was Kakashi leading this team? "I'm surprised, Kakashi. I thought you had resigned from Umbu duty to train that pathetic group of brats you call a team." "I was reinstated for this one mission, to rescue you from those BSTRDS in Kumo that kidnapped you," said Kakashi as he removed his mask. All of us here were assigned to Umbu for this single mission, remove your masks. Kakashi's squad did as instructed and one by one they removed their masks, revealing some very familiar faces to Naruto. So, the Hokage thought that sending some of the few people I was actually close to while I was in Konoha would convince me to return to that hellhole of a village, said Naruto with venom lacing his voice, causing everyone present to flinch at the tone. Or did he send you because you're the best in your fields? He probably sent you Kurinai hoping to trap me in a genjutsu for easy transport back, right? The rest of you were probably sent to stop me if I broke out of Kurinai's genjutsu, Guy to tire me in taijutsu, Anko to track and capture me if I somehow managed to escape, and Kakashi to ID me and try and weaken me with ninjutsu as a last resort, said Naruto with a bored look. The four present were shocked beyond belief. Naruto had just figured out each of their roles on this team like it was nothing. Okay, I don't have a lot of time, they'll get over their shock quick. I just hope it works this time, thought Naruto as he started gathering lightning chakra all around his body. The temporary Umbu were pulled out of their shock when they heard the crackling of lightning. They looked to see the source of it being Naruto, who was encased in a coat of lighting. Not wasting any time, Naruto shot off towards his team at blinding speeds. The Umbu team didn't have a chance to react before he was already out of sight. In it, he got away, said Anko as she continued to look at the spot Naruto had disappeared. Yeah, but was that lightning around his body? I haven't seen anything like it before, said Kurinai looking at her temporary captain for an answer. It's called the lightning style armor. It is one of Kumogakure's most dangerous techniques. The user focuses lightning-based chakra all around their body to stimulate the synapses and nervous system, increasing one's speed and reaction time to impossible levels. It is a jutsu only known to the Raikage of Kumo. For Naruto to know something like that, he is either the next in line for the mantle of Raikage or he has been personally trained by the Raikage. Either way, getting Naruto back in Konoha just got a whole lot harder. Kumo will never surrender someone who knows the secrets behind one of its most prized jutsu, said Kakashi as he placed his mask back on and began making his way back to Konoha, his temporary team following. Naruto was currently running towards the campsite his team set up. I can't believe them. They told me they would always do what was best for me, and they go and try to take me back to that hellhole of a village, thought Naruto as he continued through the forest. Just as he was about to cancel the jutsu, his chakra fluxed and he ended up crashing through a couple of trees and finally into his campsite. Yugito, who had been sitting with her female teammate and sensei waiting for Naruto to return with dinner, was about to suggest they go check on him since he was taking a long time when said blonde suddenly landed right in front of her. I still can't get that jutsu down, mumbled Naruto as he got up and dusted himself off. Naruto, what happened? Asked Darui. He had Naruto swear he would never use that technique until he had it mastered or if he was in a desperate situation. For him to use it, and with how close they were to the border, he could take a good guess as to what happened. I had an encounter with some Konoha Umbu, said Naruto, putting his team on alert. They were being led by Kakashi Hatake, who was placed as the team captain and was there to ID me. The rest of the team was made up of jounin I was close to before I left the village. Apparently the Hokage thought that familiar faces would help to convince me to return. First was Anko Mitarashi. She is the Konoha's snake mistress. She specializes in tracking, capture, and interrogation. Might Guy, Konoha's green beast, he is a taijutsu master and specialist. As far as I know, he has almost no ninjutsu and no genjutsu whatsoever. The last member was Kurinai Yuhi, Konoha's genjutsu mistress. Like her title suggests, she is a genjutsu specialist with barely jounin level taijutsu and little to no ninjutsu, said Naruto, surprising his team. If Konoha was willing to send 4 of their best after Naruto to bring him back to their village, they needed to be extra careful and keep their eyes open for anything at all that was out of place when they reached the village. Okay, we'll deal with this later. For now let's eat and get some sleep. I'll take first watch, Naruto second, Yugito third and Kowui will take the last watch, said Darui, while Naruto unsealed the boar and began preparing it to cook. They ate in silence and went to sleep afterward with Darui staying up for the first watch. Kumogakure no Sato, main gate. The sun was just rising over the horizon, once again bringing life back the forests that surround Kumogakure. To Izumo Kamizuki and Kotetsu Hagane, it was turning out to another boring day of gate and traffic duty. "Why did we ever agree to take this job? Nothing ever happens at the gate," asked Izumo as he stifled a yawn. "I don't know, but I have a feeling things are about to get much more interesting very soon," said Kotetsu. Little did he know, his prediction was about to come true. Approaching over the horizon towards gates of Konohagakure no Sato was team. Though they kept their expression neutral, inside they were all preparing for a fight. They knew Konoha would do anything to get the son of the Yellow Flash and the Red Death back, but they weren't going down without a fight. "Do you all sense it?" asked Darui in a low tone, while he kept his eyes on the road ahead. "Yeah, we've been under surveillance for the last hour or so." "Do you think they'll make a move to grab Naruto-kun?" said Yugito, while she tightened her hold on said boy's hand. "I doubt it. They've known of our presence long before we entered Fire Country, and if they wanted to make another attempt at me, they would have done it as soon as we crossed the border and make it appear as though someone else did it. Not to mention they know that I have the lightning-style armor in my arsenal. It's well known that the only ones that know that jutsu are either the Raikages or the next in line for the mantle, so they probably believe I have a strong political sway in Kumo, and because of that they wouldn't dare do anything too reckless. Their next move will probably be to try and entice me back to village so they can get at least some political pull or advantage over Kumo," said Naruto, not looking away from the looming gates of the village. His team nodded in agreement. Even Konoha wouldn't be stupid enough to try something that could lead to all-out war with Kumo. "Halt, what is your business here?" said Izumo. He and Kotetsu tried to look intimidating and failing measurably. Naruto turned to look at who spoke. That voice sounds familiar. Crap. He recognized Izumo and Kotetsu from the few times they had helped him with a prank. "Team 20 of Kumogakure, we're here for the upcoming Chunin exams," said Darui as he handed them a couple of papers. Izumo looked over the papers before handing them to Kotetsu, who nodded in acknowledgement. "All right, everything here is in order. We just need your names for the traffic report," said Kotetsu as he took out a pencil and a file. Team 20 all stiffened slightly. They knew this could lead to an all-out fight if things got out of hand, and they had to be ready. "I'm Team 20 Sensei, Darui," said Darui, while he slowly reached for shuriken holster. "Karui, Kunoichi of Team 20, said Karui as she stretched her arms so her hands were near her katana. "Yugito ni, Kunoichi of Team 20, said Yugito, leaning into Naruto's left side a little more so she could reach for a kunai in secret. Naruto hesitated slightly, but put on a neutral face and spoke. "Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Shinobi of Team 20. This made Kotetsu and Izumo freeze. It couldn't be. The kid had disappeared 6 years ago. He couldn't be the one standing in front of them, could he? They slowly looked up to face the boy that spoke, spiky blonde hair, eyes bluer than the ocean itself, and the 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. Their eyes kept getting wider and wider the more they looked at the boy, but when they saw the whisker marks on his cheeks, they knew it was him. "Naruto, is that you?" asked Izumo barely above a whisper. Said boy nodded his head, but kept his face impassive. He may have considered them friends before he left, but he had cut all ties he had with this village, almost. Kotetsu was about to ask a question when 4 umbus surrounded the Kumo team. The captain spoke in a demanding voice. "Naruto Uzumaki, you will come with us. The Hokage wishes to speak with you." Naruto looked at the assembled umbu and gave a small laugh before replying. "Really, Kakashi, I thought we already went through this by the border," said Naruto to the dog-masked umbu. "I don't know any Naruto Uzumaki, and if your Kage wishes to speak with me, then it shall be when I feel like speaking to him. I am not of this village, and I will not be ordered to do anything." The umbu were about to make a grab for him, when they all felt the presence of their leader appear behind them. "Umbu, stand down," said Hiruzen Sarutobi as he walked up to the group dressed in his Kage robes. He looked over the group with a critical eye, but stopped when his eyes landed on the familiar blonde hair of his deceased successor. "Naruto, it's good to see you again. Where have you been, my boy?" Naruto didn't respond. He only looked the Hokage with a blank stare. This seemed to unnerve the aged Kage. "As I thought, Kumo has poisoned the boy's mind. They have rid him of his emotions, and that girl on his arm is probably only to stuck him and keep him in Kumo and away from his rightful home here in Konoha," thought Sarutobi as he looked over the group before him once more. Now Naruto, why don't we go to my office so we can talk? Asked the Kage while he tried to wrap an arm around the boy's shoulder, keyword being tried. Naruto swatted the hand away and his team each pulled their weapons in defense. Don't you dare touch me, you useless excuse for a Kage, snarled Naruto with so much venom in his voice it made every leaf ninja present flinch. It's worse than I thought. They must have placed a loyalty seal on him, thought Sarutobi as sent a discreet glare to the assembled Kumo team. Letting out a sigh, Sarutobi nodded sadly. Very well, Naruto, you and your team may go, said Hiruzen, spitting the word team like it was venom. This didn't go unnoticed by Naruto or his team. Putting away their weapons, they made their way into the village to find a hotel to stay at. Turning to the Umbu team, Sarutobi spoke in low growl. You are relieved of your temporary posts in Umbu, return to your regular duties and keep an eye on them no matter what. They have done something to Naruto and I want it fixed soon. Try triggering some of his old memories that should help him fight whatever those BSDRDS in Kumo did to him. We cannot lose the heir to the Namikaze and Uzumaki lines. The four present Umbu nodded and removed their masks and cloaks before disappearing into the village. Soon Naruto, soon you shall be back in your true home, Konohagakure. With that thought the Hokage shunshined back to his office. With Team 20. The old man is either getting senile in his old age, or he's just plain stupid, said Naruto sitting down in the hotel room he and his team had booked. Though I agree with you Naruto, why do you believe the old is senile or stupid? I may not hold much respect for him, but he is known as the god of shinobi, and the professor, for a reason, said Darui sitting across from the blonde boy. Karui and Yugito nodded in agreement with their sensei. While they may hate the old Kage, he is quite formidable. Based on a few facts, first he still thinks of me as an immature little boy, he thinks I need to be taught how to act and he is the only one who can do it. Also, you wouldn't notice it unless you knew what to look for, but he sent a glare at you all when I told him not to touch me, said Naruto surprising his team, not to mention when he dismissed us, he spoke my name with kindness while practically spitting the word team when he referred to you all. If I were a betting man, I'd bet he thinks that someone in Kumo placed a loyalty seal or something of the sort on me. This made his team tense up. If the Hokage made such an assumption, what's to stop him from outright attacking them? That's not the worst of it though, it was the way he looked at Yugito-chan. He thinks that she's either trying to stuck me so Kumo can have another Namikaze and Uzumaki clan or she's just with me to keep me in Kumo, growled Naruto while he radiated killing intent. Yugito moved to sit in his lap and wrapped him in a hug to calm him down. It wouldn't be good to attract any more attention than they already had. You're probably right Naruto, you're the best profiler on this team and you've never been wrong before. We need to be extra careful during our time here in Konoha. None of us, myself included and you especially Naruto, are to go out into the village alone. We need to stick together no matter what while we're here, said Darui with a serious tone. His team nodded in agreement. They were brought out of their thoughts when there was a knock on the door. Instantly all four were on guard with weapons drawn and ready for a fight. Naruto looked over to Darui who nodded in return. Forming one of his favorite hand signs, Naruto created a shadow clone and sent it to answer to door, while he and his team hid and prepared for an attack. Who is it and what do you want? Asked the clone while he drew a kunai and got into a defensive stance. The answer everyone heard was not what they were expecting. It's Kakashi Hatake, my guy, Kurinai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi. We're not armed and we would just like a chance to speak with you, said the voice of Kakashi. Surprised, the clone decided to make sure they weren't lying. Putting away its kunai to the clone approached the door with no thought of defense. If they truly wanted to talk then they wouldn't do anything, but if they did he would dispel and give his creator a heads up. Opening the door revealed that what Kakashi had said was true. None of them were armed, not even with the basic shuriken holster on the thigh. Kakashi and Guy had even left behind their jounin vests as even more proof. The clone tried to release any genjutsu that might have been in place, but found none and beckoned them into the room. It's alright, they are unarmed and there is no genjutsu in place. They were speaking the truth, they just want to talk, said the clone before he dispelled in a poof of smoke. The real Naruto came out of his hiding place and walked into the center of the room, surprising the jounin present that they hadn't sensed where he was hiding. You wanted to talk? he said in a demanding voice. What about your teammates, Naruto? Asked Kurinai, trying not to sound threatening. With all due respect, they would prefer to stay hidden. However, should you try anything, you will see them, right before you die. Now what is this about? Said Naruto. The Jounin flinched slightly at the tone, but understood his reasons for it. Naruto, we came to tell you to be careful around the Hokage. He is not in his right mind as of late, started Kakashi. He believes that someone in Kumo has done something to you to make you loyal to them. He probably suspects a loyalty seal or something along those lines. To the surprise of the Leaf Jounin, Naruto snorted in amusement. So I was right in my assumption that the old coot thinks Kumo has done something to me. I can assure you that I am under no such seal or jutsu, said Naruto, looking them in the eye. We know, little brother, said Anko, surprising the Kumo team, except for Naruto. We know you couldn't have been under any kind of seal or jutsu because of a certain jutsu you have in your arsenal. You mean the lightning-style armor? Don't you? It was more of a statement than a question. So you know what the jutsu does to the body when it is used? Yes, Naruto, I have faced the current Raikage once before, and with the help of my Sharingan, I was able to get an understanding of what the lightning-style armor does to the body. Because loyalty seals and jutsu that do the same target the synapses to transfer information based on whatever order is given, the STMLTN caused by the lightning-style armor would counteract and cancel any such jutsu or seal placed on you. You are and have been making your own choices. You chose to go Kumo, and you chose to cut your ties with Konoha, said Kakashi, finishing in a saddened tone. The other Jounin had similar looks on their faces. They had lost the person they all thought of as a little brother. Thank you all for understanding, and while I have cut my ties with this village, I have not cut ties with my brothers and sisters, said Naruto with a small smile towards the Jounin. Guy, who had been unusually quiet during the conversation, had anime tears rolling down his face as he brought Naruto into a bone-crushing hug. To still think of us as your siblings, your flames youth burn brighter than the sun, little brother, said Guy while Naruto started turning blue in the face. No problem, kept a breath, wheezed Naruto as he struggled for the precious gift called oxygen. Guy, you might want to let Naruto breathe, said Anko with a sweat drop. Realizing she was right, Guy quickly released Naruto and he started gulping down as much air as he possibly could. Let's try that again, said Anko while moved over and hugged Naruto once he had regained his breath. Returning the hug, Naruto allowed another smile to grace his face. While he had left the village out of spite, he had truly missed his brothers and sisters. Kurinai got up and joined in on the hug as well, with Kakashi and a calmer Guy joined in as well. Naruto's teammates smiled at the scene from their hiding spots. Naruto had mentioned on more than one occasion his adoptive siblings he left behind in Konoha. To see him reunited with the four people who truly accepted him in this village was heartwarming to say the least. Ending the hug, though reluctantly, Naruto signaled for his team to come out. While I would love to spend the rest of the day hanging out with all of you, you should get back to your duties and keep this meeting a secret. The less the Hokage knows the better, and I don't want you to get into trouble because of me. For now we should all go about our normal business. I think it's safe to assume the old fool told you to keep an eye on me, right? Said Naruto. The four Jounin nodded the affirmative to the question. Okay, then do that. My team and I will do what we normally do, and we won't try and stop you unless it is absolutely necessary that we lose you. Just try and make sure you're the only ones watching us, okay? We don't need any surprises while we're here. Everyone nodded in agreement with the plan, and with a few quick introductions and one last hug, the four-leaf Jounin left to return to their usual activities, with similar thoughts going through their heads. When the Chunin exams are over, I'll be leaving with my little brother. A week later, day of Chunin exams. It was the day the Chunin exams were to begin. Naruto and his teammates were heading towards the academy where their sensei had said the first portion of the exam was taking place. As they continued on their way, Naruto couldn't help the question that slipped out of him. I know there are 3 parts the Chunin exams, but what the hell kind of test could be held at the academy? His teammates nodded in agreement. The fact that the first part of the exam was taking place at the academy suggested that it was either pointless or incredibly easy. Though they knew never to assume that anything would be easy, Darui had drilled that thought into them when they first became a team. Thinking something was easy was the first step down the path of arrogance and the easiest way to get yourself killed. Once they entered the academy, they made their way to the third floor where the first part of the exam was being held. After they went up a set of stairs, they found a bunch of genin grouped together around a door with 301 over it. Are they seriously falling for that low-level genjutsu? Thought Naruto, looking at the backs of the gathered genin. Turning to his teammates, he raised an eyebrow, to which both of them nodded their heads, indicating they had similar thoughts. Walking down a side hallway, they continued to make their way to the third floor for the exam. When they reached the real room 301, they were blasted with killing intent when they entered. Raising an eyebrow at the killing intent coming from the other Chunin hopefuls, Yugito looked at Naruto silently, asking if they could have a little fun, Kowui mimicking her actions. Looking over his shoulder at his two teammates, Naruto nodded his head, answering their question with a familiar fox-like smirk on his face. The genin who were gathered in the exam room waiting for the rest of the participants to arrive and for the exams to begin had been using their killing intent to intimidate the competition, but all of them were thrown for a loop when the newest team to walk in, which they noticed was from Kumo, unleashed unimaginable amounts of killing intent. Now the amount of killing intent wasn't what scared the Chunin hopefuls. Anyone with enough anger could unleash lots of killing intent if they wished. No, what scared them was the thickness and density of the killing intent let off by the three. It felt as if there was a physical weight on everyone's shoulders, forcing them down on the ground and to submit to the obvious power of the Kumo team. Naruto and his team moved to one of the corners near the door to wait for the exams to begin and to observe the other participants. That was fun. Did you see the looks on all of their faces? Priceless, said Kowui as she was trying and failing to control her laughter. Yes, it was. That should hopefully scare off a couple of the ones with common sense and keep them out of our hair. Now all we need to do is plan for the more idiotic ones and be ready for anything they might try, said Naruto while he surveyed the genin present, most flinching when his gaze landed on them. A few minutes passed, and in that time most of the stronger genin were able to shake off what remained of Team 20's killing intent and began to use their own to intimidate the new competitors. Naruto turned to look at the newest arrivals when he heard the door open, only to come face to face with Team the brooding Uchiha in the lead with his lost puppies right behind him. Oh, things just got a whole lot more interesting, said Naruto barely above a whisper, but his team heard him. Both turned to see Team 7 talking rather loudly with the newly arrived Team 8 and Team. They looked over all of them and matched their descriptions to the ones Naruto's siblings had given them. The first one was a feral-looking boy with a white puppy on his head. He wore a gray jacket with black fur lining the hood and black shinobi pants. On his face were two red fangs on both of his cheeks and short spiky black hair with his headband tied in its proper position. This was Kiba Inuzuka, the heir to the Inuzuka clan of. The next one had long spiky brown hair with a pair of sunglasses on his face. Most of his face was hidden by his high-colored gray jacket. He had brown shinobi pants on and his headband around his forehead. This was Shino Aburame, the heir to the Aburame clan of bug tamers. The last member of Team 8 was the only female on the team. She had on a tan jacket with white fur surrounding the bottom of it. She had blue shinobi pants on and her headband was tied around her neck. She had dark blue hair and the pale lavender eyes of the Byakugan. This was Hinata Huga, heiress of the Huga clan. Kurinai had told them that while they were originally designed to be a tracking unit, they could each hold their own in a fight. The next team was Team 10. The first member was a lazy-looking boy with black pineapple hair. He had a mesh sheet under a half-gray vest with green lining and brown pants, and his headband was tied around his left sleeve. This was Shikamaru Nara, heir to the genius and lazy Nara clan. The next boy was rather chubby. He had a tan shirt with a red kanji on the front and gray shorts with bandages wrapped around his legs and forearms. He had a green jacket over his shirt along with a white scarf wrapped around his neck. His headband looked like a pair of underwear on his head around his brown hair. This was Choji Akimichi, heir to the Akimichi expansion clan. The last member of Team 10 was another boy with pale white skin with a black shirt that showed his midsection along with a half jacket like Shikamaru, only his was black, with black shinobi pants. He had black fingerless gloves and a tanto strapped to his back. His headband was somewhat hidden by his straight black hair and he seemed to have a permanent emotionless expression on his face. This was Sai, some unknown from the academy. Soon after they started talking to each other, a guy with silver hair in a ponytail and glasses on approached them. "Let's listen in," said Naruto. Nodding their heads in agreement, all three channeled chakra into their ears to listen in on the conversation. With the rookie 9. "You know, you rookies should really be more quiet. You're drawing a lot of attention to yourselves, especially from that Kumo team over there," said the silver-haired kid. "Oh, this can't end well," thought said Kumo team while the three Konoha rookie teams turned to face them. Teams 8 and 10 just looked at them with indifference, while Team 7 seemed to freeze at the sight of them. "They don't look that tough. Hell, I bet even Sakura and Ino and could take on the only shinobi of the team," said Kiba while his dog barked in agreement. He turned to gloat some more when he noticed that Team 7 wasn't moving or even breathing. "Hey, what's up with you three?" This seemed to catch the attention of the rest of the rookie teams. They turned to look at their fellow rookies and noticed all of them acting strangely. Sakura and Ino were shaking in fear, while quietly hyperventilating. They were leaning on each other for support just to remain upright. Sasuke's behavior, though, was what caught everyone's attention. The normally calm, cool, and collected Uchiha was sweating bullets while looking at the Kumo team, specifically the lone shinobi of the team, with fear evident in his eyes. His normally pale complexion was even paler, if that was possible. This caught the silver-haired teen's attention. Sasuke seems to know something about that Kumo team, and if they can put fear in his eyes, then they could pose a problem later on. "Something about that Kumo team doesn't feel right," muttered Shino. "Why do you say that, Shino?" asked Kiba. "Because, Kiba, my insects can sense a person's chakra, and if what they're telling me is true, then that Kumo team is extremely dangerous," said Shino. This raised even more questions in the Konoha rookies' heads. First, Sasuke is scared to death by this team's mere presence, and now Shino is saying that his bugs believe them to be that dangerous? "Well, if you want to know something about anyone in the exams, I have information on everyone who's participating, even you rookies," said the silver-haired boy as he brought out a deck of orange cards. This seemed to break Sasuke out of his fear-induced stupor. He turned his head so fast towards Kabuto that the rest of the rookies were surprised he didn't snap his neck. "I want all the information you have on Gaara no Sabaku from Suna, Rock Lee from Konoha, Karui of Kumo, Yugito ni of Kumo, and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze of Kumo," said Sasuke with barely contained fear in his voice when he spoke the last three names. Kabuto was drawing a card every time Sasuke said a name but froze when he heard the last name. Apparently he wasn't the only one surprised by the last name Sasuke said, since when he froze he heard a large gasp come from all of the Konoha ninja around them. They all turned to look the lone male member of the Kumo team, and each nearly had a heart attack at the resemblance the boy had to the fourth Hokage. Shaking off his shock, Kabuto drew the last card and put some chakra into the cards to reveal the information on them. "Okay, first we have Gaara no Sabaku. His mission history is 25 D-rank missions, 8 C-rank missions, and WOA B-rank mission as a genin. Impressive. His teammates are his siblings Temari and Kankuro, and his sensei is Baki of the Wind. I don't have much on his skills since he's from another country, but it seems he's returned from every mission without so much as a scratch on him." This caused many of the Konoha rookies to shiver at the thought of how much power he had. Next is Rock Lee. He's a year older than you guys, but this is his first time taking the exams. His mission history is 28 D-rank missions and 10 C-rank missions. His sensei is Might Guy, and his teammates are Niji, Huga, and Tenten. His taijutsu has improved significantly over the past year, but his genjutsu and ninjutsu is non-existent. The Konoha genin all shrugged their shoulders. If all he could do was taijutsu, then how strong could he be? Karui of Kumo. Mission history is 15 D-rank missions and 5 C-rank missions. That's odd. She and her team barely completed the minimum requirement of missions needed to participate. This surprised all the rookies. Based on Team 7's reaction, they were expecting them to have more missions under their belt. Her teammates are Yugito ni and Naruto Namikaze. Like Gaara, I don't know a lot about them, but from what I have, her taijutsu, genjutsu, and ninjutsu are all average. Her skills in kenjutsu are slightly above average. Overall, she seems like an average kunoichi. This raised questions inside of the entire Rookie 9. She doesn't seem that strong, so what caused Team 7 to go all pale at the sight of the team? Maybe it was one of the blondes? Yugito ni, teammate to Kowui and Naruto Namikaze, mission history is the same as her team. Her taijutsu, genjutsu, ninjutsu and kenjutsu are all average. Frankly, there isn't anything impressive about her. Nothing impressive? I'll show you nothing impressive, you little bee, thought Yugito, trying to keep her composure and not destroy Kabuto. Lastly, Naruto Namikaze, teammate to Yugito Ni and Kowui, his genjutsu is almost non-existent. Taijutsu, ninjutsu and kenjutsu are all slightly above average. Out of his team, he is the one that poses the biggest threat, said Kabuto. Now the rookie 9 were confused. Team 7's response to seeing the Kumo team made them appear much more powerful than Kabuto's info cards made them appear. They didn't have much time to think on it because there was an explosion of smoke at the front of the room. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a scared Jounin and at least 30 Chunin. Quite down, UBSTs. My name is Ibiki Marino and I'm the proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams, said the scared Jounin. Now each of you will come forward and receive a number. Once you have your number, that will be your seat during the written exam. This surprised many of the Chunin hopefuls but also served to terrify them as well. Written exam? You have got TOF kidding me? The first part of the Chunin exam is a written exam, thought the only Kumo genin in the exams. Everyone moved forward and received their number, and after everyone had a number they moved to their seats. Naruto looked around and noticed Kowui and Yugito were in the same row as him, just at different ends. Kowui was toward the right with Yugito toward the left and him in the middle. We got lucky with the seating for our team. With this positioning and our unique way of signaling each other, we shouldn't have any problems with the written portion, thought Naruto as Ibiki started going over the rules for the written test. Once Ibiki had finished going over the rules, almost all of the genin were even more concerned about how well they would do on the written portion. You have 1 hour. The 10th question will be given when there is 15 minutes left in the hour PRD. The first part of the Chunin exam begins now, said Ibiki once all the tests were handed out. No one wasted a second and began to try and answer any question they could. Naruto was looking over the questions on the test, and the more he read through them, the more he began to think about the rules of the test. So that's your game, is it, Ibiki? Well, 2 can play at that game, thought Naruto while tapped his desk lightly, catching his teammates' attention with a coded signal. Once they signaled back, he began making discrete hand signals that their team had come up with so they could signal one another using their own unique code. Don't answer any questions on the test. The true purpose is to test our information gathering skills while in intense situations. The last question is most likely a no-win situation question. Just play along for now and act ignorant of the exam. After he sent the message, he waited for them to respond when they each signaled a quick, understood. After they had finished their short conversation, all 3 of them just leaned back and enjoyed the show of the rest of the Chunin hopefuls struggling and squirming under the strain of the test. They noticed that most of the Konoha rookies had figured it out and were using their clan's secrets and techniques to get the answers. So that's the Kumo team Lord Hokage wanted me to keep an eye on. They seem to be masking their true capabilities like true shinobi, and judging from their posture and the hand movements they just did, it would appear they figured out the true meaning of the exam and are just enjoying the show, thought Ibiki from his spot in the front of the class. He was about to turn away from them when the only male on the team caught his eye. He was looking straight at him while making hand gestures. What surprised Ibiki was that they were the signs the interrogation department used to signal one another during interrogations. The silver-haired kid with the ponytail and glasses knows too much. He has classified information, and judging from his scent of snake summons, he is either an accomplice to Orochimaru or a very good friend of Anko's, which I highly doubt. Now Ibiki was shocked. Not only did this kid know the signals the interrogation department used, but he was helping them by identifying a possible spy in the village. Shaking off his shock, Ibiki signaled back, "How do you know these signals, and how do you know for sure he smells of snake summons?" Naruto nodded in acknowledgement to the signals and responded, "As to how I know them, that's not important right now. How do I know he smells of snakes? Simple, I have enhanced senses from my furry friend." Shaking his head at this information, Ibiki just gave quick, "All right, I'll have it checked out," and went back to watching over the exam. It was time for the 10th question to be given, and of the original 62 teams that had entered, only 30 or so were left. Naruto noticed Ibiki getting ready for his grand finale and signaled his team to be ready. "All right, BSTS, It's time for the 10th question. Now before I tell you the final question, there are a few more rules that are unique to the 10th question. First is that you can choose whether to take it or not. This caused mummers to erupt around the room with many wondering why they were given a choice. Should you choose not to take the question, your points will be reduced to 0 and you and your team fail, but should you choose to accept the question and get it wrong, then you will be barred from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Everyone present save for a select few were shocked at what would happen should they get the question wrong. Now those of you who wish to quit now simply raise your hands, your number will be recorded and you and your team will be allowed to leave. A couple of people raised their hands and withdrew, leaving a little over 20 teams. After waiting to see if anyone else was going to drop out, Ibiki let a smirk cross his face at this next part. Very well, if that is all who wish to leave, then to those of you remaining there is only one thing to say: congratulations, you have successfully passed the first part of the Chunin exams. The remaining genin were surprised, though relieved to hear this. After Ibiki explained the reasons behind the exam and was about to dismiss the genin, a black ball crashed through the window and unfurled, revealing a banner saying, "The Super CC Proctor of the second exam, Anko Mitarashi," with said Kunoichi standing in front of the banner, causing many of the male participants to have nosebleeds and the females to feel slightly jealous of her figure. Smirking at his sister's antics, Naruto couldn't wait for the next exam if she was in charge of it. With her in charge, I'd be surprised if any of us are still in this thing at the end. Alright you maggots, there's no rest for you brats. You have 10 minutes to get to training ground 44 for the second part of the exam, said Anko. No one moved and they all continued to look at the strange woman before them. What are you maggots waiting for, an open invitation? Get your sorry but in gear now. That did the trick as the room was cleared in less than a second. Turning to her fellow interrogator, Anko gave Ibiki a smirk. Well, I'll catch you later, Ibiki, once I wipe out at least half of the brats with my exam. Anko stood just outside the gate to what she liked to call her personal little playground. Before her stood the genin who had managed to pass the first exam. Most of them were bent over trying to catch their breath from the insane sprint they did to get there. However, she noticed that her little brother's team hardly looked winded. Smirking in their direction, she cleared her throat loudly to gain the attention of the genin. Alright maggots, you'll be spending 5 days in here, and your objective while in here is to get both of these scrolls, a heaven and an earth scroll. Once you have both scrolls, you'll make your way to the tower in the heart of the forest. Now once all of you sign these consent forms, go to the booth over there to receive your scroll, said Anko while handing out the consent forms and waiting for all the teams to sign them and get a scroll. Most of the teams were hesitant at first until they saw the team from Kumo sign the forms without hesitation and go to the booth and receive their scroll. Not wanting to be shown up, the rest of the teams soon followed Team 20's example and signed the forms before getting their scrolls. With Team 20, at Gate 20, Naruto and his team were planning what to do once the second exam began. We'll find the nearest team and take them down before they have time to react. Don't hold back, we move in hard and fast and get out in under a minute, leave no trace of our presence and eliminate the bodies, said Naruto. They had decided that while they were in the forest, away from prying eyes, they would use their true strength to finish the exam as quickly as possible. So we finally get to go all out, it's about diamond time, said Kowui as she sharpened her katana while they waited for the exam to start. Yeah, it's been a long time since we were allowed to go no holds barred, said Yugito while she stretched slightly. Yes, it has been a while since we went all out. The last time was against Darui-sensei and B-sensei in our last spar before we came here, said Naruto while they waited for the announcement to start. They didn't have to wait long before Anko's voice sounded over the speaker system. Alright you worthless maggots, the second part of the Chunin exams begin now. The gates flew open when her voice stopped and the teams didn't waste any time and launched into the forest. Team 20 stopped on a high branch about 5 minutes into the forest. So who do we hit first? Asked Kowui while she kept an eye on their surroundings. Yugito-chan, you're the censor of our team, it's your call, said Naruto giving his girlfriend a smile. Returning the smile, Yugito put her hands in the ram seal and started to focus on the nearby chakra signals. She stayed like that for a few minutes before she opened her eyes and turned to her team. There are 3 teams near our position. The first one is Team 10 from the first exam, the The second one is a team from Kiri, and the third one is a weird team of Kusa ninja heading towards Team 7 who are the next closest to our position, she said while Naruto looked in the directions she pointed in when she mentioned a new team. Of all the chakra signatures, the Kusa team has the largest, and I'm fairly certain one of them is Orochimaru based on the evil feel of the chakra. We know Team 7 skills from the Wave mission, and if what Kakashi said was true, they aren't any better than they were then. The Kiri team is the closest, and they seem to be about the same strength as Team 7. Alright, we'll go after the Kiri team, and if they don't have the scroll we need we'll go after another team, said Naruto getting a nod from his team. Lead the way, Yugito-chan. Nodding again, Yugito took off in the direction she sensed the Kiri team with her teammates on her heels. They ran for about 5 minutes before they came upon the Kiri team setting up a campsite for the night. Alright, we take them hard and fast, strike from a distance and don't show mercy. They moved into position so they could take out the entire Kiri team at once and not give them a chance to counter. Once they were in position they didn't hesitate and each took out their target in their own unique way. Naruto took out a kunai and launched it at the back of his target's neck, killing him instantly. Yugito used 2 shuriken and impaled her target's head from both sides. Kowui jumped from her hiding spot and snuck up on her target and decapitated her before she knew what was happening. Well, that's all of them now, hopefully. They have the scroll we need, said Kowui as she started going through her target's supply pouch. This one didn't have the scroll, she called to her teammates as they went through their kill's belongings. This one doesn't have it either, called Yugito after she finished checking her kill's pouch. Got it, called Naruto as he pulled an earth scroll out of his target's pouch. DMN, it's another earth scroll. I guess we'll have to find another team and hope they have what we need. So we're going another team then. Yugito, are there any others around besides Team 7 and the Kusa team? Asked Kowui as she walked over with Yugito. Give me a second, I'll check it out, said Yugito as she once again put her hands into the ram seal and began to focus. There aren't many other teams nearby, except for a team from Konoha that isn't Teams 7, 8, or 10. Alright, we'll head towards the Konoha team as soon as we destroy this campsite and remove the bodies, said Naruto as he picked up the body of the person he killed and placed it next to the bodies of his teammates. Going through a few hand signs and ending with the tiger sign, fire style, fireball jutsu. Bringing his right hand to his mouth he exhaled a fireball that incinerated the corpses of the Kiri team. Going through another set of seals, Naruto once again raised his hand to his lips, wind style, great breakthrough. The ashes that had been left behind by the bodies were lost to wind and spread throughout the forest. While he was doing this, Yugito and Kowui had gotten rid of the campsite and were waiting for him to finish. Let's get moving. With that they took off towards the Konoha team with thoughts of payback in mind. 30 minutes later, Team 20 stood on a branch overlooking the clearing where their next victims were sitting. The team was made of 3 boys and they had a heaven scroll sitting out in plain sight. Raising an eyebrow at the scroll sitting a few feet away from the team, Naruto turned to look at his teammates. This team is either really strong or really stupid. If they have their scroll out in the open like that, then there are either traps set up to stop attackers or they're that confident in their skills that they can defend the scroll, said Naruto as Yugito and Kowui nodded in agreement. If they think they can fight us off, then let's test that theory. Making a familiar cross-shaped seal, Naruto performed one of his favorite jutsus. Shadow Clone Jutsu. An exact clone of Naruto appeared in a poof of smoke before it jumped away to complete its task. Let's go, said Naruto as he jumped off of the branch they were on and launched a hail of shuriken at the Konoha genin. The Konoha team, who had been discussing what they planned on doing after they became Chunin, jumped out of the way of the rain of shuriken just in time to avoid any serious injury. Thought they got a few cuts. Looking up, they barely had time to register that the Kumo team they had seen in the first exam was falling towards them, each with a blade drawn and ready to kill. Shaking off the slight bit of fear they felt at the sight of the team, they each drew a kunai and charged Team 20 with the intent to finish this quickly. Breaking away from each other, Team 20 each took on one of their Konoha counterparts. Naruto and his opponent met with a clash of steel as ninjato and kunai clashed over and over again, neither of them giving an edge. Ducking under a kunai strike to the head, Naruto tried to sweep his opponent's feet out from under him, only for him to jump over the kick and aim a kick of his own at Naruto's head. Sidestepping the kick, Naruto swung his ninjato up hoping to remove his opponent's left arm his body. Seeing the sword about to remove his arm, the Konoha ninja jumped away but couldn't avoid the strike completely, if the long gash on his arm was any indication. Yugito charged her opponent before letting loose a few kunai to throw him off balance. Unfortunately, he managed to avoid the kunai and threw a couple of his own back at her. Blocking the kunai she couldn't dodge, she went for a roundhouse kick to her opponent's head, which was blocked by his forearm. Using the arm as a fulcrum, Yugito rotated her body and brought an axe kick down on her opponent's shoulder with a satisfying crunch. Moving away from her, the Konoha ninja tried to throw some shuriken at her, but with his arm's current state, he could hardly move it. Not wanting to give him any time to make another move, Yugito moved in fast and removed his head from his body. Kowui had immediately put her opponent on the defensive with her relentless kenjutsu strikes. He tried to go for a kick to her midsection, but she positioned her katana so that his foot would meet the sharp end of the blade. She wasn't disappointed when his foot cut itself on her blade, giving her the opening she needed to finish him with a sword to the heart. Looking over and noticing his teammates had already finished off their opponents, he decided to end his little spar as well. However, before he could move in for the kill, he noticed a shadow move and grabbed the heaven scroll that had been sitting out during the entire fight. Not a second later, he got his clone's memories after it dispelled, letting him know the position of the scroll. Breaking away from his current struggle, Naruto jumped to stand near his team before addressing the lone Konoha ninja. Well, that was fairly entertaining, but I'm afraid that we must be going. We have what we came for. With that, Team 20 jumped back into the trees and found where the clone had left the scroll. Pocketing the scroll, Naruto and his team left in the direction of the tower with the cries of the Konoha ninja left alive echoing in the night. Central Tower, 2 hours later. Team 20 had just made it to the entrance to the tower after avoiding about 5 teams who tried to ambush them. Man, I knew the villages had gotten a little lax in the years, but they call those an ambush. Those are the kinds of traps they made us do in the academy, said an annoyed Kowui. The last 3 times someone tried to ambush them, one of the males on the teams had smacked Kowui's butt in each attempt. Needless to say, those 3 had an unwilling and quite painful gender change. Well, come on, let's head in before someone else tries something, said Naruto as he opened the door and bowed, saying, ladies first. Yugito smiled at the gentleman's side of her boyfriend, while Kowui just patted him on the head and said, good boy. Naruto growled slightly at being referred to as a dog. This caused his 2 teammates to fall over laughing, and Kurama to start thrashing in his cage with laughter. You have to admit, Kit, that was funny. Oh, I hope your mate does that more often, was what he heard from the fox, who had been quiet as of late. Can it fur ball, or should I subject you to that memory again? Thought Naruto, and smirked as Kurama instantly shut up. Please, for the love of Kami, not that thing again. I swear I'll stop. I won't do anything bad. I be a good boy. Just please not that, cried Kurama, who was rocking in the fetal position in his cage. Hey Yugito-chan, Kowui remind me to thank Guy and his mini clone for what they showed us the day before the first exam, laughed Naruto as he walked up to them. Said Kunoichi shared a confused look before a look of fear crossed their faces. Naruto couldn't be taking about that, could he? Naruto-kun, I love you with all my heart, but please tell me you aren't talking about that sadistic, unbreakable genjutsu of theirs, said Yugito with obvious fear in her voice. Naruto's fox grin told them all they needed to know, and both Kunoichi shuddered and prayed to Kami, Yami, and Shinigami that they were never subjected to that unforgiving jutsu again. Shaking his head at his team's antics, but not really being able to blame them for it, Naruto looked around the room and noticed a message written on the wall. Quickly reading over the message, he came to the conclusion they needed to open the scrolls now. Taking out the scrolls from his pouch, Naruto handed the heaven scroll to Yugito. I think we need to open the scrolls now, said Naruto while slightly opened the flap of the earth scroll. Yugito copied his actions, and with a nod to each other they opened the scrolls at the same time. They looked at the scrolls for a second before Naruto recognized the summoning seal of the scrolls and threw his to floor, Yugito mirroring his actions. The second the scrolls hit the floor, they started to smoke, and the 3 Kumo genin were on alert and ready to strike. When the customary poof of smoke occurred, the 3 moved to trap the newcomer before the smoke cleared. Once they had the person in a three-way death hold, they were about to finish them when a very familiar voice stopped them. Excellent work on completing the second exam so quickly, team. Now if it's not too much trouble, could you please let me go? Said Darui, who was currently being held in an awkward position. He was bent backwards with Naruto's ninjato at his neck ready to decapitate him, while the tip of Karui's katana was at his spine ready to sever it, and Yugito's wakizashi was dangerously close to piercing his heart. Oops, sorry Darui-sensei, said Karui while she and her team removed their weapons from their sensei's body. No harm done, and I'm proud that you were ready for anything and weren't taking any chances. If I could, I would promote you all to Chunin right now for that display of teamwork and resourcefulness, said Darui as he gave his team a proud smile, which was gladly returned. Now I was sent here to explain that message on the wall, but I really don't care about that, so why don't we just head up to our rooms and wait for the other competitors to finish the exam? With that, Darui led his team farther into the tower and towards the upper levels where the rooms for the competitors were. Naruto and I will take this one. Yugito and Karui, you two can have that one. Nodding their heads in agreement, the Kumo team went into their separate rooms to rest. The next day, council chamber. This is a serious problem, Sarutobi. We must get the Kyuubi Jinchuriki back into the village, said Hamura Mitokado to the assembled council, which consisted of high-standing civilians and the heads of the clans in Konoha. Nodding in agreement with her fellow elder, Koharudatane, spoke as well. Hamura is right, Sarutobi, we must get the Kyuubi Jinchuriki back into the village no matter what. Many of the clan heads nodded in agreement. Not only would they have the power of the Kyuubi back in their control, but they would also the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki back. While many on the Shinobi Council agreed that it was critical that they get Naruto back in the village, the civilian council wasn't so adamant about having the so-called demon brat return. No, we must not allow that demon to return to this village. What we should do is send every ninja this village has to kill the monster that took away Minato-kun, screeched the head of the civilian council, Saoki Haruno. Many present flinched at the volume of her voice. They knew that she was Minato's biggest fangirl and had completely lost it when Minato and Kushina started hanging out more when they began dating in secret. It was also common knowledge that she blamed Naruto for everything the Kyuubi did, more so than most of the civilian population, especially for Minato's death. No, we will bring Naruto back to village and he will be treated like the hero his father wanted him to be seen as, said Sarutobi in a tone that left no run for argument. Saoki was about to start screeching again but wisely stopped when the Hokage signaled for the Umbu to reveal themselves. Now, we come to our current problem, how to get young Naruto back into the village? I do not see what the problem is, Hokage-sama. Why would Naruto not want to return to the village of his birth? Asked Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. The Hokage sighed as he knew this would cause a serious headache for him later on. The problem is that I believe those BSTRDS in Kumo have placed a loyalty seal of some kind on young Naruto. When I tried to approach him and welcome him back to his true home, he stopped me and spoke to me with so much venom in his voice that I was stunned. The only reason Naruto would speak to me with such a voice would have to be because of a loyalty seal, said the aged Kage as a tear rolled down his cheek. The Shinobi Council and the elders gasped at this. They knew Kumo wouldn't hesitate to resort to drastic measure to get what they want, but to place such a seal on a child was unthinkable. We must do whatever it takes to break young Naruto of whatever seal has been placed on him. The Shinobi Council and elders nodded in agreement, all but one of them thinking of the best way to return the son of their greatest hero to the village. Danzo Shimura, while he was thinking of ways to bring Naruto back to Konoha, was also thinking of a way to get this obviously powerful shinobi under his thumb. The council spent a few minutes trying to figure out the best way to get Naruto back into the village, until Inoichi Yamanaka suddenly stood up with a proposition. Hoka-sama, what if those of us with daughters have them try to stuck or win Naruto's heart to give him a connection to the village? Many of the other Shinobi Council members agreed to this. It would not only help them to convince Naruto to return to the village, but could also possibly give them an heir to the Namikaze and Uzumaki lines. Yes, that is a good idea, but it will be slightly difficult because Kumo has given him some slot to keep him grounded in their village, said the Hokage. Many of the council members scowled at that, To not only use a loyalty seal but to also use some random slot to make him fall in love was even worse. It doesn't matter, we'll just have to remove her and make it appear like an accident. Then one of our daughters can move in and console him, winning him over in the process, said Hayashi, with the other clan heads nodding in agreement. Very well, after the second stage of the Chunin exams is complete we will make her disappear during the month-long break, said Sarutobi, getting nods of agreement from the Shinobi Council, while the Civilian Council scowled. If the demon brat was brought back to the village, then they would make sure that his life here would be hell, and the second he produced an heir they would have him executed. 4 days later, Central Tower. Naruto stood with his team and the other genin teams that passed the second exam. Among them were teams 7, 8, 10, and Guy's team. There was a team from Suna that had finished a few hours after team 20, an Odo team that looked like most of them had gone through hell, and the last team there was the silver-haired boy from the first exam and his teammates. Naruto was staring at the people standing in front of them, specifically a certain old man, with eyes that promised nothing but pain and suffering when he got his hands on him. Before them stood the Hokage along with their Jounin senseis standing behind him. Anko stood with the Jounin and had a headset on. Next to her stood a sickly-looking Jounin with a bandana-style headband and the standard Konoha Jounin uniform. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second stage in the Chunin exams. Now normally we would go straight to the third exam, but seeing as so many of you passed the exam we will be holding a preliminary round now to cut your numbers down. Those of you who don't think you can compete any further are free to go, just give your name to the proctor and you will be escorted out. The only one to drop out willingly was Kabuto, claiming he didn't have any chakra left to fight. One of the sound team made their teammate drop out since neither of his arms were useful. Seeing as no one else was going to drop out, the Hokage handed over control to the sickly Jounin. Hello everyone, my name is Hey8 Gecko. Like Hokage-sama said, we will be holding a preliminary round where each of you will compete in one-on-one matches. The match is over when one of the participants is unable to continue. I call the match or one of you dies. Participants will be chosen at random. Now let's decide the first match, said Hey8 as Anko said something into her headset and a panel on the wall opened up to reveal a screen with names flying across it. Everyone held their breath as the names continued to scroll across the screen. The screen suddenly stopped on 2 names and everyone who wasn't chosen let out a breath, while those that were chosen were preparing for a fight. Will Sasuke, Uchiha, and Yoroi Akato please stay down here? The rest of you can move to the observation platforms, said Hey8 while Sasuke and one of Kabuto's teammates stayed behind and everyone else moved to the observation platforms. With Team 20. So the Uchihas going first, this should be entertaining, said Yugito as she sat on the railing of the observation platform. Down on the floor said Emo stood across from one of the members of Kabuto's team. It was hard to tell anything by looking at the guy because of his purple face mask that covered everything from his nose to his neck, and his sunglasses weren't helping. Down in the arena, Hey8 stepped in between the 2 competitors and looked at each before speaking. The first round, Sasuke Uchiha versus Yoroi Akato. Are the both of you ready? Asked Hey8, before going into a coughing fit. Yes, said Yoroi in a monotone. Yeah, let's get this over with, said the world's biggest emo. Very well then, the first round, begin, said Hey8 as he jumped back so as not to get caught in the crossfire. Yoroi didn't waste any time and threw 2 shuriken at Sasuke, following in after them with his right hand glowing with chakra. Seeing the lethal stars, Sasuke pulled out a kunai to deflect them, sending them back at Yoroi. Dodging under the shuriken, Yoroi continued with his charge and launched his right hand at the Uchiha. Rolling to side to avoid the strike that created a small crater on the floor, Sasuke used his kunai to stop his roll and used his feet to flip Yoroi away. Not bad, better take this a little more seriously, thought Yoroi as he got up off the floor to stare at the still-down form of the Uchiha gripping his left shoulder. So the curse mark is still affecting him, now's my chance. Yoroi charged forward with his right hand erupting in chakra again, and before Sasuke could do anything, he grabbed onto his head. Sasuke's eyes widened when he felt his chakra leaving him. He's draining my chakra, I've got to end this fast, he thought while he was barely able to swat the hand away, put some distance between them. With Team 20, the Emo's in for a hard fight, Judging from the drop in his chakra signature, I'd wager that Yoroi guy has the ability to drain his opponent's chakra, said Yugito from her spot on the rail. Her back was facing the fight while she looked at her team. You're right, if Yoroi can get in close, this match is finished. How much chakra does the BSTRD have left? Asked Naruto while he leaned on the rail next to his girlfriend. Yugito focused for a minute before she answered. Not much. If he tries to use ninjutsu, even a basic fireball, he'll kill himself from chakra depletion. But if Yoroi can get a hold of him for more than 30 seconds, he'll die because chakra depletion anyway. Nodding in agreement, the Kumo team turned to look at the fight, except Naruto, who felt a pair of eyes watching him closely. Turning to where he felt the eyes coming from, Naruto came face to face with the third Hokage. Judging by the look in his eyes, he has something planned. Hokage or not, if he tries anything to harm Yugito-chan, Kowui or Darui-sensei, I'll make him pay. I don't think you have to worry about him trying anything too drastic, even humans aren't that stupid, came the ever-present voice of Kurama. Kurama, you know as well as I that humans can be the stupidest beings on the face of the earth. Just look at what they've done to me in the past, and their wrongly placed fear of the bijou. Just because we're different, that somehow gives them the right to fear and attack us. You make a good point, kid. Don't worry if that old fool tries anything that threatens either of our mates, he will pay with his life. I agree completely. Naruto, what have those beasts in Kumo done to you? Thought Sarutobi sadly when he saw the young blonde glare at him. I swear, Naruto, no matter what it takes, you will be returned to your one true home here in Konoha. Turning his attention back to the fight at hand, Sarutobi saw Sasuke use a combo he called Lion's Burst to finish and win the match. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha, said Hayate after checking Yoroi and finding him unconscious. Kakashi was about to take Sasuke away to seal the curse mark when he caught Naruto's eye. Wondering what his little brother was up to, Kakashi was about to walk over when he caught something before it hit his face. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, he noticed that it had a seal drawn on it. Looking back to the blonde for an explanation, he saw him gesture to the paper in his hand and then to the approaching Sasuke. Getting the meaning, Kakashi nodded before leaving with Sasuke to seal the curse mark. What was that you gave Kakashi, Naruto? Asked Darui after the short interaction between brothers. He had an idea, but he wanted to make sure. Kakashi may not be the best at sealing, but he's good enough to seal whatever is affecting the emo quickly. I don't know about you all, but I would rather not have my secret stolen by the BSRD and his newly awakened Sharingan. The seal I gave Kakashi was a basic Uzumaki seal that will suppress Sasuke's chakra until it is removed, and it can't be removed except by the one that placed the seal, the one who made it, or a seal master with knowledge of the Uzumaki style, said Naruto as he turned his head to the screen when it made a beeping noise. It was scrambling through names again before stopping on the next two competitors. Will Shikamaru, Nara, and Kin Tsuchi please come down, said Hayate after looking at the board. The girl from the Odo team that had made her teammate quit, jumped down to the floor and waited for the lazy genius to get down there. Man, this is so troublesome. Why do I have to fight a girl? Asked Shikamaru as he started walk towards Kin and Hayate with bored look on his face. So we finally get to see the heir to one of Konoha's most powerful clans fight, huh? This should be interesting, said Kowui from her spot on the wall. Maybe not as interesting as you think. The Naras are known geniuses, true, but they are also known to be some of the laziest people on the planet. From what I knew of Shikamaru before I left, he's considered a genius even among his clansmen, but he is also the laziest, said Naruto with his arms crossed as he watched the shadow user with a critical eye. He'll win, but the fight won't be that interesting. True to what Naruto said, the fight wasn't that interesting or eventful. At the beginning it looked like Shikamaru would lose when he fell for Kin's Sunban Genjutsu combination. The only real surprise was when Shikamaru managed to catch Kin in his shadow while still disoriented from her Genjutsu. Once he had her trapped, the fight was over. Using his shadow, he made Kin bang her head on the wall behind her, knocking her unconscious and ending the fight. Once Shikamaru made it back to his team and Kin was taken to the infirmary, the screen started to shuffle through the remaining names again before stopping on the next competitors, and bringing a smirk to the faces of the Kumo team. So, I'm up next, huh? Said Kowui as she watched her opponent, Yoroi's other teammate Misumi, jumped down to the floor ready to fight. So sensei, what do you say? Don't hold back, it's time to send a message to Konoha that if they want Naruto back they'll have one hell of a fight on their hands, said Darui, smirking at their wide-eyed faces that soon turned into evil smirks at finally being allowed to go all out. Got it, said Karui before jumping over the railing and landing across from Misumi. He was dressed in the similar outfit to his teammates, only his seemed to be a combination of the both. He had the purple bodysuit that all of them wore, and the purple masks like Yoroi, but he had clear glasses like Kabuto. The third match, Misumi Tsurugi vs. Karui, fighters ready? Said Hayate as he received a nod from both of them. Then let the third match begin. I suggest you give up now, once I unleash my technique you are finished, said Misumi in an arrogant tone. Not gonna happen, Kumo ninja are taught to never give up and to never let their comrades down. She glanced over at her team from the corner of her eye and gave a small smile when she saw them giving her proud smiles. I won't let my team down, so I will win this match. This seemed to anger Misumi since he charged forward with a sloppy backhand. Blocking the poor strike, Karui moved to draw her katana only to have Misumi's arm start to twist around her arm and the rest of his body wrapped around her, holding her in place with her hand inches from her blade. I've dislocated every joint in my body and using my chakra I can control it to wrap around anything, said Misumi from behind Karui. Now give up or I'll snap your neck. This seemed to unnerve many of the Konoha genin. They never thought one of their own could be so cruel. Many of them glanced at the Kumo team to see how they reacted to their teammates' life being threatened. Even the Hokage looked. To the complete surprise of everyone, they were smirking, and the smirks didn't exactly make anyone feel good. I've got to stop the match, thought Hayate as he was about to raise his hand and end it before a voice stopped him. Don't even think about stopping this match, said Naruto with his fox smirk still in place. It's just beginning. Everyone looked at him like he was insane. His teammate was about to die and he told the proctor let the match continue. Was about to stop the match anyway, was brought out his thoughts when he heard a scream, a male scream. Misumi, who was still wrapped around Karui, was screaming and it looked like he had little electric sparks coming from his body every now and then. Not being able to take the pain anymore, Misumi removed himself from Karui and put some distance between them so he could recover. What the hell was that? Screamed Misumi, who was finding it hard to move any part of his body. Clever girl, said Kakashi as he appeared with his Sharingan out watching the match. What's clever, Kakashi? Asked Asuma while everyone else turned to Kakashi for an explanation. It's simple actually, she used her lightning-based chakra and forced it out through all of her chakra points at once, creating a small electric field around her body shocking anything in range, said Kakashi as he lowered his headband over his Sharingan. I'll to ask her if she can teach me that when I leave this village to be with my brother, thought Kakashi with a small smile gracing his lips. Back on the floor, Karui was smirking at the downed form of Misumi as he tried and failed to control his body. Sorry, was that a little much for you? Asked Karui, her voice laced with sarcasm. We don't let our strength go to our heads, but that doesn't mean we can't make others think that we do, thought Karui as she drew her katana and got into a stance. She waited until Misumi was able to actually stand on his own strength after some of the lightning left his system. The second Misumi was able to stand, though wobbly, Karui made her move. Charging in, she waited until she was a few feet away from her opponent before she raised her katana so it was level with the ground in front of her face. When she was 3 feet away, she jumped slightly and began to spin at high speeds, appearing as a black and gray whirlwind. She landed a few feet behind Misumi with her sword still in the same position. She swung the blade behind her and started sheathing it. When the hilt clicked after it hit the sheath, Misumi suddenly exploded in a shower of blood and organs. His body had been sliced in several places and was leaking blood like a river. Some of his appendages were scattered in the expanding pool of his own blood and the originally white skin was turning a sickening orange from the blood. Kumo style, whirlwind dance, said Karui softly, but it was heard by everyone in the arena. The Konoha genin were looking the scene before them and were having varying reactions. Niji, Tenten and Lee were looking at it with a somewhat disgusted look but otherwise weren't affected by it. Shikamaru's normally bored expression was one of shock and terror combined as he swallowed the rising vomit. Choji, who had been eating a bag of chips, was currently throwing up in his chip bag, silently vowing never to eat another chip again. Ino and Sakura were pale white at the sight and were barely able to remain standing because of their shaky knees. Neither was vomiting because they never really ate, so they didn't have anything to throw up. Sai still had his neutral expression, though it was slightly faltered by the look of disgust that slightly crept onto his face. "I will have to inform Danzo-sama of this," was the one thought that went through his head. "I think I win," said Kowui with a bored expression on her face. Many of the Konoha genin thought she was crazy. She had just killed someone and didn't even bat an eyelash at it. "Winner, Kowui," said Hayate after he broke out of his stupor. He had thought that the kunoichi would have lost since things seemed one-sided in the beginning, but he was thrown for a loop when she killed her opponent and acted so calm about it. "Once the mess is cleaned up, we will start the next match." It took a few minutes before the remains of Misumi could be removed, but after the body was disposed of, the screen started scrolling through names again. It seemed that this one was taking a little longer than the others, and the rookie 9 were holding their breath, hoping they didn't end up fighting the remaining blondes of the Kumo team. The screen finally stopped on the next combatants, and gasps were heard from the Konoha rookies. "Will Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka please come down?" Both kunoichis made their way down to the floor, each slightly surprised that they would fight each other. "Are the both of you ready?" Receiving a nod from both of them, Hayate brought his hand down. "Begin." "So how do you think this one will go, Naruto-kun?" asked Yugito to the team profiler and strategist. "Poorly, neither of them have hardly any skill. From what Kakashi told me, they have barely improved since their days in the academy, both only know the taijutsu they were taught in the academy and neither really have any ninjutsu. Sakura can barely use the 3 academy jutsus and Ino can barely use those, but she also has the first of her clan jutsu as well. All in all, I'd say that this match will end in a draw," said Naruto with his eyes closed. His face contorted in concentration and his team became slightly worried. Naruto never really had to focus to come up with excellent strategies. If he was concentrating this hard, something was off. "What's wrong, Naruto?" asked Darui as he moved to stand next to his student and placed a hand on his shoulder. Kowui stepped up his other side and looked at her friend with concern. Something was troubling Naruto and it couldn't be good. Yugito got off the rail and wrapped her arms around her boyfriend's neck to help calm him down if he got worked up. Naruto's eyes suddenly snapped open with shock evident in the ocean blue orbs. "So that's what I've been feeling," he muttered before looking over at the redhead from the Suna team. "Are you certain that's him, Kurama?" Naruto asked to his furry tenant. "Yeah, kid, that's him. I'd know that chakra anywhere, that's definitely Shikaku's host," was the answer he received. I'll try and talk to him after the exams." "Be cautious around him, Kit. Shikaka may be a bloodthirsty killer, but he knows his place among the 9. When you do talk to him, flare my chakra, that should be enough to make him back off from killing you." "Right," thought Naruto before cutting to link with the fox. "Be cautious around the redhead with the gourd. He's like Yugito-chan and he has a demon, the one-tailed raccoon Shikaku." This caught his team off guard. Of all the things they were expecting him to say, it wasn't that there was another Jinchuriki in the exams. "All right, Naruto. Yugito, even though Kurama and Matatabi are stronger than Shikaku, fight him with caution if you fight him at all. Kowui, if you face him in the finals, I want you to forfeit, but if his status as a Jinchuriki hasn't been found out, tell them he is one. That should cause some problems for Konoha, knowing the villagers' hatred of Jinchuriki," said Darui as he shot a quick glance to the Hokage and saw him frowning at all of them, except Naruto. With the Hokage, same time. Sarutobi was watching this poor example of kunoichi ability and was wondering how those two had graduated the academy. That's right, the Dmed Civilian Council managed to get control of the academy. Turning away from the match, Sarutobi turned to look at his favorite blonde only to see him with his eyes closed and a look of extreme concentration on his face. It looked like he was fighting something. He must be fighting the loyalty seal. "Come on, Naruto, you can break it, don't let them control you," thought the aged Kage in excitement and worry. His thoughts turned dark when he saw the Kumo Jounin place a hand on Naruto's shoulder and the blonde-haired slut wrapped her arms around him. "They must be trying to reinforce the seal. Come on, Naruto," His hopes raised when he saw the blonde's eyes snap open with a look of shock on his face while he looked around the arena. He broke free. Sarutobi was considering going over and taking the blonde away from the Kumo BSS. When he saw him start to talk to them again, they must have reinforced the seal somehow. Don't worry, Naruto, you will be back in your rightful home soon. Sarutobi turned his attention back to the fight to see that it had ended in a double knock. Since neither combatant can continue, the fourth match is a draw, said Hayate after checking both girls. Kakashi and Asuma jumped down and brought the girls up to the platform and sat them next to each other. Kakashi was looking at his two students and couldn't help but frown. Both of them don't have any skills, they can only do the absolute basics and they never even try to train. Why the hell did I pass them during the bell test? Thought Kakashi before turning to face the screen again. It started scrolling names again before stopping on the next fighters. Will Shino, Aburame and Kankuro of the desert come down for the fifth match? Shino made his way down to the floor slowly with his hands in his pockets, while Kankuro mimicked his actions. So, a bug using Aburame versus a puppeteer, judging from the shape of that thing on his back and what village he comes from, this match could go either way as it is right now. Though, the advantage is probably with the Aburame at the moment, said Naruto with his arms still crossed and an interested smirk on his face. Why do you think the Aburame has the advantage? Puppeteers are tricky opponents and are good at coming up with a plan on the spot, said Kowui as she watched the two go at it. Kankuro was using his puppet skills to perfection and keeping Shino at a distance. It looks like that Kankuro guy has this one wrapped up. The Aburame can't even get in close enough to strike, said Yugito with a smirk. Don't count an Aburame out so soon. They may be mostly mid-range fighters, but they are known for their calm, calculating minds as much as they are their bugs, said Darui with his arms crossed much like Naruto. True to their predictions, Shino had won the match. Though he had taken some hits from Kankuro's poisoned weapons, the insects in his body had been able to eat and neutralize all of it. Things seemed to be going in Kankuro's favor at first, but he failed to notice that Shino had planted a female beetle on him, and because of that many other male beetles landed on his body and started draining his chakra slowly. Before Kankuro knew what had happened, his chakra was gone, his puppet was on the ground useless, and he had a kunai to his throat. Told you so, said Naruto and Darui at the same time. Kowui and Yugito just pouted at being wrong again and turned to face the screen to see who would be going next. The next match caused many people, even those not from Konoha, to gasp in surprise. The competitors were Lee and Niji Huga. This should be good, said Naruto with a smirk. With Team Guy. Guy was currently cursing his luck with thoughts that would make a drunken sailor blush scarlet. Guy-sensei, they can't really expect Niji and Lee to fight each other, can they? Asked Tenten with worry clearly evident in her voice. She glanced at her teammates and noticed that neither of them were acting like their usual selves. Lee was particularly quiet with a determined and serious expression on his normally happy and carefree face. She knew that Lee considered Niji as his rival like Guy considered Kakashi his, but it seemed that Lee took his rivalry with their teammate much more seriously than their sensei did. Niji's normal scowl had been replaced by a look of mild shock mixed in with a sinister smirk. He had been itching to face Lee in a battle just to put the annoying shinobi in his place and to prove to him that no matter how hard one tried, no one could defy fate. Unfortunately, Tenten they can. Once the second part of the exams is completed, there are no teams because the final part of the exams is a tournament-style battle between everyone who passed the previous two exams. Even if two competitors were siblings or relatives of any fashion, they would be forced to fight one another, said Guy in a somber tone. He knew this match wouldn't end well, no matter who the winner was. Before anything else could be said, both Niji and Lee jumped over the railing and moved so they were standing across from one another. Everyone could feel the tension in the air as the two teammates stared each other down, both ready to fight to prove their beliefs. With Team 20, this has got to be tearing Guy Neeson apart, his most prized student and his most gifted student going head-to-head. No matter who wins this match, Guy Neeson will be the victim, said Naruto with his head bowed slightly. Before he had left the village, Guy had introduced him to a young Lee who he claimed would one day be his successor as a taijutsu master. Though he wasn't in the same category as his other siblings, Lee was still a very close person to Naruto and he vowed to make sure he survived this match. In the arena, The sixth match, Rock Lee vs Niji Huga, are you both ready? Asked Hayate, receiving 2 nods in return. Very well then, let the sixth match begin, he said as he jumped out of the way of the 2 combatants. Lee didn't waste any time. The second Hayate was clear. He charged at Niji with burning determination in his eyes. Niji anticipated this and had already started getting into his Juken stance before Hayate had even started the match. Moving with speed that surprised even his team, Niji batted away the incoming punch and sent a Juken strike at Lee's left shoulder. Seeing the oncoming threat, Lee used the momentum of his punch being blocked to roll out of the way of the strike and put some distance between the 2 of them. Why do you even bother to fight? Fate has already decided the winner of this match, said Niji as he watched his opponent with a scowl. I fight because I will prove that hard work triumphs over natural genius, said Lee in an oddly serious voice that surprised those that knew him. No one can defy fate. We are each given a path to follow at birth and we must follow it obediently. You were born a failure, once a failure always a failure, said Niji as he activated his Byakugan and got into his Juken stance again. Lee frowned but didn't say anything. Instead he reached into his orange leg warmers and pulled out 2 weights before throwing them at Niji's feet. Said Huga was confused by this move and wasn't prepared for the results. When the weights met the floor, the ground underneath him cracked and exploded with dust. Niji was slightly shocked that Lee had that much weight on him at all times. He knew his teammate trained with weights like their sensei, but he never expected him to have that much. Lee took advantage of the cover the dust provided and vanished from sight in an impressive burst of speed. The only ones who could see him were those who were used to fighting at high speeds, and those with gifted eyes. Then Lee got fast. I can't believe that he forced me to use your eyes just to even see him Kurama, thought Naruto as he followed Lee's movements with his red-slitted eyes with a black scara. Same here, Kit. He's nowhere near the speeds the Bijou are capable of when we fight, but he is definitely one of the fastest humans I've ever seen, thought Kurama with surprise evident in his thoughts. Niji was sure he would have lost his head if it wasn't for his Byakugan. The kick that passed over his head could have easily torn through a tree like a hot knife through butter. Not wanting to take the chance of Lee getting another try with one of those kicks, he spun around and launched a quick barrage of Juken strikes to keep Lee on the defensive. It seemed to work as Lee couldn't get enough distance to use his speed to attack and was forced to continuously dodge the barrage of lethal strikes. With Guy and Tenten. Tenten was having an inner battle with herself. She couldn't decide who to root for. On one hand was Lee, who always seemed to brighten her day no matter how bad things got, and on the other was her secret crush Niji. She just couldn't decide who she wanted to win, so she decided that as long as both of them survived this match she could live with that no matter who won. Guy was having a similar battle, though his kept leaning more and more towards his future successor. He knew that the Juken's most lethal aspect of attacking chakra was negated by the fact that Lee's chakra system was so messed up. However, there was still the physical aspect of the attack to worry about. Please Lee, if it looks hopeless just surrender, thought Guy as he continued to watch as his 2 students fought. In the arena. I can't use my speed in this tight space. I need to get some space so I can finish this, thought Lee as he continued to dodge the dangerous taijutsu of the Huga clan. He got his chance when Niji stumbled on the rubble that his weights caused. Not wasting a second he jumped back and vanished in a blur. Cursing under his breath, Niji spun around and used a Juken-enhanced palm to block the roundhouse Lee aimed at chest. Wincing at the pain the palm caused in his leg, Lee used his impressive leg strength to rotate around Niji's palm and delivered a devastating kick to the side of the Huga genius's head. Niji was sent sprawling because of the kick and didn't stop until he collided with the opposite wall in a heap. Getting back to his feet, Niji charged at Lee, while said taijutsu user moved to meet him halfway. They met in a flurry of taijutsu strikes, each of them unleashing a barrage of strikes from their own style. With Team 20, something's not right, Naruto muttered under his breath. He looked at the match closer, specifically Niji, trying to figure out what was wrong. At first glance everything seemed normal, well as normal as a taijutsu match between 2 of Konoha's most feared styles can be. The answer came to him when he noticed Niji slightly change the trajectory of one of his Juken strikes. Oh shit, thought Naruto as he quickly moved towards his spandex-wearing sibling, garnering curious looks from his team and a hopeful one from the Hokage. "Guy," he said once he was close, catching the attention of his brother and the kunoichi in training, "you have to make Lee forfeit the match now." Guy was surprised. From what he could tell, the match was fairly balanced with neither of his students getting the upper hand. However, he knew that his little brother would never try to sabotage a friend, it just wasn't in him to do that. But that still left the question as to why he wanted Lee to forfeit when there was still a chance for him to win. "Guy, you have make him forfeit now, if not he's going to die." Naruto tried again, this time with a little more urgency, and if Guy heard it right, fear in his voice. Now Guy was worried. Naruto didn't fear easily, but there were certain things that absolutely terrified him that he knew of, one of which was losing someone close to him. Taking another quick look towards the taijutsu match going on, he turned to his little brother with a concerned look. "What's wrong, Naruto? How is Lee going to die?" Naruto sighed. He knew this was going to be the hardest part for Guy, to know that one of your students was trying to kill another student you viewed as a son. Niji is using the Jukin's physical aspect to target Lee's heart. He's slightly altering weaker strikes so as not to draw attention to himself. He's already landed about 5 strikes. If he lands another 2, Lee will die, Naruto said solemnly. Guy looked a mixture of shock and rage that one of his students could be trying to kill their teammate was unforgivable to him. "Lee!" he shouted, grabbing the attention of everyone in the arena along with the 2 combatants. "Lee, you must stop now. Forfeit the match. You have already proven that you are strong, that's all that matters." Lee looked at his sensei with confusion, unfortunately giving Niji an opening. Charging another Jukin palm strike, he launched it forward and nailed Lee in the chest. Lee was sent flying across the arena before crashing into the wall on the far side with a sickening crunch. Wanting to finish this now, Niji charged forward at speeds that could match a seasoned Chunin with his right hand poised to deliver the finishing blow. Guy and the other Jounins were about to move to stop the boy before anything else could happen, but before they could even move, someone beat them to the punch. Naruto stood in front of Lee holding Niji in what could only be called an execution stance. Niji was bent forward slightly with Naruto standing on his right. His right arm was being held straight out behind Naruto's back, held by said blonde's left hand. Naruto had his ninjato in the reverse grip poised at Niji's throat, ready to sever the annoying BSTRDS head from his body. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. They knew just from the stance Niji had taken as he charged at the downed Lee that he was going to kill him, but they had never expected a foreign ninja to be the one to save Lee from his own teammate. "I never did like the Huga clan, but to attack a fellow shinobi, your own teammate, that's low even for a Huga," said Naruto, his tone sending shivers down the spines of everyone present, his team and siblings the only exception. "I wonder why Itachi Nizan would kill of his own clan for their arrogance when the Hyugas have them beat in that department. With the Hokage, Naruto seems to have a friendship with Lee, maybe I can use this to my advantage," thought Sarutobi as he watched the scene playing out before him. If Naruto had another person close to him in the village, one his age no less, it would make things easier to get the boy back in the village. Now all we need to do to make sure Naruto stays in the village is to remove that useless slot that Kumo has put on his arm. Now what is the best way to do this? Back in the arena, Lee watched the scene before him in shock. He couldn't believe that his own teammate would go so far as to try and kill him. He was about to say something before his chest erupted in pain, and he fell to the floor screaming in agony. This seemed to break everyone out of their thoughts of what had transpired and had the Jounin moving to see what was wrong. Hayate had called for the medics the second the scream left Lee's mouth and moved to relieve Naruto's hold on Niji. Guy and the other Jounin all landed in the arena and split up to help where they were most needed. Guy and Anko moved to the downed form of Lee, Guy to offer support and watch over his surrogate son, and Anko to help the medics with her expert knowledge of human anatomy. Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai moved to help Hayate with the situation Niji currently found himself in. Hayate and Asuma stayed back as they watched their fellow Jounin convince the blonde shinobi to release Niji. "Naruto, I know you're upset about Niji's actions towards Lee, but if you kill him now then things will only get worse for you. He's not worth your time, little brother. Let us take care of this," said Kakashi as he watched Naruto internally debate whether or not to listen. He sighed in relief when his brother nodded in agreement and vanished in a burst of speed, leaving Niji to fall flat on his face. Kurenai reacted immediately and put the arrogant Huga in a genjutsu to keep him asleep for the remainder of the prelims so he couldn't cause any more problems. "Hey, call the match," said Kakashi after he saw Guy leave with the medics carrying Lee. "Winner, Niji Huga," said Hayate as he made everyone else clear the arena so that the matches could continue. Yugito had her arms wrapped around her boyfriend's waist trying to calm him down before anything else set him off. When they heard Hayate announce the next match was going to be between Lee's other teammate and the girl from the Suna team, she took advantage of it and tried to take her boyfriend's mind off of what just happened. "So Naruto-kun, what do you think about this match?" She knew that when he was concentrating on something that he liked it was a hell of a lot easier to keep him calm. Naruto smiled slightly at the question. He knew what his girlfriend was trying to do and who was he to deny her. Well, from what we've seen and from what Guy Nizan told us, his team has no ninjutsu whatsoever. Lee is a taijutsu user for the sole reason he can't use chakra. Niji, as we just witnessed, relies solely on the Hyuga Juken style to fight. Tenten, though she has trained well in taijutsu, is a weapons user at heart, and I doubt anything will ever change that. That Tamari girl appears to be a wind mistress in training, if that fan on her back is anything to go by. All in all, Tamari is going to win. She is the worst possible opponent Tenten could have drawn. Her skills in using wind will prevent Tenten's weapons from ever getting anywhere near her, said Naruto as he physically relaxed into Yugito's embrace. The rest of Team 20 was once again impressed with their teammates' students' analytical skills. They were with him when his siblings had told him about their students and about more of the higher-ranking shinobi that he would most likely run into while in the village. Kurenai, Guy and Kakashi hadn't said much about their teams, just basic skills and what their overall ranking was. Even the three of them working together wouldn't have been able to analyze what Naruto did in a matter of seconds. "I don't want to have to bring this up, but we need a plan for after the prelims are over," said Kowui as she glanced towards the aging Hokage when she finished. Naruto nodded in understanding. He had a feeling that once these prelims were over the sheet was going to hit the fan, big time. "The old man is up to something. I can tell by the look on his face he has a plan set up that could cause some serious problems for us," said Naruto as he glanced at the aged Kage with a calculating eye. He could tell his posture tensed as the matches progressed, meaning that whatever he had planned would start almost as soon as the prelims finished. He noticed that Sarutobi glanced in multiple directions rather quickly, but he noticed who he was looking at, all of the Konoha kunoichi present. Judging by who the old man glanced at, things are not going to end well for anyone, especially if Yugito-chan gets wind of it, thought Naruto with slight shudder. His girlfriend could be as powerful and as terrifying as a Kage-level shinobi when she was said, and not even Kurama or Matatabi would dare try and get in her way. Naruto looked toward the match to see that his prediction had come true and Tamari had indeed won. He had one last thought before the screen showed the next two competitors. "I think it's safe to assume the old man has already signed his death warrant. We will now decide the 8th match," said Hayate as the screen started flashing through the names of the remaining 8 genin. The tension seemed to mount as the screen continued to speed through names without end. All the remaining genin were tensed ready for their turn to fight. Well, all except a few. Gaara just stood motionless, not caring if he was the next to fight. He knew that whoever he fought he would satisfy his mother with their blood. Dosu just stared at the screen with a passive look on his face. The only ones left are the Ichibi Jinchuriki, the Hyuga heiress, an Akimichi, an Inazuka, that pale Konoha genin, 2 Kumo genin and myself. My chances are good against any of the Konoha genin. I don't stand a chance against the Ichibi, and the 2 Kumo genin don't look that strong. However, their team mate proved that they are not to be underestimated, though they still won't be able to defeat me with my sound attacks, thought Dosu as he glanced around at the remaining competitors. Kiba was leaning against the railing with an arrogant smirk on his face. In his mind, he believed no one could beat him because he was the alpha. "Haha, none of these guys can beat me. I just hope I don't end up fighting Hinata-chan," he thought, glancing at his only female teammate. "Though I have to say that blonde beach from Kumo looks like she'd be fun," he thought with a perverted grin as he looked Yugito up down from the corner of his eye. Hinata watched the screen with the patented superior Hyuga look on her face. Ever since she had met Kurenai, she had tried to imitate her Ice Queen persona and in doing so had started following her clan's beliefs more and more. Eventually, she had become a younger female version of her father in terms of skill and the typical superiority complex her clan had multiplied tenfold inside of her. It doesn't matter who I face, they will lose, especially those BS artists from Kumo. I'll make them regret trying to kidnap me. Sai stood with his sensei and teammates with an unreadable look on his face. He had been quietly observing the matches as they progressed, noting anyone who could be of value to his master. The Uchiha was an obvious choice as his master had wanted a pure-blooded Uchiha under his control for a while now. The branch Huga would be of value, however because of the caged bird seal he wouldn't be able to pass on the Byakugan. So far not many people here have something to offer Danzo-sama. The Uchiha and the Huga have promise, but we need others as well. Although that Kumo team holds promise if the offer members are just as strong as their teammate. Choji, unlike all the other remaining Konoha genin, was completely oblivious to what was going on around him, instead choosing to focus solely on the bag of chips he was currently shoveling into his mouth. Yugito was watching the screen from the corner of her eye, while she focused mainly on the Konoha kunoichi that were present. Like Naruto, she had noticed the glances the old Kage had sent towards the young kunoichi of his village. There was a strange glint in his eyes when he looked at them, but it wasn't perverted or something similar. It was a glint that held what appeared to be a calculative and plotting look. If any of those useless hussies even so much as look at Naruto-kun, they won't be able to give birth when I'm through with them, she thought, letting her possessive cat nature show for a second as she tightened her hold on her boyfriend. I agree, kitten. If they try anything with our mates it will be hell to pay. But just to make sure they can't take away your mate's virginity, you should drag him off into a closet and not leave it for a few days once these prelims are over, came the demonic and completely perverted voice of Matatabi as she sent images of her host and Naruto doing some very naughty things in a closet. Mata, I will not do that. We're only 13 for Kamisake, we won't be doing anything like that for a few years, replied Yugito, only to mentally slap herself as Matatabi started demanding that she tell what her plans were and sending even more images into her head of an older version of Naruto and herself doing even more naughty things. Naruto had his eyes closed as he tried to decide on the best plan of action for when his match came up. I could easily kill any of the remaining competitors if we're to use your chakra Kurama, however that would make things a lot harder on us later on down the line. If I were to cripple them, then it would send a message that my team and I are not to be messed with, but that would probably make the old man panic and do something drastic, and that's something we don't need at the moment. He continued to think of the best way to go about winning his match until a familiar demonic voice came from his mind. Why are so concerned with the old man, thinking you are too far gone to save? I thought you wanted him to leave you alone, and the best way to do that is to send a message that he simply can't ignore. True, Kurama. However, remember what Granny Mito's letter said, the vault containing all of the knowledge of my clan was entrusted and hidden by my father's clan. If we ever want a chance to regain the knowledge that once belonged to my clan, then I will need to get access to the Namikaze compound and try and find a clue as to where they hid the vault. The only one who knows where the compound is the old man, and if my plan for gaining access to it is to work, then I need him to still believe he can save me from Kumo, replied Naruto, getting a nod of understanding from his foxy tenant. True, Kit, and if your plan works it will not only grant you the knowledge of your mother's clan but your father's as well. It will be a slap to the face of this hellhole of a village when they learn that they have lost the knowledge and skills that belonged to the Uzumaki and the Namikaze. That is truly a move worthy of a fox, thought Kurama before they were brought out of their planning by the sound of the screen beeping signaling it had decided on the next competitors. Will Kiba, Inuzuka, and Yugito ni please come down for the 8th match? Said Hayate as he looked away from the screen and started looking at the remaining competitors. Kiba grinned at the thought of fighting the hot Kumo beach. Now was his chance to force her to submit to him and to claim her as his. He jumped over the rail with Akamaru following close behind him. Unknown to either of the partner Inuzukas, Kiba had released a small amount of pheromones that didn't go unnoticed by a certain blonde-haired shinobi. With Team 20, Naruto was about to give Yugito a kiss for good luck, but as he turned to face her, something in the air tickled his nose. Taking a quick sniff trying to figure out what the strange scent was, he was suddenly overcome by a possessive nature as he pulled Yugito to him and held her tight. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? asked Yugito before the scent of pheromones hit her nose as well. Now she was no stranger to pheromones, as she released quite a lot of them whenever Naruto unleashed his power. Matatabi had explained to her at a young age, unfortunately, about pheromones and the effects they can have on the body. She could tell by the scent that these pheromones came from a dog, but they didn't have any love or compassion in them, just lust and a little bit of arrogance. Thankfully her body had gotten used to the feeling of much stronger pheromones when she and Naruto almost ravaged each other when they were both using their cloaks in training. She easily ignored the pheromones, but she couldn't stop the delightful shiver that ran down her spine at her boyfriend's words. Yugito-chan, don't let that mutt lay a finger on you or I won't be able to stop myself from killing the little BSRD and then taking you to some secluded location and ravaging you, said Naruto with his voice taking on a demonic and lustful tone. Thankfully only she heard what he said, or their sensei might have something else to say about that idea. Nodding in acknowledgement, Yugito decided to try and reassure her boyfriend by giving him a kiss that could be considered a little indecent in public, but she could care less. Don't worry, he won't get the chance to even get close enough to me to touch me. With that she jumped over the railing and landed in front of Hate with Kiba standing across from her with an arrogant smirk on his face and his eyes roaming over her body making her shiver in disgust. Mata, if I can't finish this mutt by myself in less than 5 minutes, I'm going to use the cloak and try the first of your jutsu out, thought Yugito to her perverted tenant. I agree, kitten, judging by the look in this mongrel's eyes he thinks he can make us submit to him. Let's show him what we're made of. The 8th match, Kiba Inuzuka vs Yugito ni, are the both of you ready? Asked Hate, receiving a confident nod from Kiba and a harsh glare from Yugito that had him suppressing a shudder and silently praying that he never said this particular kunoichi off. Begin, he shouted before getting the hell out of the way knowing this particular match was going to be a sheet fest. Now what's a hot girl like you doing with a loser like Blondie over there? I'm the one you should be with since I'm an alpha, said Kiba releasing his animal dominance. Is he seriously trying to make me submit to him with this pathetic dominance? Naruto-kun lets out more dominance in his sleep. If this is his maximum dominance level then he is no alpha, thought Yugito before she charged at the stunned form of Kiba. When she was in range she spun around and nailed the arrogant mutt with a strong heel to the face. Akamaru just stood there stunned that his partner's dominance could be thrown off so easily. He turned to look at the girl who had just knocked his partner out and felt the dominance coming from her. He wasn't as stupid as his partner to think they were alpha status, but he could tell that this girl was an alpha female not to be messed with. Heiate stood stunned at how the Kumo kunoichi had easily defeated the heir of the Inuzuka clan. If she could defeat a clan heir so easily and her teammate could kill one of our shinobis without breaking a sweat, this team is not to be messed with. If his teammates are anything to go by, Naruto should easily defeat any of the remaining contestants, thought Heiate before checking Kiba and finding him knocked out cold. Winner, Yugito ni, said Heiate as the medics came and took Kiba away. Yugito jumped back up to her team and was met with a searing kiss from her boyfriend that left her breathless and lightheaded. Way to put the mutt in his place, said Kowui as her two teammates continued to look into each other's eyes. Okay, that's enough for now, we don't need you two getting it on in front of everyone, she said rather loudly, producing blushes from all of the rookie nines save for Sasuke who was fuming at not being to activate his Sharingan, and Sai who just kept his impassive expression. Kakashi was giggling like crazy. He took out a small notepad and started writing stuff down with the intention of sending this to his favorite author. With the Hokage. She seems to be fairly skilled, getting rid of her will be harder than I anticipated but nothing my Umbu can't handle, thought Sarutobi as he watched the scene of Naruto and the Kumo beach trying to eat each other's faces. Soon Naruto, soon you shall be returned to your true home here in Konoha and nothing will get in my way. Back in the arena. The 9th match will be between Dosu Kinyuda and Gaara of the Desert, said Heiate as said competitors sand shunshined and jumped over the railing respectively. Once they were both standing across from one another, Heiate gave them the signal to begin while jumping away. Dosu wasted no time and charged Gaara while pulling up his right sleeve revealing his melody arm ready to strike. Gaara didn't even try to dodge and when Dosu was in striking distance, sand shot out of his guard and caught the sound genin in a cocoon of sand. Mother will have your blood, said Gaara in his deadly monotone while raising his right arm with his palm facing the trapped Dosu. Now die, he said before closing his hand into a fist and crushing Dosu before he even had a chance to scream. With Team 20. So that's what Shikaku grants his host, the ability to control sand, though I have a feeling that he is only scratching the surface with his sand abilities, said Naruto as watched Gaara mercilessly kill Dosu before returning to his place in between his siblings. You're right, Kit. When the sage and his son gave us our power, we each chose a different skill to specialize in. Shikaku chose to wield the power of sand and created many jutsu using this unique skill. His container has only scratched the surface of what Shikaku is truly capable of, thought Kurama before he laid back down for a nap. Lazy fox, thought Naruto before he returned his attention to the screen that had just stopped on the next two fighters. In the arena. Will Hinata Hyuga and Choji Akimichi please come down for the 10th match, called Hayate as he glanced at the screen. Said Hyuga Eris jumped over the rail and stood in front of Hayate with the patented Hyuga smirk on her face. Choji, of the other hand, tried to hide behind the rails before Asuma bribed him with barbecue to get him to fight. Fighters ready? Getting two nods, he brought his hand down before jumping back to safety. Begin! Hinata wasted no time and charged forward with a barrage of Juken strikes. Choji tried to dodge as many as he could, but a few managed to meet their mark on his body, namely his legs. Hinata jumped back, seeing that her opponent was all but finished now that he couldn't dodge. Why don't you just go ahead and surrender? You're no match any Hyuga, especially not the heiress of the clan, she said with the classic Hyuga death glare. Poor Choji didn't know what to do. He could see that he had no chance of winning this match, not with the condition his leg was in, but he also didn't want to disappoint his sensei, plus all that barbecue was a very tempting reason to continue. In the end, he raised his hand and spoke in a resigned voice. Proctor, I forfeit the match. Hinata's smirk grew, if that was possible, when she heard that. It just reinforced her belief that she was untouchable because of who she was. With Team 20. What a beach, said Yugito as she watched the two Konoha ninja walk back to their respective teams. She couldn't help but notice the scowl on Kurinai's face as she looked at her only female student. I guess that's why she doesn't mind leaving her team behind. The only decent one is the Aburame, while his teammates are both arrogant pricks. So that's the heiress of the Hyuga clan, not much of a kunoichi if that's the attitude she shows towards her own allies, said Naruto as he glanced at the only remaining competitor other than himself. Something doesn't feel right about him. Since they are the last two competitors left, will Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sai please come down for the final match, said Hayate as he fought down a coughing fit. Sai jumped over the rail and landed in front of Hayate with his still expressionless face. Naruto just stood with his team with an annoyed look on his face. Seriously, how many times do I have to tell them before they start using my true name? Screamed Naruto in his head while his eyebrow began to twitch. Naruto, Uzumaki, please come down for your match. Hayate tried once again, only succeeding in making said blonde's eyebrow twitch faster. How many times do I have to tell you people before you get it right? It's Naruto Namikaze, you idiots, he screamed before he jumped down to the floor, his face still displaying his annoyance. Hayate looked to the Hokage with shock and a little anger clearly written on his face. Sarutobi had personally told him that the boy's name was Uzumaki and that he was somehow related to his late sensei. Shacking off his shock, for the most part, he turned back to the two shinobi waiting for the signal to begin. Very well, the last match, Naruto Namikaze vs. Sai. Are you both ready? He asked, getting a nod from Naruto while Sai just remained motionless. Begin, he said, just barely jumping away before Sai lunged forward with a brush and scroll in his hands. Naruto jumped back trying to figure out what his opponent's abilities were. A brush and a plain scroll? What the hell kind of technique could he use with those? His answer came in the form of a lion made of ink charging for him. Ink? He must infuse his chakra with the ink to control whatever he draws and use it as a weapon. Seems he's a long-range fighter and doesn't like to get in close, though with that tanto on his back he's probably skilled enough to hold his own if someone managed to get in close enough, thought Naruto as he continued to dodge the lion that Sai had created as well as a newly drawn tiger. If only I knew some water jutsu, then taking care of these drawings would be a piece of cake. How is it I'm blessed with an affinity towards every element? Except the one that would make my life so much easier right now. Naruto ranted in his head as he continued to dodge the ink monsters that seemed to keep multiplying. Sai's mind. His skills don't seem to be as high as everyone expected. It would appear that Orochimaru's spy was more accurate about his skills than he thought Sai as he continued to bombard Naruto with his ink creatures. Still, if my master wants him brought under his control, then so be it. With that thought in mind, he made another ink lion before he moved his brush to the bottom of his scroll and with a few small strokes drew the main mind control seal that would control the branch seal he would place on his target. Unfortunately for him though, Naruto noticed his slight movements. What the hell was with those small strokes at the bottom of his scroll? Thought Naruto as he continued to dodge the ink monsters. Judging by the size of the strokes and the area that he used for it probably a safe bet that it's some kind of seal. Now the only question is what kind of seal. I doubt it's a storage seal, and explosive seal is a possibility if he plans to incorporate it into one of his monsters. Demon, I guess I'll have to get in close and try and see what he's planning. With that he took out his ninjato and charged headlong into the swarm of beasts, much to the shock of everyone who didn't know him. Charging wind chakra into the blade, the fox head opened and surrounded the blade a small whirlwind. Raising his right arm so it was parallel to the ground, he jumped into the air once he reached the small army of ink creatures and began spinning at extreme speeds. Cloud style, tornado blade storm, said Naruto as a tornado surrounded him and started slicing into the army of ink creatures with ease. For a brief second none of the spectators could see a thing as the ink creatures exploded into a shower of black ink. Taking advantage of the temporary distraction, Naruto moved behind Sai using speed that would have made a Jounin green with envy. Looking where he saw Sai draw that small seal, he noticed what appeared to be the starter of a seal chain. A seal chain? There aren't many things that require a seal chain, so what could he be planning? Thought Naruto as he moved back to his original position. Even if I've just started learning about seals, the Uzumaki basics covered a wide range and already started going into seal chains. Let's see, from what I know a seal chain can be used for explosives, barriers, preservation and mind control. Though on the inside he was surprised and a little disgusted that the Hokage would try to have a mind seal placed on him, his face never betrayed his feelings as it just remained impassive. Time to end this and give Konoha another big surprise, he thought before going through a series of hand signs that his team recognized immediately. With Team 20. So he's getting serious already. Something must have set him off if he's already resorting to his ninjutsu, said Kowui as she glanced at the Hokage from the corner of her eye. Why do I have the feeling that that old geezer is to blame for this? Because he is, said Yugito, catching the attention of her teammate and sensei. You wouldn't have noticed it unless you knew what to look for, but Naruto-kun's eyes hardened for a split second before returning to their expressionless state. I don't know what it is, but something set him off and no doubt it involves the Hokage. That's the only reason he would be using a jutsu with his black lightning already. He's planning on giving the Hokage a heart attack and something else to worry about. He doesn't know about his lightning-style armor yet, but if he shows them he has the black lightning they'll know he is of great importance to Kumo and hopefully it will deter them long enough for us to come up with a plan to handle things. You're right, Yugito. Naruto knows the value of information and the element of surprise. He wouldn't reveal one of his greatest secrets and weapons to the enemy if he didn't have a plan, said Darui as he continued to watch his successor go through hand signs. In the arena. Lightning style, black lightning strike, he said as black sparks of lightning began to arc around his arm. Raising his arm so it was aimed at his emotionless opponent, a bolt of lightning blacker than an Uchiha's eyes shot towards a stunned Sai at speeds that could match a Ka. With the Hokage. Black lightning? Has Kumo gone as far as to teach him one of their most prized techniques to try and corrupt him with power? Still, this does present a problem. If Naruto wields the black lightning, then Kumo won't give him up easily. We'll have to wait for an opportunity to present itself to return Naruto to his true home, although that won't stop us from eliminating that slot that hangs of his arm. Be patient, Naruto, soon you will be home. With Kakashi, the black lightning and the lightning-style armor? With him having both of those techniques in his arsenal, Kumo won't give him up at all. We can only hope that the Hokage doesn't try anything foolish or it could lead to all-out war between Kumo and Konoha. And I already know where my allegiance would lie, thought Kakashi with a small smile towards his little brother. In the arena. Black lightning that should be impossible, thought Sai as his face displayed an emotion for the first time in many years, fear. He hadn't felt such fear since he began his training under Danzo. He'd gone on multiple missions that would be considered suicide for most shinobi his age, and he had come back alive. But now it was clear, he was going to die and nothing could save him. All he could do was watch as the lethal jutsu made its way closer and closer to him, never once wavering in its speed or accuracy. "Forgive me, Danzo-sama, I failed my mission," were his last thoughts before the attack made contact with his chest, right where his heart was. He opened his mouth in a silent scream as the lightning spread throughout his body, turning his organs to ash. However, the lightning stopped at his chest as it pierced through his body, destroying his heart as it went. Naruto cancelled the jutsu and watched on as the lifeless body fell to its knees before falling face first onto the arena floor. There was no blood as the lightning had cauterized the gaping hole in his chest. No one breathed, no one moved, they were all too stunned at what they had just seen to do anything. Sasuke was, once again, scarred out of his mind at the power Naruto wielded. He would often still have nightmares about that day on the bridge, about the power that he had witnessed, the carnage he had seen, and the fear he had felt. He only now realized that he had only seen Naruto use one jutsu that day, and that he had decimated an army with nothing but his ninjato. Now he had seen what the blonde was truly capable of, the destruction he could cause with only one simple jutsu. He had read about that particular jutsu in the academy, and it was only a C-rank jutsu as it was designed to paralyze the target while causing minor burns on the body. That very same jutsu had just been used to punch a hole through someone's chest. Am I truly that weak compared to him? He thought as he watched the blonde walk towards his team, leaving the body in the middle of the arena. Sakura and Ino were reliving the fear they felt when they were on the bridge fighting Zabuza with this blonde and his team. After they returned from that mission, they weren't themselves for about a week. Their families tried to get them to talk about what was bothering them, but the only thing they could ever manage to get out of them was demon massacre. The only thing that had managed them to get out of their funk was for Kurinai to cast a genjutsu on them that helped them forget about what they saw. Now though, all those memories were resurfacing and the fear they felt that day returned with a vengeance as they both slumped against the wall and lost consciousness as their fear once again overwhelmed their minds. Kakashi, Kurinai, Guy and Anko were all mentally congratulating their little brother on the win. The fact that he killed someone to it never even crossed their minds. If anything, it made their pride in Naruto grow that much more. It proved that he knew what it would take to be a shinobi and that he wasn't afraid about having to kill someone to fulfill his duties as a shinobi. Orochimaru was almost foaming at the mouth with what he was seeing. How had his spies not found out about this gem that would be in the exams? His main target may have been Sasuke, but this boy was proving to be a good second choice. I will deal with my spies later. For now I must find a way to mark this promising host to make sure he comes to me for power, he thought before he noticed that his old sensei was eyeing the boy similar to how he was. It seems I might have to postpone my plans for marking the boy. If Sarutobi-sensei is that interested in the boy, it could be dangerous to interfere with whatever he's planning for the boy. Besides, once the invasion is over, Sarutobi will be dead and I will have the opening I need to mark the boy. Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen many things in his time as a shinobi. He had watched his comrades fall at the hands of the enemy during the Second Shinobi World. He had witnessed one of Orochimaru's experiments he conducted before he fled the village. He had sent many shinobi to their deaths when he gave them a mission during the last World War, but nothing could have prepared him for the sight he had just witnessed. To see someone you consider a grandson kill one of your shinobi so easily and without so much as a hint of remorse shook him to his core. Has Kumo corrupted him so much that he doesn't even feel guilt or remorse for ending another life, especially one so young? Or has he truly severed his ties with us? And I will not give up. Deep down, I know that he is killing himself for the actions he is committing. Forcing someone to kill one of their own, Kumo has truly fallen from grace. Winner, Naruto Namikaze, said Hayate as he continued trying to get over the fact that Genin had just used a C-rank capture-based jutsu, like an A-rank assassination jutsu. But his skills with a sword remind me so much of Kushina-sensei, yet he looks so much like the fourth, thought Hayate. He immediately noticed the spark of life in his eyes when he wielded his sword. It was the same spark that Kushina-sensei always had whenever she used her own katana. There is no doubt then he must be Kushina-sensei's and the fourth's son. I will have to speak to Kakashi about this revelation. If anyone would know the truth, then it would be him. Shaking off his shock and pushing his thoughts to the back of his mind for now, Sarutobi made his way down to the arena and called everyone who had won their matches down to stand in front of him. When everyone was assembled, he cleared his throat to catch their attention. Congratulations to all of you for making it this far in the exams. Now before we begin the final part of the exams, everyone will draw a number from the box that Anko is holding to determine who will face who in the final exam. Anko stepped forward and started with her little brother before making her way down the line of genin. Now will each of you please read off your number for Ibiki? 1, 5, 3, 9, 2, 4, 10, 6, 7. Ibiki nodded before turning the paper he was writing on for them to see the order of the matches. First match, Naruto Namikaze vs Niji Huga. Second match, Sasuke Uchiha vs Shino Aburame. Third match, Kowui vs Gaara of the Desert. Fourth match, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari of the Desert. Fifth match, Yugito ni vs Hinata Huga. Now that the matches have been decided, you all will be given 1 month to train and prepare for the finals. You are all dismissed. You will be instructed where to meet after the month-long break, said Sarutobi as he watched the Chunin hopefuls leave with their senseis and teams. I need to speak with the council. The sooner plans are made and implemented, the sooner we will return Naruto to his one true home. Unbeknownst to him, he was being followed by a familiar person with spiky blonde hair who had plans of his own to put into effect. Whatever you're planning, you old fool, I'll make sure the boss knows about it. Konohagakure no Sato Council Chambers. How did the preliminaries go, Hokage-sama? Asked Hayashi Hyuga as the other clan heads nodded in agreement. They had been called into the meeting just after the end of the prelims. As such, they never got to hear what happened from their children. Sarutobi sighed as he knew that some of what he had to tell them was going to cause an outrage. Everything went smoothly for the most part, except for a few deaths, said Sarutobi as many of the civilian council raised their eyebrows at this. Being rich civilians, they were in the mindset that nothing bad could ever happen in the village so long as they had ninja there to protect them, let alone someone dying. In total we had 3 deaths, 1 from the new village Odo, and 2 from our own village. That caught everyone's attention, especially the clan heads that hadn't been able to see their children before they came to the meeting. Who all has died, Hokage-sama? Asked Choza as he tried to remain calm in front of his leader, but his instincts as a parent were starting to take over. Seeing that all of the clan heads were almost to the point of hysterics, though they hid it well, Sarutobi decided to put their minds at ease. Don't worry, none of your children were among the deceased, he said as all of the worry left the clan heads to be replaced by an overwhelming feeling of relief. The fatalities were Dosu Kinyuta of Otogakure, Misumi Tsurugi of Konohagakure and Sai of Konohagakure. Danzo's eye widened slightly when he heard one of his best operatives' names on the list of the deceased. How is that possible? Sai was one of my best. He was easily at the level a newly appointed jounin, who could possibly have the power and skill to kill him, he thought before the voice of his rival brought him out of his thoughts. As best as I could tell, their deaths were quick and efficient. Dosu Kinyuta well to Gaara of the Desert, who seems to have a unique control over sand. He used this ability of his to wrap Dosu in a cocoon of sand and then crushed him to the point where there were no remains of the boy, said Sarutobi as the civilian council all had disgusted looks on their faces and were probably close to losing their lunch. The shinobi council, though, was intrigued with this ability. Elemental Kekkei Genkais were not all that rare, but one that granted the user control over sand was news to them. We'll have to look into this new ability, was the general thought process of the shinobi council. Misumi's death, however, was at the hands of one of the Kumo kunoichi. This news brought scowls to the faces of the shinobi council. First, Kumo had the gall to kidnap the last heir of the Namikaze and Uzumaki, and now they kill one their aspiring genin? The kunoichi, Kowui, Naruto's other teammate, was the one who killed him. She used a technique called Kumo-style whirlwind dance that allowed her to literally shred Misumi to pieces, said Sarutobi, spitting the words teammate. However, it was the death of young Sai that has disturbed me the most. Danzo raised a questioning eyebrow at this. How had the death of his operative disturbed the famed god of shinobi and the professor? You see, he died at the hands of young Naruto. Of all the things the council was expecting, that was certainly not one of them. That Naruto could kill someone his age, let alone someone who should be one of his allies, just reaffirmed to the Shinobi Council that Kumo had brainwashed the boy to the point where he was just a mindless killing machine. But that's not all. It was the way in which Naruto killed young Sai that has me extremely worried. For you see, it would appear that Kumo has given Naruto the Black Lightning in hopes to corrupt the boy with power. Everyone on the Shinobi Council's eyes widened at this revelation. If the boy truly did command the Black Lightning, then getting him back into Konoha and under their control was going to be about 100 times harder than before. Danzo was deep in thought over these new revelations. If the boy was strong enough to defeat one of his most powerful and loyal operatives, then he must be a truly frightening shinobi. Now factoring in having the Black Lightning at his disposal, and even he was beginning to fear what this boy might become. Even if the boy did kill one of our shinobi, it just means that we must move as soon as possible to return the boy to his true home and reverse all the damage that Kumo has done to the boy, said Inoichi, as he watched the fire return to his fellow clan head's eyes, as well as the eyes of the Hokage. Inoichi is correct. We must make plans to return young Naruto to the village, said the Hokage. However, the civilian council, who had been unnaturally quiet throughout the entire meeting, decided to speak up. We will not allow that demon to return to the village. You said it yourself, Hokage-sama. He killed one our shinobi, so he should be executed immediately, screeched the ever-annoying banshee that was Seiyuki Haruno. My daughter hasn't had a peaceful night's sleep ever since she returned from that mission in Wave. I don't know what he did, but that demon did something to my daughter and I demand that he pay for what he's done. She was about to continue before an extreme blast of killing intent flooded the room, all of it concentrated on her. I would suggest that you shut the hell up, said Sarutobi in a voice that froze the blood of everyone in the room. Even Danzo had to suppress a shudder at the tone. Naruto may not be a part of this village for now, but my law about speaking of the QB still stands, and I will have you executed if you speak of it again. The seriousness in the old Kage's voice, along with an umbu appearing behind her ready to carry out the deed, did what many thought impossible, silenced a pink-haired banshee. Now, as Inoichi said, plans must be enacted as soon as possible. How are the plans for having the clan heiresses stuck Naruto going? Smoothly. While I think most of us haven't had a chance to tell our daughters of the plan, I have already made arrangements to help remove the slot, said Hayashi as Inoichi nodded in agreement. While they were the only clan heads that had daughters, they knew that the other heads were already moving to have their clan's daughters assist in the plan. I have arranged for a small team of my clan shinobi to act as an assassination team to remove her. I have also made arrangements for a team of assassins from my clan to aid in the removal, said Inoichi as the Hokage nodded in agreement. He knew that his umbu could easily remove the threat. However, it was a good idea to have two clans that made up most the village's assassination corps aid in the removal. However, I believe we should have a few backup plans in case for some reason the first fails. The other clan heads nodded in agreement. Their village hadn't earned the title of the strongest of the five without having backup plans in place. Inoichi-san is correct. We need a backup if something goes awry with the first plan, said Shibi Aburame in the monotone that his clan was known for. No one spoke for a while as each of the clan heads was in deep thought about ways to return the wayward blonde. The civilians were also deep in thought. However, their thoughts weren't revolving around return a blonde shinobi safely to the village. No, their thoughts were revolving around how they could get rid of the blonde as soon as he was returned to the village, or better yet, kill him. Shadowed corner of council chambers. Those manipulative sons of beaches. When the boss finds out about what they have planned, he's gonna level this place. Although if Yugito-chan finds out. The clone shivered slightly at the thought of what his girlfriend might do. Judging from his reaction to Sai's death, Danzo is probably the one who ordered him to place that seal on me. Well, I guess I found my next target, thought Naruto glaring at the head the rude umbu. I can't believe that the leaders of the strongest of the five would stoop so low just to get more power for the village. I mean seriously, trying to stuck me with girls I hardly know, have no physical appeal whatsoever, and are completely useless in a fight. Do they think my standards are that low, or do they even think I have standards? You have standards? Said a chuckling demonic voice from his mind. Shut it, Kurama, or I is back to that dark corner of my mind for you, screamed the clone, which instantly shut the demon fox up. Calming down a little, he watched Shikaku Nara stand up. Trust a Nara to be the first come up with a backup plan. With the council. I have a suggestion, Hokage-sama, said Shikaku as he stood up from his seat. Kumo may have used it for power, but what if we used a loyalty seal on Naruto? In theory, the two different commands of the seals should cancel each other out and return Naruto's free will to him. Also, once he's free from outside influence, we should present him with his inheritance to help convince him to abandon Kumo. Sarutobi sat quietly contemplating the outcome of such a move, should they be forced to resort to it. After a few minutes of tense silence, the Hokage nodded slightly with a small smile forming on his lips. I agree, Shikaku, it might be a little risky, but if the outcome is what we want it will be well worth the risk, he said as the other clan heads and the elders nodded in agreement. Danzo smirked slightly. The very same plan he had tried to use against the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was now being officially approved of by the Hokage himself. If the Hokage is approving this plan of action, then I can easily place one of my shinobi into the team sent to capture the boy and make sure they are the one to place the seal, he thought with his smirk increasing slightly. Very well, we will meet at the end of the week to discuss any other plans for returning Naruto to the village, said the Hokage before turning the clan heads, Inoichi and Hayashi specifically. Make arrangements for your daughters to begin seducing Naruto by tomorrow. The sooner we begin, the sooner Naruto will be back where he truly belongs. Sarutobi stood, along with everyone else in the room, before formally ending the meeting. If that is all, then this meeting adjourned. Like hell it is. With Team 20 same time. So sensei, what's the plan for the next month? Asked Kowui as she and her team walked back to the hotel they were staying at. They knew that Kakashi and the others were following them, as per their orders from the Hokage, but they'd rather it be them than regular Konoha Umbu. I've already sent a message to the boss. He's sending B and Dodai ahead of him to assist in your training for the month-long break, said Darui as they arrived at their hotel room. Once Naruto had sealed the door using a basic Uzumaki seal, they opened the window to allow Naruto's siblings in. After everyone had a chance to settle in, Kakashi decided to start off the conversation. Well, it seems Sasuke isn't exactly happy about not being able to copy any of the techniques that were used during the prelims. Before I could stop him, he and his loyal lapdogs had already demanded a meeting with the Hokage and were being escorted by Umbu. When they discover the seal you gave me, they'll demand its removal immediately. Guy, Kurinai and Enko all looked slightly worried about this. If the council discovered whoever created that seal, then things would get really bad, really fast. To the surprise of all of them, Naruto just chuckled slightly before reclining against to the back of the couch he was on. So we have a spoiled brat throwing a temper tantrum, two love-struck puppies complaining about something that doesn't concern them, running to a group of morons who think they can do whatever they want? I don't really see a problem with that, especially not with the plan that I will be putting into motion soon, he said as he watched the varying reactions from everyone present. Yugito and Kowui just treated this like any other situation involving their blonde teammate. They learned fast that with him around things are never normal. Darui just sighed quietly. His successor was always unpredictable, but he never thought that he would try something that involved going against a Kage. Apparently he forgot who his successor is exactly. Kakashi looked intrigued with this little announcement. His little brother had something up his sleeve that he believed could get one over on the Konoha Council. This next month is going to be very interesting. His fellow Jounin, however, still seemed concerned for their brother, though they looked willing to wait and see how things went. What exactly do you have planned, little brother? Asked Kakashi as he watched a foxy smirk the size of the Kyuubi himself spread onto the blonde's face. Oh yes, things are definitely going to be interesting. Council chambers. Like hell it is. The council stood rooted in place as the owner of the voice stepped out from the shadows. The whisker-marked blonde stood before the entire council with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face. It took everyone present, including the hidden Umbu, a few seconds to recover from their shock, but once they did, all hell broke loose. The Umbu that were tasked with security launched from their places all around the room trying to subdue the blonde and hopefully kill him by accident. The second the civilians realized who the voice belonged to, they began shouting at the Umbu to kill him. The clan heads moved to intercept the Umbu, hoping to stop them from making the biggest mistake of their lives. Sarutobi stood frozen as he watched the scene unfold before him. He couldn't believe that the one he thought of as his own grandson had been spying on the meeting. Shacking off his shock, he tried to bring order back to the chamber, keyword being tried. The Umbu were too consumed by their hate to listen to their leader, and the clan heads knew that if they didn't stop the Umbu, then they would lose the last heir to two of the most powerful clans to grace Konoha. Naruto just stood and watched as 6 Umbu each with swords drawn raced towards him with the full intent of ending his life. Turning his head slightly, he noticed the clan heads racing in his direction as well. Judging by the speed they're moving and the fact they aren't fighting each other to get to me, they're probably trying to stop the Umbu, he thought before he noticed the Umbu were almost on top of him. Time for phase 1. With the Hokage. Sarutobi could only watch as the bare-masked Umbu swung his sword and cleaved the young blonde's head from his shoulders. At that very moment, everything finally hit home for the aged Kage, his surrogate grandson. The legacy of his successor was well and truly dead. He had failed as a Hokage, and he had failed to protect the only son of 2 people he thought of as his own. Minato, Kushina, I failed you, I couldn't protect Naruto. The civilians burst into cheers when they saw Naruto's head fall from his body. They were finally rid of the demon that had attacked their village all those years ago. They had avenged their loved ones and their fallen leader. Each was thinking that they would have to change the date of the village's annual festival from the day that the Kyuubi was defeated to the day that the demon was finally killed. This Umbu will be hailed as the hero of our village, the slayer of the Kyuubi, was the general thought process of most of the civilians. The clan heads were frozen in place. They couldn't believe that the legacy of 2 of the most powerful ninja to come from their village had been killed by one of their Umbu, no less. If it was the last thing they did, they would make this particular Umbu suffer for the rest of his life, and anyone who tried to stop them would meet the same fate. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts when they heard the sound of a throat being cleared. Turning to the source of the noise, they all noticed Danzo sitting in his seat with a very calm expression. The reactions to this varied all around the room. The civilians believed he was just happy that the demon was dead. The clan heads were enraged that he could just sit there so calmly treating the situation as if it didn't matter at all. It the Hokage, however, who found his voice first, and he wasn't exactly happy. How can you be so calm about the situation? One of our own Umbu just killed the only heir to the Namikaze and Uzumaki clans. Not to mention this could lead to potential war between us and Kumo. The death of one of their shinobi at the hands of our Umbu will not go over well, screamed the Hokage as his killing intent leaked from his body in waves. Danzo just turned to his old rival and smirked slightly. It wasn't his normal dark or plotting smirk though, it was a fox smirk. You know, old man, I'm surprised that your so-called elite Umbu couldn't detect a simple substitution jutsu, he said with a chuckle. Sarutobi looked confused for a second before Danzo vanished in a puff of smoke, putting every shinobi present on the defensive. When the smoke cleared, it revealed a very familiar and very much alive, whisker-marked blonde shinobi. I am curious though as to how they became Umbu if they couldn't even detect a simple jutsu that most seasoned genin can detect. Before anyone had a chance to recover from their shock, the distinctive sound of another poof of smoke came from behind them. Slowly they all turned to the source of the sound only to see the headless body of Danzo Shimura lying in a growing pool of its own blood. His disembodied head staring at them, a look shock forever etched on his old face. Turning back to the source of all of the commotion, Sarutobi was the one to break the endless silence. Naruto, why would do something like? He asked, shock and disbelief filling his voice. Naruto just snorted before he glanced around the room, taking in everyone's reactions to the current situation. The civilian council looked disgusted at the body that lay dead at their feet, but they were doing their best to ignore it by glaring at him with all the hate they could muster, and even if he couldn't see their faces he was sure the Umbu had similar reactions. To be expected, they always did blame me for everything that ever went wrong in their lives, even if I wasn't even in the village at the time. The Shinobi Council seemed to having reactions the exact opposite to those of the Civilian Council. They actually smiled slightly when it finally sank in that Danzo was dead and they were looking him as if he was the savior of the world or something. The Hokage, however, was a completely different type of reaction. He didn't even seem to notice the body of his one-time rival that lay not 5 feet away from him, instead choosing to look at him with relief mixed with a bit of disappointment in his eyes. Why? Because he tried to have Sai place a loyalty seal on me that would make me loyal only to him. I killed Sai before he got the chance and I just cut the head off the cobra before he could strike again. If his plan was successful it would have interfered with my plan, said the blonde while he relined back in the seat he now occupied. Sarutobi and the Shinobi Council raised their eyebrows at this, each wondering the same thing. What the hell does he mean by his plan? Seeing the question looks he was getting from them, Naruto sighed before he returned his attention to his audience. The first part of Phase 1 is complete, and now for the second part. I infiltrated this meeting to make sure you weren't planning something that could interfere with my plan. It looks like I made the right choice. Your plan to remove Yugito-chan from my side won't work, and you won't need to use a loyalty seal on me either. Shikaku-san was correct in saying that 2 loyalty seals on one person giving 2 different commands would cancel one another out. However, I already broke free from the seal that Kumo placed on me when they kidnapped me. What? How did you break the seal? Asked Sarutobi as relief flooded his system, and it showed as his posture instantly relaxed, believing that Naruto was of no threat to him and that he would ask to be returned to the village immediately. Said blonde noticed this and had to hide his smirk. Old fool, he's do exactly what I want him to. How I broke the seal's control is of no concern right now. What is important is that I warn you not to interfere with me and my team while the exams are still taking place. Doing so will put my plan at risk, and if I'm discovered the consequences won't be pretty. As the old man told you earlier, I can wield the black lightning, but what you don't know is that ever since I broke the seal I have been secretly collecting and copying scrolls containing information on every technique that Kumo has at its disposal. I only need a few more months to finish gathering everything, and once I have it I plan to leave the Kumo and return here to my true home. God, I'm gonna be sick, boss will probably hurl after I dispel. No one could believe their ears, even the civilians and Umbu couldn't argue against the idea of allowing Naruto to return to the village if he was bringing that much knowledge with him. The clan heads were over the moon with excitement at the idea of getting their hands on every jutsu and technique that Kumo had. Sarutobi was indeed pleased with the idea of getting all those new jutsu, but what was the true joy for him was that his surrogate grandson would be returning to the village soon. Very well, Naruto. We will not interfere with your plan. I only ask that you meet with us as much as possible while you are in the village to keep us up to date with your progress, said the aged Kage as the rest of the council, even the civilians, nodded in agreement with his statement. I'll come whenever I can, but I make no promises that I will be here regularly. My sensei is going to be training my team and I for most of the month-long break to help prepare us for the finals. However, I do have one request, he said as the Hokage nodded, signaling him to continue. I ask that you give me access to my birthright, my clan's compound here in the village, and access to the Hokage's personal library so that I can increase my knowledge of seals. Of course, Naruto, I will have Kakashi bring a map and the keys to your compound to you later on this evening. As for the library, I will leave instruction on where to find it and how to open it with the map Kakashi will bring to you, said the old man with his typical, grandfatherly smile on his face. Hook, line, and sinker, he must be getting senile in his old age to not only give my access to the library but to give me its location as well, that or he's just plain stupid, thought Naruto as gave the Hokage a fake smile before he stood up to leave. I'll come by as soon as I can to report on my progress. Until then I'll send reports to you via my siblings. I have to go before my team starts to wonder where I am. Oh, and before I forget, Sasuke Uchiha will be by soon demanding that someone examine him since he can't access his chakra. Before he start pointing fingers in the wrong direction, I was the one who gave Kakashi Nizen the seal the block of his chakra. The reason I did it was because I didn't want my hard-earned techniques and skills stolen by an arrogant brat with a tree up his butt, he said before walking out the doors, with a cubified smirk etched on his face. Phase 1 complete. Now to let the boss know to proceed to Phase 2, the clone thought before dispelling in a poof of smoke after making sure he was alone. With Team 20, the real Naruto was sitting telling his team and siblings about his plan when he stopped all of a sudden, with a slight glaze in his eyes. Kakashi and Naruto's team recognized what was happening instantly. He was going through the memories of a clone that had just dispelled. He stayed that way a few minutes before he broke out of his daze and began cursing up a storm. When he finally calmed down, he was greeted with the sight of his red-faced siblings and team. Sorry about that, it's just some of the things that clone heard didn't really sit well with me, he explained. It seems the old man was planning to use the daughters of the clans to try and stuck me to give me a connection to the village, and if that were to fail they were going to put a loyalty seal on me to get me stay in the village. My clone made sure they wouldn't try anything, though I doubt that's going to stop the clan heads from trying to get their daughters to stuck me so their clan get my clan's power. Before he could continue, however, he was cut off by a huge spike of killing intent courtesy of his enraged girlfriend. If any of those useless slots try to get anywhere near my Naruto-kun, I'll rip their throats out, she said, her voice taking on a demonic edge as her anger kept rising. Everyone slowly started backing away from the enraged Jinchuriki as she slowly started to leak out demonic chakra. Naruto didn't waste any time. The second she let out the first little bit of demonic chakra, he was over to her, and before anyone had time to say a thing they were gone in a shunshin. What the hell just happened? Asked Anko after she got her bearings back. She turned to her fellow jounin only to see them just as confused as she was. They all turned to Kowui when she let out a relieved sigh mixed with exasperation. Darui-sensei, you might want to postpone our training until the day after tomorrow. Judging from Yugito's anger this time, those two won't be back until midnight at the earliest, she said before she turned to face the 4 Konoha jounin. You guys might want to return to your regular duties. Whenever one of them gets that angry, it usually takes about 5 hours of making out for the other to calm the set-off one down. After she finished, Kakashi lasted maybe 1 second before he started giggling like a little schoolgirl with a blood stain growing on his face mask. Guy ran out of the room screaming something about the two blondes dampening their flames of youth with such unyouthful acts. Kurinai, despite her Ice Queen exterior, blushed so red you could easily mistake her for a ripe tomato. Anko, though, had a similar reaction to Kakashi. A little bit of blood dripped out her nose, but instead of giggling she decided to comment on the situation. Damn, my little brother's already getting that kind of makeout session and he's only 13? Lucky Beath's probably going to get laid before he's 15, she said with a smirk as Kurinai's blush deepened and Kakashi was propelled out the window that was still open by a huge nosebleed at the image that his perverted mind came up with. Deciding to save the teasing for when the victims were actually present, Anko grabbed Kurinai by back of her bandages of dragged the stunned jounin out of the apartment and towards her favorite bar. Well, I'm going to bed, knowing those two, they'll probably fall asleep wherever they're at right now, said Darui as he moved to his room to get some rest. Kowui nodded in agreement and went to her own room with one last thought before she fell asleep. Anko was probably right about those two laying each other before they're 15. I just hope they don't make me an aunt before I'm 18. Huga compound, main house. Hayashi sat across from his eldest daughter who seemed annoyed at being interrupted during her training. My daughter, I have a mission for you, said Hayashi catching Hinata's attention. During the prelims, did you see someone by the name of Naruto Namikaze? At Hinata's nod he continued. He is the son of my old rival Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage, and Kushina Uzumaki, the Red Death. Your mission is to stuck him so that we can get the power his clan possess for our own clan. You are to use whatever means necessary to stuck him, though you will have one minor obstacle to remove. The blonde slot that Kumo has put on his arm has to be removed. I have arranged for a team of assassins to assist in the removal, but I won't send them in unless you are unable to remove her yourself. Do you accept this mission, daughter? He asked, only to watch a smirk that could only be described as feral spread across Hinata's face. Of course I accept, father. With a lineage such as his, he is the only male in this village is worthy of me. The slot won't be a problem either. What could she possibly have compared to me, the heiress of the most prominent clan in Konoha? Don't worry, father. By the end of the Chunin exams, Naruto-kun will be mine and the slot will be dead, she said before she got up and left to continue her training, her smirk never faltering. Finally, a man worthy of me. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, soon you'll be right where you belong, by my side as it should be. Naruto walked through the forest behind the Hokage monument with his team and siblings following him. Kakashi had delivered the map to his clan's compound that morning along with instructions to the Hokage personal library. He and Yugito had returned early that morning only to be greeted by a smirking Anko and Kakashi who hadn't let up in their teasing one bit since they left the apartment. I still can't believe that you're getting a 5-hour-long makeout session and you're only 13. Man, I said it last night and I'll say it again, you're gonna get laid by the time you're 15, said Anko while Kakashi started giggling with a slight blood stain on his mask. Said Blondes blushed crimson for about the 100th time that morning. I swear, if this is the teasing we get when we go make out, then I don't want to imagine what Nei-sen will do when we actually do it, thought Naruto as he continued to lead them through the lush forests of Konoha. Knock it off with the teasing, sis, or I'll tell everyone your secret little fantasy, said Naruto with a smirk playing at his lips. Anko shut up instantly, a shocked look on her face. You wouldn't really do that, would you, little brother? She asked with a nervous laugh. The mischievous fox smirk on her little brother's face was the only answer she got. The little brat is starting to take after me more and more. They continued their journey in silence after that, with the only sound being that of Anko's murmuring about evil little brothers with big mouths. After another 20 minutes of walking, they came upon the beautiful sight that was the entrance to the Namikaze clan compound. Instead of the fancy iron-crafted gates that the other clan compounds were known for, the entrance to the Namikaze compound was a traditional torii gate with a brick wall surrounding the rest of the compound. At the top of the gate was the Namikaze clan symbol. 9 tomo surrounding the kanji for shinobi was carved into the wooden face of the gate in gold. No one spoke for what seemed like hours, but in reality were only a few minutes, before Kakashi decided to break the silence. Naruto, the gate is sealed with a blood seal that can only be released with the blood of a Namikaze or Uzumaki. Your mother and father were like parents to me. I spent most of my time when I wasn't on missions here with them. Your parents were true master of the art of sealing. With their combined knowledge and skill they managed to create the barrier that protects the compound. I still remember the first time your father showed me how the barrier worked, and to this day I am still amazed at what they created. The barrier around your compound is the ultimate defense, unbreakable except to those who know the secret behind it. Naruto, you need to stand in front of the gate and smear your blood on the seal in the center of it, Kakashi explained to amazement and confusion of everyone else. There wasn't any seal on the gate, just the opening that led into the compound. Hey Kurama, lend me your eyes for a second, said Naruto to his tenant. You got it, Kit, came the demonic reply from the fearsome Kyuubi. Naruto closed his eyes and felt the familiar prickling that signaled the change. Opening his eyes revealed the blood-red iris with slitted pupil and black sclera. Looking at the torii gate now revealed a light blue barrier preventing anyone or anything from entering the compound. His eyes widened when he saw the blood seal in the center of the barrier, seemingly floating in the air. Shaking off his momentary shock, Naruto stepped up to the invisible seal and after biting his thumb, smeared his blood on the seal, watching as it glowed for a split second before disappearing along with the portion of the barrier around the gate. While all this was going on, Kakashi had uncovered his Sharingan so he could watch the barrier's reaction to his little brother's blood. Yugito had followed her boyfriend's example and used Matatabi's eyes to see the barrier and was suddenly hit with inspiration when she saw the energy moving through the barrier as if blown by a gentle wind. Kitten, that's a brilliant idea. Though it will take a long time to complete with all the factors that have to go into it. First, you need to be much more proficient in my special jutsus, and second, you'll need to be a borderline master of seals, or at least the barrier aspect of them, said Matatabi as Yugito mentally nodded in agreement. Yeah, and that would mean more quality time with my Naruto-kun, she thought as an image of her and Naruto studying seals together entered her head, only to regret it immediately as her perverted tenant started teasing her and warping her original image to one of her and Naruto doing some very perverted things in a public library. Mata, We're too young for that, and who the hell would doing something like that in public other than you? Hey Yugito, wake up, shouted Kowui, snapping her out of her thoughts with her tenant. Huh, what? Was her intelligent reply as she tried to get her bearings back. I said come on, everyone's already exploring the rest of the compound, she said before grabbing her female teammate's hand and dragging her through the gate. The sight that greeted them was one they wouldn't soon forget. The main house of the compound was at least 3 stories tall and was built in the traditional Japanese style. The walls were a stained black wood with some intricate designs carved into the columns in the corners of the house. The roof was made out of obsidian black tiles that gleamed in the light of the noonday sun. Off to the side of the house they could see a large lake with koi fish swimming just below its surface. Whoa, breathed the 2 stunned kunoichi. The house seemed to give off an aura of comfort, and yet there was an underlying feeling of dread for anyone who wasn't welcome. Hey you two, check this out. The sound of their male teammate's voice knocked the 2 stunned kunoichi out of their stupor. Running to where they heard Naruto's voice, they found him standing with their sensei and his siblings looking out over the area behind the house. Behind the house was a training field easily the size of the Konoha Stadium with lush trees surrounding the area, helping it to blend in with the forest around them. Off to the side of the house there was a hot spring that had Yugito and Kowui almost drooling at the thought of the relaxing water working its magic on their bodies. Well, let's take a look inside. After that I'm gonna find my father's library, said Naruto as he walked back around to the front door with everyone following. When they reached the front door, Naruto used the key that Kakashi had given him that morning and opened the door for everyone to enter. The entry hall was fairly simple with a few paintings hanging on the wall. On their left was a doorway leading to a fairly large kitchen with a doorway to the living room just opposite the kitchen door. At the end of the hall they could see a hallway leading to some back rooms with a staircase next to it. Let's get our things put away then get some training done. We can explore the house later, said Naruto as he moved towards the steps where Kakashi indicated the bedrooms to be. After everyone was settled into a room, with Naruto taking the master bedroom, they all met up in the spacious living room to decide on what their next move would be. Now that we're all settled, we can start your all's training for the finals, said Darui as he watched his team nod in agreement. Naruto, for now see what you can find in your clan's library and train with that. Also try and find out any information on where your ancestors might have hidden the Uzumaki vault. Yugito, see what fire jutsu you can find in the library and work with those until Dodai and Bee arrive to help. Kowui, I can only teach you so much kenjutsu since our styles are so different, but in the meantime I'll train you in a few more water jutsu until we can find someone to help you with some more advanced kenjutsu. Actually Darui, I might know someone who can help with that, said Anko, catching everyone's attention. You probably don't know this, but Kurinai and I were on the same genin team along with Hey8 Gecko. We were taught by your mom Naruto, Kushina Uzumaki Namikaze. She was an expert in almost every field of the shinobi arts and we each took after her in one way or another. I took after her in assassination and ninjutsu, Kurinai obviously took after her in genjutsu, and Hey8 took after her in terms of kenjutsu, and he's the best kenjutsu user in the village at the moment. He came to me after the exams and asked me if Naruto was indeed Kushina-sensei's son. When I told him you were, he swore on his life as a shinobi to help you in any way he could. I think he would be more than happy to assist in your all's kenjutsu training. Naruto sat thinking for a few minutes before nodding his head. Turning to Anko, he gave her the okay to find him and bring him to the compound to help with their training. As soon as the words left his mouth, Anko and Kurinai were out the door in search of their teammate, their squeals of happiness still lingering in the air. Okay, those two scare me, said Kowui as she suppressed a shudder. Everyone else nodded in silent agreement. It was scary how fast the 2 kunoichi could go from their Ice Queen persona to giggling, squealing teenagers. Well, while those 2 are busy, let's get started, said Naruto as he stood up. Kakashi, you and Guy head out and find the entrance to the Hokage library. After you know where it is, come get me and we can begin phase 2 of the plan. With a nod from the Jounins, they left in a shunshin to begin their search, knowing that their little brother's plan couldn't go forward without the library. Yugito-chan, let's head to the library and start our studying. Kowui, when you're done with Darui-sensei you can join us, okay? With that the blonde couple walked towards the back of the house, leaving their smirking teammate and sensei in the living room. Let's hope they don't do anything naughty, right, sensei? Said Kowui as she watched the couple leave. Right? Well, I guess we better get started too, said Darui as he stood up and headed towards the training field in the back with his red-haired student following. With Naruto and Yugito, our two favorite blondes had just reached the library and were having trouble keeping their jaws attached to their bodies. The library was huge. From what they could see, it was almost as large as the master bedroom, which took up a good chunk of the third floor. Somehow managing to pick his jaw up off floor, Naruto took a closer look around the library. Shelves upon shelves of books and scrolls lined the walls and the middle of the floor all the way to the back of room, where he could just make out the outline of a vault door. Come on, Yugito, let's take a closer look, he said, breaking his still dazed girlfriend out of her stupor. Nodding in agreement, the two of them started to explore the library and figuring out where everything was and how it was all sorted. The first thing they noticed was that the scrolls and books were sorted into the 5 major categories: ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, sealing, and kenjutsu. The ninjutsu section was further sorted into the 5 elemental categories and non-elemental ninja arts. These sections were further sorted by the ranking of the jutsu, starting as low as D rank and going all the way to S rank techniques. The genjutsu section was split into 2 sections, offensive and supportive, which were again sorted by rank. The taijutsu section was sorted into offensive and defensive styles, with a branch section for kenjutsu styles. The kenjutsu section, however, was only sorted by ranking, with the lowest rank being B rank. However, unlike the other sections in the rest of the library, this one was sealed behind a wall of glass with a blood seal in the center. The section on sealing was simply sorted into beginner, intermediate, and advanced sections. Well, what do you want to start with, Yugito-chan? Well, I'd actually like to start learning more about seals, specifically the barrier aspects of them, said Yugito as she continued looking through the fire-style part of the ninjutsu section, and missed the million-watt smile that appeared on her boyfriend's face. Yugito-chan wants to study sealing with me. This has got to be one of the greatest days ever, screamed Naruto in his head while a chibi version of him was doing a victory dance. Yeah, now you two will have more time together and you can finally claim her as your mate, came the demonic voice of Kurama as he sent a mental image of Naruto and Yugito doing some very indecent acts in the Namake's library to his blonde container. Naruto had to clamp his nose closed to prevent being blasted back by the massive nosebleed that came with the image in his head. We're only 13, you pervert fox. We can't do anything like that yet. Yet, said Kurama with a raised eyebrow. That's it, back to the dark corner of my mind for you, with that. Naruto cut the connection with his tenant with the screams of terror from the great QB lingering in his head. Well, if you want to learn sealing, Yugito-chan, then I'd be more than happy to teach you the basics, said Naruto, only to receive a searing kiss courtesy of his very happy girlfriend. After Naruto managed to untangle himself from his still very excited girlfriend, he gave her his famous fox grin before taking out a scroll and unsealed the scroll that had the Uzumaki sealing basics in it. Well then, let's begin. With Darui and Kowui, same time. Alright Kowui, for now I'll be teaching you a new kenjutsu technique. This technique is unique because only people who have a natural affinity for lightning-style jutsu can perform it. It's called Kumo style, lightning saw. To perform this technique, you must channel your lightning chakra into your sword and form it into a serrated edge along the blade. Once you have the chakra formed, you need to slash at whatever your target is while releasing the chakra in your blade so that it forms into a flying saw that is almost impossible to block. When you have the technique down, this should be the results, said Darui as he drew his cleaver sword and began channeling chakra into blade. If one looked close enough, they could see the faint outline of saw-like teeth along the edge of the blade, with the occasional arc of lightning flashing between the teeth. Raising his sword, Darui swung it at one of the many target dummies in the training ground behind the Namake's house. From the sword, a spinning saw of pure chakra launched at the dummy and cut through it like butter before dissipating into the air. This is a B-rank technique, and very difficult to master due to the incredible amounts of chakra control required to perform the technique. It will most likely take you the entire month to train this particular technique, but if Naruto's plan goes smoothly, then you will have many more techniques to learn from the Hokage library, and if he agrees, then he ate himself. Alright sensei, I think I'll start training with that technique later on tonight. How about we work on another elemental jutsu for now? Asked Kowui while she mentally went through the steps she could take to help learn the lightning saw faster. We'll save elemental jutsu for when the whole team is together. For now though, we'll work on increasing your chakra control by having you walk on water while sticking the tips of sunban to your body with your chakra, said Darui as a sadistic smirk crossed his face, one that Kowui recognized instantly. The only time sensei ever gets that smirk on his face is when he plans on putting any us through one of his hell run training sessions, thought Kowui as she took step back in fear of what her sensei had in mind for her training. I should have gone with Naruto and Yugito to the library, was Kowui's last thought before she began her hellish training in chakra control. With Kakashi and Guy, same time. Are you sure we are going the right way, my eternal rival? Asked Guy, and the two jounin continued jumping from roof to roof. Positive, Guy. Minato-sensei once took me to the library to put the information regarding the Chidori and Raikiri into it as A and S rank assassination jutsus respectively. I don't remember the exact location, but I do remember the general area it's in, said Kakashi as they stopped on a roof a few blocks away from the Hokage tower. We're close. There are 2 umbu in the area, most likely guards to stop any intruders who manage to get this close. Looking over the area they were in, he noticed a small warehouse a block from their position. Remember, Kakashi, sometimes the most powerful secrets are hidden in plain sight. The voice of his deceased sensei drifted through his mind as the memory of his time in the library surfaced. Flashback. Minato-sensei, I thought you said we were going to the Hokage library to add in my Chidori and Raikiri to the archives? Asked a young Kakashi. His sensei had told him that they needed to add in his 2 creations so that any future assassination specialist could have access to them for high-profile missions. This doesn't look like a place that would hide the village's greatest secrets. Chuckling, Minato turned to his prized and only remained student. Kakashi, don't you always say to look underneath the underneath? As shinobi we must not take anything at face value because nothing is ever as it seems. Remember, Kakashi, sometimes the most powerful secrets are hidden in plain sight, said the 4th Hokage as he led his silver-haired student into the small warehouse a few blocks from the Hokage tower. And flashback. Found it, Guy, said Kakashi as said green spandex-wearing shinobi moved over to look at the warehouse. Not exactly the place I would have chosen to hide the village's greatest secrets, he said as he continued to look at the building. Maybe, but it's like my sensei once said, sometimes the most powerful secrets are hidden in plain sight. Come on, let's get back to the compound. Naruto's going to want to start the second phase of his plan as soon as possible. Nodding in agreement, the 2 jounin took off, back to the Namake's compound, both eager to see what else their little brother had planned for their former village. Namake's compound, later that night. Team 20 sat across from Naruto's siblings in the living room of the Namake's house, with 1 extra face present. Gecko sat in between his 2 former teammates, staring at Naruto with a pleading look in his eyes. Noticing the look in his new guest's eyes, Naruto decided to get things started. Hayate-sen, my sisters say that you studied under my mother with them, and while I trust their judgment, I would like to confirm some things for myself, said Naruto as Hayate nodded in understanding, silently asking him to continue. First off, if my mother was still alive and she had decided to leave the village for some reason, would you follow her, or would your loyalties stay with the village? Hayate, to everyone but Anko and Kurinai's surprise, didn't hesitate in his response. Your mother, Naruto, was the closest thing I have ever had to a mother. Like you, I never had the chance to meet my parents, but when I was placed on Kushina-sensei's team, I finally found the closest thing to a mother that I would ever know. She took me in, the same way Minato-sensei took in Kakashi. They were my family, and my loyalties to my family have and always will be greater than that of my village. No one spoke for a while, of them overwhelmed by the emotion in Hayate's voice as he spoke of his former sensei. Anko and Kurinai had each grabbed one of his hands in the middle of his story. They knew how much their former sensei meant to him, so they did their best to try and comfort him. However, the silence didn't last long as Hayate it seemed wasn't finished yet. When I found out sensei was PR'd with you, I was overjoyed, but that was nothing compared to the joy I felt when sensei asked if I would like to be your big brother. But then the QB attacked. By the time I made it back to village from the mission I was on, Minato-sensei had already sealed the beast, and when I asked the third about it, he told me that Kushina-sensei had died in childbirth along with her son. After that I fell into a depression that soon became an illness. I felt as if I had no reason to live. I just went through the motions of life, not caring or paying attention to anything. When I learned who you were during the prelims, I couldn't believe it at first. It felt too good to be true, but after Anko and Kurinai said it was really you, I was elated. I still had a chance to be the big brother I always wanted to be, and for that dream and in honor of my late sensei, I will follow you wherever you go, help to train you and your team in whatever I can. After what this village has done to you, they no longer deserve my loyalty. My loyalty now lies with you, my family. Naruto stood up at the end of Hayate's speech and walked over to the sickly Jounin, silent tears falling from his eyes. Kneeling before the swordsman, Naruto enveloped him in a brotherly hug, the joy of finding a long-lost sibling overwhelming the both of them. Anko and Kurinai could only smile at the scene. They had tried many times to convince Hayate that Naruto was indeed Kushina's son, but every time he would ignore them, saying that Kushina's son was dead. To finally see the two together as it always should have been, was enough to bring tears of joy to the eyes of the Ice Queens. Kakashi was smiling under his mask at the scene. He and Hayate had been the closest things the other had to a brother because of their senseis. For him, seeing the two brothers united like they should have been from the beginning was almost too much for the famous copy ninja. Guy had anime tears running down his face at the scene. He had been trying for years to bring Hayate out of his funk with his youthfulness only to fail. Now his little brother had finally done what he couldn't. In his mind a chibi guy was going on and on about his little brother's flames of youth. Pulling away from the hug, Naruto smiled at Hayate before rejoining his team on the opposite couch. After that I don't think any of my other questions are necessary, so let's get you caught up with everything that's been going on, said Naruto before going into a brief but detailed explanation of everything that had happened up to that point and what else they had planned for the coming month. At the end of the explanation, Hayate couldn't hide the evil smirk that crossed his face at the thought of what his little brother had planned for the third Hokage. Payback's a beach you lying bastard, thought Hayate as he continued to listen to his brother's plans and what they would be focusing on training-wise for the month-long break. Alright, now that everyone's been brought up to speed, I think it's time to begin phase 3 of the plan, said Naruto as he made a shadow clone and with a nod disappeared in a shunshin. Well, my clone gets things moving again. How about we get a little ninjutsu training in? With nods of agreement from everyone, they made their way out to the training field behind the house. Soon the Raijin will be back where it truly belongs, in the hands of an Uzumaki, thought Naruto as he watched Kakashi demonstrate a new wind technique he would be learning. Hokage Tower, after clone left. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk going through the endless paperwork that continued to appear. I swear, sometimes I wonder why I agreed to take this position, he thought as he stamped yet another document with his official seal. He was interrupted from his work when he heard the sound of a throat being cleared. Slightly startled that he hadn't sensed the person's arrival, he looked up into the smiling face of his surrogate grandson. "Ah, Naruto, what can I do for you, my boy?" asked Sarutobi with a smile, though he was silently wondering how Naruto had achieved such advanced stealth abilities. To be able to sneak up on me is no easy feat. Little did he know, Naruto, the answer to his question. Old fool must really be going senile if he didn't sense my approach, that or he thinks he doesn't have to worry about anyone trying to attack him while he's in the village. Actually, I have a request to make of you, said Naruto, catching Sarutobi off guard slightly. What do you know of the Raijin sword? Well, it is a legendary blade that is said to have been forged from a lightning bolt with the ability to cut through anything and everything it comes in contact with. My former sensei, the second, actually wielded the blade in combat many times. However, it was stolen from the village a few years back by a rogue ninja by the name of Aoi Rokusho, said Sarutobi, not caring if he was divulging village secrets to someone not even from his village. What? These fools allowed some useless trader to steal an Uzumaki treasure. I swear if it's the last thing I do, this village will pay for its crimes against my clan. If it has been stolen, then I most ask that send out a team to retrieve the blade immediately. The Raijin is a key factor in whether or not my plan is successful. If I don't have it, then it could not only mean the failure of my plan, but also result in my death, said Naruto as he watched the Hokage's face go from confused to horror in mere seconds. Senile old man is playing right into my hands. Don't worry, Naruto. I promise that by the end of the week you will have the Raijin in your possession. For now, why don't you go train for the finals, and if you run into any of your siblings please send them to me immediately, they will be leading the mission to retrieve the Raijin for you, said the aged Kage as he signaled for his Umbu to go and find said Jounin. Thanks old man, I'll try and contact you as soon as I can, said Naruto as he walked out of the room before dispelling with a smirk on his face and one final thought. Phase 3 has begun. Well Naruto, I guess we'll be heading out now, said Kakashi as he and the rest of Naruto's siblings stood by the gate to the Namake's compound. Naruto had relayed the information from the clone he sent to the Hokage a few minutes ago, and the 5 of them had quickly gathered their gear and prepared to leave for the mission. Naruto nodded in understanding as he stood with his team. He understood that this was a critical part of his plan, but that didn't mean that he wasn't upset that his siblings had to leave for an undetermined amount of time. Be careful and hurry back, he said as he gave each of them a hug and a kiss on the cheek in Enko and Kurinai's case. With a few final goodbyes, the 5 Jounin took to the trees headed for the Hokage Tower to receive their mission. Team 20 decided to get a little bit of training in before they went to the village's main gate to meet up with Bee and Dodai, who were due to arrive later that day. Once they reached the Namake's personal training grounds, Darui stood in front of them while they stood at the ready to start their training. Well, this seems familiar, said Darui with a smile as he remembered his team's second C-rank mission. Well then let's get started. I think it's about time that you all learn some more advanced jutsu. I'll be teaching each of you a B-ranked jutsu. Karui, for this jutsu you'll need a lot of water, so don't try and use it in a fight unless you have a substantial water source. It's one of the signature jutsus that all water-style users are known to have in their arsenal, said Darui before he started going through a lengthy chain of seals before finally ending in the bird sign. Water-style, water dragon jutsu. From the pond that was connected to the training ground rose a large dragon made entirely out of water. Its yellow eyes glowed with power before hurtling itself towards one of the many target dummies that was set up in the field. The effects of the jutsu were instantaneous. The dragon clamped down on the target while the rest of its body crashed into the target, completely destroying it. Karui had a hard time keeping herself from drooling as she watched what the jutsu was capable of. With that kind of power in her arsenal, no boy would dare try and smack her butt again. The main weakness of this jutsu is the long chain of seals necessary to perform it, so before you even attempt to use this jutsu in battle, Karui, you'll have to get your speed with hand signs up to par. Now, Yugito, I've already taught you all the fire jutsu I know, so I'll be teaching you a lightning one instead, said Darui as he went through a considerably shorter chain of seals, lightning style, raising lighting jutsu. After he said this, the area around the target dummies began to shake violently before hundreds of large lightning bolts erupted from the ground in random locations and intervals, burning and destroying any target it came in contact with. This jutsu is one of the best ones to have in your arsenal if you ever find yourself facing someone who specializes in close quarters combat. The lightning will make it almost impossible for them to get near you without running the risk of being severely injured or killed by the lightning bolts. A perfect jutsu to have when you're facing someone like a Huga. Yugito nodded in agreement. It was definitely a jutsu that could come in handy in a fight against someone like Hinata. Naruto, I didn't plan on teaching you this A-rank technique until after the exams, but given the rising threats in this village, and Orochimaru potentially being here as well, I'm willing to make an exception. The technique I'm going to teach you is a black lightning technique that can only be used with the black lightning, my signature technique, said Darui as he went through a couple of hand signs, while Naruto stood transfixed watching him. Sensei's signature technique, he couldn't mean. His thoughts were interrupted by Sensei's voice. Lighting style, Black Panther. Darui's body erupted with black lighting before a panther made of pure black lightning launched from his body and completely destroyed the target dummy it struck. Naruto stood transfixed at the display. His sensei had told him about his signature jutsu, but never would he have believed that he would be learning it so early on in his training to use the black lightning. When he first started his training, Darui had told him that every user of the Black Lightning had his own signature technique that they created once they had completely mastered the Black Lightning and would only teach it to their successor when they believed they were worthy enough. After going over the hand sings and the mechanics of each jutsu, they all set about learning their respective jutsu with determination set in their hearts. With Kakashi's group, Sarutobi looked over the 5 people who stood before him with a small smirk on his face. They were the 5 most powerful jounin that their village had at its disposal, but they were also the adoptive siblings to one Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto is not ready for his father's name. He may live in his father's home, but he's still too young to handle the responsibility of taking the mantle of Lord Namikaze. He kept telling himself this every day. But now was not the time to dwell on those thoughts. Now he had to send these 5 elites on a mission that could determine the fate of Naruto depending on its outcome. Thank you all for coming so quickly. I have a mission that is of great importance to the village and more importantly, to Naruto himself, said the Hokage as he watched the 5 jounin instantly tense at this piece of information. What is the mission, Hokage-sama, and how does this concern our Otudo? Asked Anko with concern clearly visible on her face. Inwardly though, she was mentally patting herself on the back for putting on such a great performance. I should get an award for this, she thought before returning her attention to the Hokage as he began his explanation. The mission is an S-ranked retrieval mission. The target is Aoi Rokusho. You are to kill him and retrieve the Raijin that he stole from the village. Even though Aoi is only an A-ranked Rouge ninja, the importance of the mission is what makes it an S-rank. Naruto's plan cannot succeed without the Raijin. If we want him to return to the village unharmed and with all the knowledge that he is gathering, he must have the Raijin to make Kumo think he is working with them and turning against us, said Sarutobi as he handed Kakashi the mission scroll. That scroll contains the mission parameters in greater detail as well as whatever info we have on Aoi. You leave immediately. This mission must be completed before the finals of the Chunin exams begin. With a chorus of, Sir, the 5 jounin vanished in a swirl of leaves. With Team 20 1 hour later. Our 3 favorite genin were currently practicing with the jutsu their sensei had demonstrated for each of them. Kowui was standing in the center of the pond in the training grounds soaking wet. She had been trying to get the jutsu down ever since her sensei showed it to her. So far she had managed to form a dragon, but it was only a few feet long, nothing near the monstrous size of the one her sensei had shown them. Cursing under her breath, she began going through the long chain of seals again, only to be met with another dragon barely 5 feet long. Yugito was bent over, her breathing labored as she took a short break to observe her progress with her new technique. All around her were small holes that were the result of her many attempts at the rising lightning jutsu. While she managed to make the lightning break the surface, she hadn't managed to raise it any higher than about 3 feet, with barely enough electrical energy in them to give someone a good jolt as a wake-up call. Wiping her forehead, Yugito stood back up before going through the hand signs again, with a cry of lightning style, rising lightning jutsu, multiple lightning bolts, about 2.5 feet tall broke through the surface of the training ground. When the jutsu died down, she let out a frustrated sigh before beginning the chain of seals again, mentally thanking her large chakra capacity. Naruto, if it was possible, was even more frustrated than both his teammates combined. While he had managed to surround his body with black lightning, it was only for a few seconds before the lightning faded back to its natural bluish HW. While anyone else would consider this an amazing achievement considering the difficulty of the technique, to Naruto it was almost insulting. The fact that his sensei had deemed him worthy of learning his signature jutsu before he was even a Chunin was overwhelming to the blonde. That alone was more than enough motivation for him, but when you factored in the potential threat of Orochimaru, only someone with a death wish would try and interfere with the blonde's training. Let's take a break for a while, team. We need to go Might Be and Dodai at the gates, said Darui as his team begrudgingly stopped practicing their newest techniques and walked over to him. Come on, B and Dodai are probably already waiting for us, he said as his team nodded and began heading back towards the village, each of them muttering curses about not being able to get their jutsu down faster. Darui couldn't help but smirk at his team. Despite the differences between the 3 of them, they were all ninjutsu specialists by trade and not being able to get a jutsu down was driving them nuts. Walking through the village, Team 20 couldn't shake the feeling they were being watched. They knew it wasn't Konoha Umbu, and they knew they weren't being followed, but the uneasy feeling of someone watching them just wouldn't go away. With Hinata, same time. Hinata stood on the roof of the main house in her clan's compound with her Byakugan activated and searching the village for her target. She had been trying to find him ever since her discussion with her father, and so far she hadn't been able to find any trace of him. At first she had thought that he might have left the village to return to Kumo and train for the finals, until her father told her that participants in the finals of the exams were not allowed to leave the village. When she found that out, she redoubled her efforts in trying to find the elusive blonde. While unintentional, the constant searching she did using her Byakugan had helped to increase her range of vision with her dojutsu. Today, though, she had a feeling things would be different, that something was going to happen that would forever change life as her village knew it. Finally, she thought as a smirk crossed her lips, she had found her target. He was walking through the village square towards the gates with his team, and while she would prefer him alone, she would take whatever opportunity she could get. Jumping from the roof of her clan compound, she made her way towards Team 20 with every intention of walking away with a new boyfriend. With Team 20, the feeling of someone watching them seemed to only increase as they approached the gates. They were each preparing for a fight, when all of a sudden, Yugito's body went rigid and her hold on her boyfriend's arm tightened. Darui and Kowui were worried. Not many things could cause Yugito to tense like this, especially with Naruto at her side, but when she did it usually meant something bad was going to happen. Naruto, while worried, was also on high alert. He knew Yugito's body language almost as well as his own. Whenever her entire body tensed, it usually meant she sensed a powerful and threatening chakra coming towards them, but when her grip turned into a vice, it only meant one thing. Taking a sniff to confirm his suspicions, he smelt it, pheromones. Like the ones he had smelt coming off of Kiba in the prelims, these pheromones held no love, only lust. One drastic difference between these pheromones and the ones from the prelims was the fact that they were from a female, and a powerful one at that. Tightening his own hold on his girlfriend, Naruto tensed his muscles ready for anything, his sensei and team mate following his actions. They didn't have to wait long as at that moment, Hinata Huga dropped down in front of them with a smirk on her face. "Hello, Naruto-kun," she said in a stuck voice that had Yugito growling dangerously at the arrogant heiress. Hinata, seemingly ignorant of the danger she was putting herself in, walked or more like strutted closer to our favorite blonde shinobi. "I'm curious, Naruto-kun, why would someone like you, who is heir to two of the most powerful clans in history, hang around no-name, clanless peasants like them?" asked Hinata as she wrapped her arms around Naruto's right arm and pressed it in between her ample B-cups. Kowui and Darui tensed at this, not the intended insult itself, but they knew it would bring about. Glancing over at Yugito, they moved to interfere before it got out of hand, only to be stopped by a look from Naruto that showed he had the situation under control. Yugito was getting angrier by the second. This useless hussy had the nerve to call her boyfriend Naruto-kun, and now she wrapping herself around him like the slut she is. "I swear, if this beach doesn't get away from my Naruto-kun, I'm going to rip her effing chest off," thought Yugito as she fought to stay, and her tenant wasn't exactly helping. "That wench, if she thinks she can touch our mates like that, then she has another thing coming. Yugito used my chakra and turned this slut into charcoal. Mata, as much as I want to, I can't just go demon on her because..." Yugito's thoughts were cut off when she heard the Hugaware talking to her boyfriend again. "I can understand you hanging around them out of pity, but why would you soil and degrade your name and date one of them? What does she have to offer you and your clan? She doesn't come from a prominent and influential clan, and her skills as a kunoichi are pathetic. I, on the other hand, am the heiress of the most prominent clan in Konoha. I was the top kunoichi in my graduating class, and not to mention I'm the most appealing girl in the village, while she's nothing but a flat-chested slut." Time seemed to slow down as Hinata continued talking. It stopped entirely with that last insult. Darui and Kowui were scared out of their minds. First, this arrogant heiress tries to wrap herself around Naruto with Yugito standing not a foot away, and now she just said the one thing that could set off the maelstrom that was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Yugito's attempts at trying to stay calm shattered into a million pieces after Hinata finished her rant. "That's it, This beach is going down and she's going down hard. Mata, give me everything you can, we're turning this where into ish, thought Yugito as even her inner voice took on a demonic edge. You got it, kitten, kill that sorry excuse for a mate stealer, was her demonic tenant's reply before her system was flooded with Matatabi's demonic chakra. Naruto was fighting the urge to cut Hinata into tiny little pieces. His anger had risen with every insult she directed at his girlfriend, but that last one was the straw that broke the camel's back. He was about to draw his blade when he felt the familiar demonic chakra of Matatabi start to leak out of Yugito. Abandoning all thoughts of killing the arrogant Huga heiress, Naruto forcibly removed his arm from her grasp and wrapped both of his arms around Yugito before using Shunshin to get them both out of the area so he could focus on calming her down. With Bee and Dodai, the two elite Kumo jounin had been waiting at the main gate for Team 20 to meet them to start their training. They were just about to start roaming the village in search for them when they noticed a familiar mop of blonde hair approaching them. Smiling at the sight of their favorite genin team, the two started towards them to meet them halfway. When they got within earshot of Team 20, they noticed that they seemed distracted, like they were trying to find something or someone. They soon realized the cause of their problem when a young girl about their age dropped down in front of Team. Even though they couldn't see her face, they knew that the young girl was a Huga just by the way she held herself. She had the patented superior Huga air around her, and she spoke like she was superior to everything and everyone around her. They watched and listened as the Huga girl greeted Naruto, but completely ignored the rest of Team 20's presence. When she wrapped herself around Naruto's arm, they were worried that Yugito would do something drastic in blind rage that another girl had the nerve to touch her boyfriend like that way. They tensed when she started in on how she was superior to Yugito. They were worried that Naruto might end up being the one to do something instead of Yugito, and it would take everything they had, plus Darui, just to hold back the blonde. When she finished her rant, both men were already moving to interfere with the situation, knowing full well what Naruto would do to anyone who said that about Yugito. Before they could reach them, however, a spike in demonic chakra was the only warning they had before the two blondes of Team 20 vanished in a Shunshin. With the rest of Team 20, Darui and Kowui breathed sighs of relief before turning their attention to the Huga heiress who had been unceremoniously dropped on her. But when Naruto pulled his arm from her grip, glaring at the wide-eyed girl, Darui spoke with his voice laced with killing intent. Let this serve as your one and only warning. If you so much as come near my student like that again, I will personally end you. Though, there won't be much of you left after Yugito gets done with you in the finals. Hinata stood up and wiped the dirt off of her before turning to face the said Kumo jounin. It doesn't matter what you say, Naruto and I are fated to be together. We are both the heirs of our clans, and as such we are the only ones worthy of the other. His heritage as an Uzumaki and Namikaze is only matched by mine as a Huga, said Hinata as she turned and started making her way back to her clan compound. She was stopped though by a deep voice that for some reason sent a terrified shiver down her spine. I would heed Darui's words if I were you, girl. Heritage means nothing when it comes to love. Naruto and Yugito love each other with everything they are, and they don't take kindly to someone trying to separate them. They are the only thing that calm the other when one of them is truly set off, but when both them are said, nothing will spare you their wrath, said B as he and Dodai walked up to stand next to Darui and Kowui. Hinata just scoffed and starting on her way back to her clan compound, with only one thing on her mind, no matter what, Naruto-kun will be mine. The group of Kumo ninja sighed before Darui started leading them back to the Namikaze compound to wait for their favorite blondes to return, though that might not be for a while. Chunin Exam Stadium, a month later. Team 20 stood facing the packed and restless audience that had shown up to watch the finals of the Chunin exams. With them were the rest of the genin that managed to pass the prelims. Gaara and Temari hadn't changed at all over the month-long break. Gaara still wore his emotionless mask while Temari had a confident smirk on her face. Shino was being the typical Aburame, calm, cool and collected, even the face of such an important task about to take place. Like his fellow Konoha genin, Shikamaru was being the typical lazy Nara, somehow managing to doze off while standing and take a quick nap. Niji and Hinata were also being the typical stereotype that their clan was known for, though for different reasons. Niji was glaring at Hinata out of the corner of his eyes. It seemed he still held a grudge against her and the main house. Hinata was openly glaring at Yugito. Ever since their little meeting in the village, Hinata had made no other attempts at Naruto, but there was something in her eyes that told them that she had something planned. Sasuke was also glaring at a member of Team 20, though his attention was held by the lone shinobi of the team. It seemed Sasuke had found out how the seal that blocked his chakra got onto him, and he wasn't too happy about it. Everyone's attention was drawn to the Kage box as Hiruzen Sarutobi made his appearance along with 2 Umbu guards. Not long after the Hokage appeared, the Kazekage made his own entrance along with his own guard. However, it was the last one that appeared that held everyone's attention. Soon after the Kazekage took his seat, decided to make his own appearance along with B and Dodai as his guards. Kagebox. Ah, welcome Lord Kaze. Lord Raikage, I hope your journeys here were pleasant, said Sarutobi as the other 2 Kage nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed it was Lord Hokage. I am very excited to see how these finals will play out, said the masked Kazekage. You're getting soft, old man. By the end of these exams you will be dead and I will be one step closer to obtaining the Sharingan, thought Orochimaru from behind his veil. Lord Kazekage is right, these exams should prove to be very interesting indeed, said A as he looked down at the arena to see all of Team 20 looking at him with determination in their eyes. Well, you brats managed to keep your promise about all of you being in the finals. Now make me and everyone in Kumo proud by becoming Chunin, thought the Raikage before he turned to see the Kazekage about to speak. I couldn't help but notice Lord Hokage that these exams seem to have quite a selection of competitors. The heir to the Nara clan, the heir to the Aburame clan, the heiress of the Huga clan and the most powerful branch Huga in generations, and of course the last Uchiha, an interesting combination indeed. A frowned slightly, while he understood that his ninja weren't commonly known like the clans of Konoha, it still set him off when someone overlooked them because they don't have a prominent clan name. While I agree that there are many prominent clans represented here today, I also believe in the old saying a diamond in the rough, and I believe my village is being represented by 3 of them, said with a smirk at Team Sarutobi had to suppress a smirk at hearing this. You young fool, if only you had the experience to see underneath the underneath. Think what you want right now, but in a few months' times you will learn the truth, he thought before standing to address the crowd that had gathered and begin the exams. Welcome everyone to the finals of the Chunin selection exams. Before we begin, I would like to congratulate these young ninja on making it this far in the exams. Now without further ado, let the tournament begin. Once the Hokage finished, the stadium erupted into cheers and applause. With Naruto's siblings. So Naruto's match is first, said Kurinai as she turned to face everyone else. Getting nods of agreement, she turned back to the arena where the proctor, Genma Shiranui, was speaking to the genin. I wonder how he'll do against Niji, what do you think, Guy? Guy had an unusually serious expression on his normally smiling face. Over the month-long break, Guy hadn't had any contact with his team because of the mission they were on and because of the plans they had to come up with for leaving the village. Next to Guy, his mini-clone Lee also had a serious expression on his face. He had been brought in on the plan because neither Guy nor Naruto could stand to leave without him. Naruto will have a tough fight ahead of him. He may be more powerful than Niji overall, but Niji is called a genius of the Juken for a reason. I wouldn't put it past him to have something up his sleeve that not even his own clan knows of, said Guy as he watched the genin leave the field, leaving Naruto and Niji to fight the first round. Everyone nodded in agreement with Guy's analysis of the situation. They knew Naruto would definitely win, but the path to that victory would be a dangerous one. Well, little brother, now's your chance to show everyone exactly what you're mad of, said Kakashi as he watched Genma getting ready to start the match. In the arena. All right, the 2 of you ready? Asked Genma, getting a nod from both boys. Okay then, the first match, Naruto Namikaze vs Niji Hyuga, begin, shouted Genma before jumping out of the way. Neither of them moved, each staring the other down for what seemed like hours. The silence was finally broken by Niji, who spoke with his usual superior Hyuga tone, though it was laced with venom and hatred. Finally, my chance to avenge my father has come. Once I defeat you, the only one left to deal with will be my pathetic excuse of a cousin. Prepare yourself, only one of us will walk away from this match alive, and it won't be you. With that, Niji activated his Byakugan and charged Naruto with only one thought: to avenge his father's death by killing Naruto. Said blonde immediately went on the defensive when he realized that Niji wasn't kidding. If the accuracy of his strikes and the places he was targeting were any indication, he really was trying to kill him. Naruto kept swerving in and out of Niji's strikes and redirecting those that he couldn't avoid. Deflecting another Juken strike to his chest, he saw an opening in Niji's guard and took it. Grabbing onto his opponent's wrist, Naruto pulled him in closer and delivered a massive knee to his stomach. Releasing his hold on him, Naruto jumped back to get some space between them before going through some hand signs. Wind style, Gale Palm Jutsu, said Naruto before moving his right palm out towards Niji, sending a violent gust of wind at the gasping Huga. Forcing himself to move despite the pain in his stomach, Niji barely managed to avoid getting struck by the attack. Righting himself, Niji slipped into the opening stance of the Juken and waited to see what Naruto's next move would be. It seems he's more skilled than even I gave him credit for, but I have figured out most of his skills. He has an affinity for lighting and wind-style jutsu, and large chakra reserves since he doesn't even seem the least bit drained from using so much in that last attack of his. I have to keep him from drawing his ninjato. If the technique he used in the prelims is any indication, he can easily defeat me if he were to use it. But I have the advantage in taijutsu. If I can manage to get him within my field of divination, this match will be over, thought Niji with a smirk before charging at Naruto once more. That took a while. He must have been analyzing my attack style. Too bad for him, he hasn't even seen half of my skills, thought Naruto as he started dodging the lethal strikes of the Juken once again. Oh well, enough playing defense, time for some fun. Jumping out of Niji's range, Naruto made a familiar cross-hand sign before three clones appeared beside him. Smirking as one, the four Narutos vanished in an impressive burst of speed only to reappear surrounding Niji on four sides. Going through hand signs once more, the four blondes finished in unison before launching their attacks at the Huga prodigy. Lightning style, Black Lightning Street. Ike. Arms arcing with black lightning, Naruto and his clones raised their arms and four bolts of the lethal lightning shot at Niji, who seemed frozen in fear of the attack, no doubt remembering its effects from the prelims. Shaking off his temporary shock, Niji was forced to reveal one of the techniques he had learned over the month. Expelling chakra from every point on his body, Niji began rotating in place, forming a dome of chakra around him. Rotation. Came the voice of Niji as the crowd watched in awe as the four bolts of lightning collided with his defense, causing a massive explosion to rock the arena. Everyone held their breath as they waited for the smoke to clear, only for it to reveal Naruto and Niji standing across from one another, unmoving. Despite being a branch Huga, you're able to perform the so-called ultimate defense of the main family. I must admit, I'm mildly impressed. You must have worked hard to achieve that technique, but you still won't win this match, said Naruto as he gazed into the glaring eyes of Niji's Byakugan. Said Huga's scowl depended when he heard this, causing the veins around his eyes to bulge more. It doesn't matter what you say, fate has already decided the outcome of this match, and it shall end with your death, screamed an enraged Niji before he slipped into a strange stance, crouched slightly with one arm out in front of him with the other raised behind him. You are in the range of my divination. With Hayashi and the Huga elders. It can't be. How can a branch member have possibly learned those techniques? Asked a random Huga elder as the others started whispering in agreement. While all of this was going on around him, Hayashi was staring at his nephew with a frown on his face. Is this what you truly seek, Niji? Is avenging your father all that matters to you? Thought Hayashi as he glanced at the competitor's box. More precisely, a certain Uchiha. It would seem revenge has become a common trait in this year's genin. With Naruto's siblings. Naruto is in trouble if this attack hits, said Guy as he watched the fight with a growing frown on his face. How could I have missed Niji's thirst for revenge so easily? The signs were all there and yet I never noticed. It seems Kakashi wasn't the only one who had an avenger on their squad. What do you mean, Guy? What is that attack? Asked Anko as she glanced at her little brother, worry evident in her eyes, before turning back to Guy as he began to explain. The stance Niji took is the opening stance for one of the Huga clan's most feared techniques, the 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The technique attacks the 64 most vital chakra points on the body and closes them off. If Niji lands this attack, then this match will be turned into a pure taijutsu brawl, putting Naruto at a major disadvantage. This is, if he can even stand after the attack, said Guy in a somber tone. Everyone else turned shocked and slightly fearful eyes back to their favorite blonde shinobi. Come on Naruto, I know you can pull this off, thought Darui as he watched his successor prepare for the attack. In the arena, Naruto didn't have time to react before Niji was on him and launching a barrage of strikes at his body. With a cry of, 2 palm, he felt 2 of his chakra points being closed off. 4 palms, said Niji as he continued his attack. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Niji's hands were a blur as he began the last part of his attack. Moving his palm into Naruto's chest, Niji smirked before calling out the end of his attack, 64 palms. Naruto was launched back into the wall, causing a large cloud of dust to erupt from the point of impact, obscuring his body from view. Everybody held their breath as they watched the smoke from the impact slowly dissipate. Naruto's siblings were worried. No matter how strong he was, that attack would take a lot out of him. Come on Naruto, please be alright, was the collective thought of the jounin in Naruto's corner. Kowui was concerned. She knew that her teammate could take hit, but that last attack was pushing it. Glancing over at her female teammate, she was surprised to see the girl casually leaning against the rail while staring intently at the part of the wall Naruto was launched into. Raising an eyebrow, she turned to look at where their teammate had been launched and had to stifle a gasp at what she saw. Kagebox. No, Naruto, screamed Sarutobi in his head as he watched the limp form of the person he thought of as a grandson slowly appear as the smoke dissipated. Turning slightly so he could judge the Raikage's reaction to this turn of events, he was horrified when he saw a smirk on the face of the Raikage and his guards. They don't even care if he's alive. Those BSTRDS will pay for this. Watched as the smoke cleared slowly, revealing the form of his most promising genin. Smirking at what he knew was coming next, he had one last thought before turning his full attention back to the fight. The looks on everybody's faces are going to be so priceless. In the arena, same time. Niji was smirking at the results his attack had caused. If he somehow survived that attack, then he'll be a sitting duck for me to finish. As the smoke finally cleared, the sight that greeted Niji only served to increase his smirk. There in the center of a small crater in the wall, half of his body embedded into it, was a bruised and bleeding Naruto. His arms were covered in tiny red spots, indicating where Niji's strikes had closed off his chakra points. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth onto his chest. His black sleeveless shirt looked eerily similar to the one that he was wearing when Bee and Darui found him all those years ago. His torso was covered in numerous dots like the ones that littered his arms, and in the center of his abdomen, visible for all to see, was the familiar seal that held Kurama inside of him. Turning to Niji, Genma was about to call the match when a noise brought everybody's attention back to the blonde that was supposedly unconscious. Slowly lifting his head, Naruto smirked at Niji's shocked face before pulling himself out of the wall and collapsing to one knee. Breathing deeply, Naruto spit out the blood in his mouth before ripping what was left of his shirt off, drawing blushes from many of the female population present. Righting himself, though wobbly, Naruto brought his left hand up into a half-ram sign to help focus his chakra. This movement seemed to snap Niji out of his shocked stupor as his eyes took on the superior Huga look again. It's useless, I have blocked your main chakra points, your chakra is useless to you, said Niji with a confident smirk. Said smirk was replaced with a frown when Naruto grew one of his infamous fox smirks as wind started to whirl around him. Everyone was forced to cover their face as the wind around Naruto started to get faster and faster. The civilians watched in awe, while the shinobi watched in shock as red chakra slowly spread over the young blonde's body. The red spots all over his body started fading, as his chakra points were reopened by the force of the chakra moving through his system. Niji had his Byakugan activated and watched in shock as Naruto's chakra points were reopened by the fiery red chakra that spread throughout his body from the seal on his stomach. That's impossible. Where is this chakra coming from? Thought Niji as a fox head formed from the red chakra appeared over the boy's body. What is he? thought Niji in fear as he saw all of the wounds and damage his attack had caused heal almost instantly as the amount of the red chakra in the blonde's system kept rising. Naruto's features started to turn feral as his cloak formed with one chakra tail swinging behind him. His nails lengthened into claws, while his canines elongated into fangs. His whisker marks deepened and his hair became even spikier than it normally was. Opening his eyes drew gasps of shock, recognition, but mostly fear, from the citizens and shinobi of Konoha. They knew those eyes all too well. They were the eyes that haunted the nightmares of everyone who had seen the Kyuubi's attack 13 years ago. The eyes combined with the familiar feeling of death and bloodlust that filled the air was enough to force many of the civilians to faint from fear, while the shinobi fought to remain still in their seats. With the Hokage, there's no mistaking it, this is the chakra of the nine-tailed fox. But when did Naruto learn to harness its power? Thought Sarutobi in shock as he watched Naruto do what should be impossible. Control the chakra of the most powerful bijou in existence. In the arena. Don't even think of calling this match, Proctor, it's just beginning, said Naruto with a demonic edge to his voice. Gunma had to fight the urge to run at the sight of the boy, but hearing him speak in that voice was too much. Giving a quick nod in acknowledgement, Gunma shunshined to the top of the stadium wall, well out of reach of the two genin. Now then, you had your shot, now it's my turn. With that, Naruto vanished from sight, only to reappear with his foot buried in Niji's abdomen. Said prodigy was sent rocketing backward at speeds that impressed even Guy, but before he could do anything to recover was sent rocketing towards the sky with a solid kick to the chin from the Kyuubified blonde. Naruto again vanished from sight and reappeared a little above Niji before bringing his leg up and sending Niji plummeting to the unforgiving earth with a massive axe kick to the stomach. The stadium shook with the force of Niji hitting the ground. Many of the shinobi thought the match was over and that Niji was most likely dead with the amount of force he hit with. Naruto landed a ways away from the small crater that had formed upon Niji's impact. Noticing movement out of the corner of his eye, Naruto turned a cold glare on Gunma, who froze in fear at the look he was getting. Naruto shook his head to stop the man from interfering and to let the match go on. Gunma's worry soon turned into shock when he saw Niji standing in the middle of the crater panting. No one could believe what they were seeing. Niji had somehow survived an attack that would have killed any other man on impact. Silence overcame the stadium, with the only sound being that of Niji's panting. The silence seemed to last an eternity until it was broken by the demonic voice of one Naruto Namikaze. Impressive use of the rotation, Niji, said Naruto as realization took place of shock on the face of every ninja in attendance. With Naruto's siblings. I'll admit one thing about that Huga brat, he's clever, that's for sure, said Darui as he watched his only male student stare down the prodigy of the Huga clan. Yeah, the kid sure earned his title as a genius with that move, said Anko as she smirked at the form of her little brother. With a body like that I bet he's a lady killer back in Kumo, am I right? She said with a wiggle of her eyebrows. Chuckling softly under his breath, Darui met Anko's eye before smirking slightly, causing an almost unnoticeable blush to spread across her face. You have no idea, he's got his own club of fangirls that follows him around. In the arena. I think it's about time we end this little match of ours, don't you? Said Naruto as he held out his right hand and started to concentrate his regular chakra into it. This one's for you, Dad, thought Naruto as he started to spin his chakra in random directions while compressing it into a small sphere. Every Konoha ninja present couldn't believe what they were seeing, with the exception of Naruto's siblings. In Naruto's hand was the ultimate jutsu of shape manipulation, one of the prized techniques of the fourth Hokage himself, the Rasengan. Naruto launched forward with the deadly jutsu in hand, with the full intention of blowing Niji into the opposite wall. Seeing the oncoming attack that would surely kill him where he stood, Niji pulled on every last bit of chakra he had in him and began rotating. Again. Time seemed to slow as the two rotating techniques drew closer, one defensive the other offensive. When the two finally met, they seemed to be evenly matched at first, until the wild rotation of the Rasengan began to take over the chakra dome. Niji's screams of pain could be heard all throughout the village as his own chakra began to spin wildly around him, cutting into him in random locations. This continued for a few seconds before the technique began to die down. The sight that greeted them had most of the civilians vomiting up their last meal while the ninja present grimaced. Lying in a pool of its own blood was the mangled body of Niji Huga. Cuts littered his body, ranging from small scratches to large gashes. His right arm was severed completely from his body. 2 large gashes forming an X on his chest were spilling his blood like a river, making his complexion pale drastically as time went on. Genma had already called for medics when the 2 attacks met and had shunshined next to Niji's body to check for a pulse. Finding none, the special Jounin sighed before he stood up to address the crowd. Winner by death, Naruto Namikaze. Silence reigned after Genma's announcement, only to be broken by the sound of clapping coming from Naruto's siblings and teammates. Letting his chakra cloak recede, Naruto made his way up to the competitor's box, eager to get his reward his girlfriend promised him for winning his match. Kagebox. Sarutobi sat transfixed at the sight before him. If he thought watching Naruto kill in the prelims shook him, that was nothing compared to what he was feeling now. There were drastic differences between Naruto's kill in the prelims and his kill just now. First was that in the preliminaries the kill had been clean and efficient, there was no blood then and young Sai had died instantly. Now though, Naruto had killed his opponent slowly and painfully, using Niji's own chakra to cut into his body repeatedly and cause unimaginable amounts of pain, while simultaneously prolonging the poor Hyuga's agony. The second thing was that Sai had been an unknown from the academy, no family to speak of and no one close enough to the boy to consider a friend. Niji, while albeit the branch house, was from the Huga clan, the most powerful clan in Konoha at the moment. While they couldn't do anything to attack the boy legally, he knew that when Naruto returned to the village, he would be resented by the branch members. With Naruto's siblings. Well, that's 1 target down, 2 to go, said Kakashi as the other Jounin nodded in agreement. It looks like your plan is going smoothly, little brother. Let's just hope your clones can complete their part of the plan in time. True, but don't forget that other 2 will not be so easy to remove. The Uchiha is the last of his clan that is loyal to the village, and most of the Konoha citizens would rather the village be destroyed than give up their almighty Sharingan, said Darui with sarcasm clear in his voice. Guy and Lee couldn't help but chuckle at that comment, being the only 2 people in the village that knew how to negate the ocular attacks of the Sharingan allowed them to see all of the flaws in the so-called legendary dojutsu. Also, I have a feeling that the Hyuga heiress will be a pain in our side for a long time to come, said the laid-back Jounin as he watched Genma call down the Uchiha and the Aburame for the second match. I still don't like this part of the plan. There are too many things that could go wrong, not to mention the fact that if this part succeeds then Naruto and Yugito will be made major targets in the eyes of the Konoha shinobi, said a worried Kurinai as she glanced over at the competitor's box and saw her little brother talking quietly with his teammates. I feel the same, Kurinai, but we have to believe in Naruto. Don't forget what he told us after we got back from our mission, said Anko as she wrapped her arm around her best friend and tried to comfort her. I know, Anko, but I still can't help but worry, said Kurinai as she thought back to the night a few days ago when Naruto explained how the final phase of his plan was going to happen. Flashback, 3 days ago. How'd things go on the mission? Asked Naruto as he sat across from his siblings with his teammates on either side of him. Kakashi and the others had just returned from their mission to track down and eliminate Aoi Rokusho and to return the Raijin to Naruto. Judging by their appearances, things had gone relatively smoothly. Kakashi looked a little disheveled with a few nicks and scratches along his arms. Guy's spandex suit was burnt in a couple of places, showing where Aoi had come close to getting in a couple of strikes. Kurinai and Anko were relatively unharmed with only minor scratches here and there. Hayate, on the other hand, was covered in larger scratches and he had some minor burns on his hands and arms, most likely from where he crossed blades with Aoi. Fairly well. It took us a while to track Aoi down, and after we managed to find him, he took off the second he got word of Konoha ninja in the area. We followed him for a few more days before we finally caught up to him at the border of grass country and rain country. He put up a good fight, considering he was outnumbered 5-1, but Hayate managed to disarm him, literally, and finished him off with a stab to the heart, said Kurinai, causing Hayate to blush a little at the praise. Naruto raised an eyebrow at this, before turning to wink at his teammates with a smirk on his face. If those two get together, I might be an uncle before I turn 15. So, I take it you retrieved the Raijin? Naturally, said Kakashi before he unclipped one of the slots on his vest and pulled out a small sealing scroll and tossing it to Naruto. Unrolling the scroll, Naruto quickly released storage seal revealing the one and only Raijin. Slowly lifting the metal handle as if it were made of fragile glass, Naruto could only stare at one of the weapons that had once defended one of his clans. Everyone around him couldn't help the small smiles that spread across their lips. To see someone they each cared deeply for finally have a physical connection to his lost family was heartwarming to say the least. Snapping out of his stupor, Naruto resealed the Raijin and put the scroll in his weapons pouch before turning his attention back to his siblings, teammates and sensei. Alright, Phase 3 of the plan is officially complete, said Naruto as everyone present nodded. It's time we began. Preparations for the fourth and final phase. A fourth phase? You only told us about the first 3 phases, said a confused guy as his fellow jounin all nodded in agreement, looks of confusion on their faces as well. At this, Naruto shared a concerned glance with his sensei and teammates before turning to face his siblings, whose looks of confusion were now mixed with concern. They're not going to like this one little bit, thought Naruto as he braced himself for siblings' reaction to this part of his plan. Well, the fourth phase is something that will deal some major damage to Konoha as well as buy us and Kumo some time to prepare for what will come later. On their way here, Bee and Dodai found something disturbing that has confirmed some of our suspicions, said Naruto as he gestured to Dodai and Bee to take over. As Naruto said, Bee and I found something very unsettling. The body of the Kazekage and his guards were lying in a ditch about 10 miles out from Konoha's western gate, said Dodai, shocking Naruto's siblings that someone had managed to kill the Kazekage. However, what is more concerning is that his face was stolen from him. This confirmed our suspicions that Orochimaru is planning an invasion of Konoha along with Suna. This got some startled gasps from the former Konoha jounin. They knew that Orochimaru was in Konoha for a reason, but they never suspected that he would try and invade Konoha during the Chunin exams. What could Orochimaru possibly want now of all times? Asked Kurinai as she had a sinking feeling that the next phase of Naruto's plan involved this invasion. What he has always wanted, the Sharingan, said Naruto, bringing looks of understanding to his siblings. If there was anything that a person like Orochimaru would do anything to have, it would be the Sharingan. If Phase 4 is completely successful, then it will deal a crippling blow to Konoha while also setting Orochimaru's plans back a while. Phase 4 will revolve around what our team was originally created for, assault and assassination. During the finals, Kowui, Yugito-chan and I will do everything we can to ensure that Sasuke Uchiha, Hinata Huga and Niji Huga don't survive the event. Naruto's siblings raised an eyebrow at this. They could understand Sasuke and Hinata, but Niji was a surprise. Sensing his siblings' confusion, Naruto continued in his explanation. With these 3 out of the picture, it would remove a huge threat to us and Kumo. With the last pure-blooded Sharingan wielder in Konoha dead, the Uchiha clan can never be revived in this hellhole of a village. That alone will bring the morale of Konoha's ninja down dramatically. However, if we kill the so-called prodigy of the Huga clan and the Huga heiress, it would be years before Konoha would be back to full strength, both militarily and mentally. While that's true, Naruto, it also has a dangerous side effect. It would place you, Yugito and Kowui at the top of Konoha's most hated enemies, probably rivaling Orochimaru in that essence, said Kakashi while the rest of the former Konoha jounin nodded in agreement. I've thought of that, Kakashi, but it will take time for Konoha to recover from the invasion that will happen and the loss of 3 such promising genin. With the time it would take a village to recover from that kind of loss, it will be years before they can even think of exacting their revenge, said Naruto as Kakashi nodded in understanding, knowing from first-hand experience the time it takes to recover from such a blow. Wait, Naruto, how do you know Konoha will even survive this invasion? If the village doesn't survive the invasion, then we don't even have to worry about someone coming after the 3 of you, asked Kurinai as she couldn't understand why her little brother was talking about future plans concerning Konoha when there might not even be a Konoha after the invasion. Naruto smirked at this, a very dark smirk that could make even Kurama himself shiver in fear and anticipation at the mere sight of it. Because sis, We're going to make sure Konoha survives the invasion. Flashback and I still can't believe that Naruto wants to make sure that Konoha survives the invasion, said Kurenai as she watched as Sasuke used his fireball jutsu to incinerate a swarm of Shino's bugs. Neither can I, but then again, since when have we been able to understand what goes on in Naruto's head? Asked Darui with a smirk, getting chuckles from the shinobi present and giggles from the kunoichi. True, we may not know what goes on inside his head, and it's probably a good thing we don't, but he's never led us wrong, has he? Said Guy as the other Jounin all nodded in agreement. Looks like Sasuke won his match, he said, returning everyone's attention to the match that had just finished. With Naruto, Yugito and Kowui. Looks like the emo one, said Yugito from her place sitting on the railing. Her teammates nodded in agreement as they watched Sasuke walk back to the competitor's box, while medics took a burned Shino away to be treated. All according to plan. Alright Kowui, you're up. Remember, we need to cause as much panic as possible to keep the Konoha shinobi on guard so they're ready for the invasion, said Naruto as Kowui nodded in agreement before jumping over the rail when Gunma called for her and Gar to come down for their match. After Kowui jumped down for her match, Yugito turned a concerned look towards her boyfriend. Do you think she'll be alright? She asked with worry lacing her voice. Kowui may have been a strong and fierce kunoichi, but she was just that, a regular kunoichi. There was no way she could stand up to a Jinchuriki, even if it was the Jinchuriki of the weakest Bijou. She'll be fine, Yugito-chan. Kowui's a stubborn one, she won't go down easily, said Naruto with a smirk as he watched his teammate stare down the red-haired Jinchuriki. Noticing that his girlfriend was still looking at their teammate with worry and concern, he stepped up next to her and wrapped his right arm around her waist, pulling her to him. If it looks like things are getting out of hand and she might be killed, we'll personally step in and stop it, okay? He said, causing Yugito to give him a small smile and nodded in agreement before resting her head on his shoulder and relaxing her muscles. In the stands, Lord Orochimaru said he wanted to start the invasion during the Ichibi's match, but he was hoping it would be against the Uchiha, thought a disguised Umbu as he glanced over at the Kage box, specifically at the disguised Kazekage. It seemed that the imposter felt eyes on him because not a second after the disguised Umbu looked at him, the Kazekage made eye contact with him. Taking this as a sign to begin, the Umbu was about to place his genjutsu on the crowd before the Kazekage moved his hand slightly, signaling him to hold off on placing the genjutsu. What could Lord Orochimaru be waiting for? Does he want Sasuke to fight the Ichibi before we start the invasion? Thought the Umbu with a confused expression hidden behind his mask. In the arena. The third match, Kowui vs Gaara of the Desert. Are the both of you ready? Asked Gunma as he chewed on his sunbon. Kowui nodded with a determined look in her eyes, while Gaara simply uncorked his guard and let his sand start to surround him. Raising his arm, Gunma brought it down before jumping back out of the way of the two genin. Begin! Gar didn't waste any time and immediately sent his sand at Kowui, planning on crushing her into oblivion before she had a chance to do anything. Just like Naruto said, he hangs back and simply lets his sand do all the fighting for him, thought Kowui before jumping out of the way of the incoming sand and throwing a couple of shuriken at a gap in Gaara's sand. Said gap immediately closed before the shuriken could even get close, and they embedded themselves deep into the sand. Before Kowui had a chance to try another attack, a clone of Gaara appeared out of the sand and threw the shuriken back at her, forcing her to backflip to avoid getting impaled by the shuriken. A sand clone? Well, it looks like Mr. Emotionless has more control over that sand of his than we first thought. Alright then, let's see how he handles this, thought Kowui before she went through a quick series of hand signs before finishing in the bird sign. Water style, water bullet jutsu, she said before launching 5 medium-sized globs of water at Gaara, who had yet to move since the match started. As expected, Gaara's sand came to his defense and wrapped itself around him, forming a dome-shaped defense. Now, just before the water bullets were going to impact the sand dome, Kowui cut the flow of chakra holding the water together and watched as the water soaked the sand. Said dome defense fell and launched itself at Kowui once again, only this time at a slightly slower speed. With the Jounin. Clever girl, said Kakashi as he watched the sand continue its assault on Kowui, who kept dodging and occasionally throwing a few kunai or shuriken. What did she do that's clever this time, Kakashi? Asked Hayate as he turned to look at his cycloptic brother. The rest of the Jounin all turned to him for an explanation, all except Darui, who had a smirk on his face as he watched his student do battle against the Shikaku Jinchuriki. Something similar to what she did in the prelims when she immobilized Misumi, but instead of pushing lightning-based chakra out of her body, she pulled the chakra she was using to hold the water bullets together back into her body, causing the jutsu to collapse and the water to lose form and soak a good portion of the sand dome. If you look carefully at the sand, it's moving slower than it was when the match first started, said Kakashi as the others nodded in understanding and returned their attention to the match. With Naruto and Yugito. Good job, Karui, just a little longer, said Naruto quietly so only Yugito could hear him. Lifting her head from her boyfriend's shoulder slightly, Yugito turned to Naruto with a smirk playing on her lips. When do you think she'll forfeit and reveal what Gaara really is to everyone? She asked before turning back to watch as their teammate fired a few more water bullets and again cut the chakra flow to them before they impacted with Gaara's defense. She'll most likely do it after she lands a direct hit on Gaara, from what Kurama and Matatabi told us. Shikaku doesn't like it when his host is injured, and whenever they are injured he starts pumping their system full of more and more of his chakra, causing them to lose whatever sanity they have left and just kill. When that happens, that's when we'll step in and flare Kurama's and Matatabi's chakra to scare Shikaku off from attacking Karui, said Naruto as he watched Karui dodge the sand attacks from Gaara, which were moving at about half the speed they were when the match started. Kagabox. It seems that your young Kunoichi is having a little bit of trouble with her opponent, said Sarutobi with a small smirk as he faced the young Raikage. Said Shinobi looked at the aged Kage with a frown that quickly turned into a smirk, causing Sarutobi to frown. No, she's not, she's just testing the waters so to speak, but once she's ready you'll see what a real Kunoichi in training is like. Not like those Uchiha fangirls I've heard about that were supposedly two of the top Kunoichi in this year's class, said with his smirk growing at the end and causing smirks to appear on B and Dodai's faces as well. The old Hokage's frown only deepened when A mentioned that, as he took it as an insult to their village's ability to train future ninja. The Kazekage, who had remained quiet throughout the conversation, was staring intently at the match as it progressed. It seems this Karui is more talented than I first thought. I better make sure she and her team don't survive the invasion. They could prove to be a problem later on down the line, thought the phony Kage as he discreetly signaled one of his guards to relay a command to the invasion force: eliminate all Kumo ninja in the village. In the arena. What's happening? Something doesn't feel right, thought Gaara as he continued to direct his sand to attack the elusive Kumo Kunoichi. Said Kunoichi flipped over another wave of sand and sprinted up the stadium wall before launching a volley of kunai at Gaara. As expected, the sand came to Gaara's defense, but this time at a much slower speed, allowing for one of the kunai to graze Gaara's left cheek. Time seemed to freeze for a moment as those that knew Gaara watched with shocked expressions that somehow had actually pierced his ultimate defense. However, instead of blood dripping from the cut, sand started to leak out. What is that, some kind of armor? Thought a shocked Karui. Well, this changes things, she thought before she drew her katana and charged her lightning chakra into it, and shaping it into a small serrated edge along the blade. Well, let's see how this works, thought the fiery Kunoichi before she jumped from her place on the arena wall and slashed at the stationary form of Gaara. Kumo style, lightning saw, she said as she launched a flying saw of pure lightning chakra at Gaara and watched as his sand once again came to his defense. Although, instead of catching or blocking the attack, like everyone expected, the electric field surrounding the saw arced and immobilized the sand defense. With the sand defense virtually useless, the lightning saw easily cut through the sand that had managed to surround the stunned Gaara and continued on its deadly path towards the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Gaara stood stunned that his defense had failed him for a second time that day. He was so stunned that he just barely managed to avoid the lethal attack, though he didn't get away unscathed. Landing on the other side of the arena, Gaara cradled his now useless left arm. From his wrist to his shoulder, and large, cauterized gash was clearly visible for everyone to see. Gaara himself stared at his arm with complete shock at being injured. A single drop of blood fell from the injury and landed in his hand. Bringing his hand to his face, he stared at the red liquid in disbelief. What is this? He thought in shock. Blood, my blood, suddenly the arena became enveloped in a feeling of death and destruction as Gaara got a crazed look in his eyes and his sand began to swirl around him at increasing speeds. "Blood, my blood," he roared, his voice taking on a demonic edge as his sand began to envelope him in a cocoon. "Now," thought Naruto and Yugito before they blurred from the other genin's sight and appeared in front of Kowui before they were both covered in their demonic cloaks. All life seemed to stop as the village was bathed in the demonic aura of not one, but 3 of the Bijou, one of them being the strongest one in existence. The civilians had felt uneasy with the demonic aura of Shikaku alone, but when they felt the familiar aura of death that only the Kyuubi could produce, combined with a third aura, they immediately passed out. The ninja that were in attendance were fighting with everything they had not to pass out, while those that had witnessed and fought in the Kyuubi attack were shaking with fear. "Kagebox? That girl, she's a Jinchuriki too?" thought the Hokage in shock as he watched his grandson and the Kumo slot flare the demonic chakra that could only belong to a Bijou. Taking a quick glance at his fellow Kages, Sarutobi was surprised when he saw their reactions. The Kazekage was shaking slightly with his eyes wide and surprised, although if one looked close enough they could see the faint outline of a smirk behind his veil-hidden face. Himself was smirking at the scene going on in the arena, with his bodyguards smirking along with him. What could they possibly find entertaining about this situation? Thought Sarutobi as he stared at the 3 Jinchuriki down in the arena. "In the arena. That's enough, Shikaku," said Naruto with his voice on a demonic edge of its own. Gaara looked at the 2 people in front of him in surprise before he was enveloped in his own demonic cloak, with his eyes turning a gold color with a star pupil and 4 black dots around it. "Kurama, Matatabi?" asked the Shikakified Gaara, his voice becoming even more demonic. "Yes, Shikaku," said Yugito before she turned a harsh glare on the red-haired host. "Now would you care to explain why you are trying to kill our teammate?" At the mention of Kowui, Shikaku's eyes blazed with fury. "She attacked me and my host, she managed to injure my host, she needs to die," he screamed as he attempted to use his sand to attack the red head behind the 2 Kumo Jinchuriki. Unfortunately for Shikaku, before his sand had a chance to get near his target, a chakra tail shot from behind Naruto and scattered the sand. "We will give you one warning, Shikaku. She is our teammate, and if you even think of attacking her, you will have us to deal with," said Naruto as he flared more of Kurama's chakra to get his point across. Shikaku recoiled when he felt the increase in Kurama's chakra coming from the blonde-haired host. Acting quickly, he nodded his head rapidly and mentally swore to himself never to cross his fellow Bijou ever again. "Good, then our task here is done. Remember, Shikaku, we'll be watching you." With that, Naruto and Yugito let their cloaks fall before blurring away and returning to their places in the competitor's box. Shikaku quit pumping his chakra into his host, letting the cloak around him fall and returning control to Gaara. Kowui smirked at seeing many of the civilians starting to come around now that the demonic aura had receded. Her smirk turned feral when she noticed Genma out of the corner of her eye. Turning to him, she raised her hand. "Proctor, I forfeit. There's no way I can hope to stand up to someone who holds a bijou inside of themselves." The second she said this, looks of shock appeared on Genma's and Gaara's faces as well as the faces of everyone in the stands. Genma barely managed to nod his head and declare Gaara the winner before all hell broke loose in the stands as civilians began cursing Gaara for existing, while the ninja present were doing everything they could to keep the civilians from causing any more trouble than they already were. While all of this was going on, no one noticed the smirks that appeared on the faces of all the Kumo ninja as they enjoyed the show that was going on. All according to plan, was the simultaneous thought that went through each of their heads as they readied themselves for the invasion that was just on the horizon.